Good morning, Realty Texas. I have never been more excited to teach Omega than I am right now. I am absolutely pumped. We have 50 people that have signed up for Omega. We have 21 in class right now. I know there was a little bit of confusion over the link for class, so Miguel is helping us with that, funneling people from the other class over to this one. But good morning, Mega.
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
I
Good
am seeing
morning,
the
Jay.
faces that I have
Everybody
seen from
else.
the past, which is always exciting. But for those of you,
I'm trying to hide my face right now because I got pulled out of bed early this morning to help a friend out get her daughter to cheer practice. So I didn't have time to get ready.
well, no hiding that beautiful face of yours, just smiling.
I got an emergency. Can you get my daughter? I was like, okay. So I just had to drive 45 minutes to.
Oh, I think somehow you got muted, Janet. I want to welcome everyone to Mega 14. I want to introduce the one and only, the amazing Lisa Ormsby, who is my co-host here. She is helping with Mega, and of course, she will be your Mega Mini instructor. She's going to be holding your guys' hand through all that's Mega Mini, and that's going to be time well spent. You guys are going to love the experience that you guys have in Mega Mini. We are in the cusp of one of the what will be one of the greatest market shifts that we will have seen since 2008. It's going to be turbulent. Agents who had found success before are going to struggle to survive. People who really were struggling before are going to find opportunity. Back in 2008, which was my second market shift that I survived through, and I saw opportunity. The great thing about real estate is there's no such thing as a bad market. There's opportunity in every single market. It's just who you focus your attention on. And that's one of the primary things we talk about in Mega. I'm going to show you guys today how over the last quarter, January 1st to March 31st, that there was over 6,000 homes sold just in one county, just in one MSA here in Texas. And that is across all MSAs, just the sheer number of transactions that are closing, the amount of opportunity that is there for each of you. It's pretty exciting. So I don't want anyone for a moment to think that the amount of opportunity afforded you in over these next coming 12 to 18 months is limited, because it's not. It is quite the opposite. It is an absolutely amazing market. We are in the best country in the world, in the best state in the nation, in the best marketplaces across the country here in Texas. We're very fortunate to be in Texas. We are still a go-to state. We have a lot of people that are moving here from other places. And we see that the business climate in Texas has always been very friendly to businesses, which is why we still see a lot of companies moving here right now, bringing that opportunity to Texas, which brings you opportunity. Lisa, you want to say hello? You are on mute, so let's unmute you.
Sorry. Yes, I knew I was on mute, but you always do that to me. I need a warning. Good morning, everyone. I see some familiar faces that have been through Mega multiple times, and that's really fun because why would anybody come back to this multiple times? The answer is because they enjoyed it so much and they know they learned something every single time. So I love, love, love that people come back in, and that's a invitation for you once you graduate as well. So I'm super excited to get to work with you. I will be the one in the background helping you, to encourage you. Don't give up. You're the little engine that could. I promise you will make it up over the hill and down the other side. So we'll help you with everything you need. And you're just really try to focus, try not to be on your cell phones or have distractions in the background, because you will miss some very valuable information. There's a lot in this course that Jack puts together for you and talks about, and he talks fast because he has so much great information to share with you. So pay attention. You definitely don't want to miss anything. And if you have any questions in the background, you can Teams me or you can also text me and I'll pay attention to that. So welcome everyone. And I'm excited to see who makes it all the way to the end and graduates. And then of course we'll have a big mega graduation party at the end. So good luck, y'all.
Thank you, Lisa. Also, please keep your microphones on mute unless you want to participate and speak, then unmute, but mute yourself again. All of that background noise makes it into class and it becomes difficult to hear. So we want lots of participation. We fully expect you guys to be unmuting and talking and participating and being part of this, because Mega is all about participation. There is portions of lecture where you're going to be taught some things that maybe is unfamiliar. But again, we're going to have a ton of breakout group sessions where you're going to be putting into groups. When I put you guys into groups, please remember to always select a group spokesperson, because when you come out of your group session and back into the main group, your group spokesperson is going to talk for your group. There is one rule in Mega about the breakout sessions. Anybody remember what that rule is? Nobody? Marcy's?
Participation.
Well, that's part of it, 100%. So if you have been a group spokesperson before, you're not supposed to be a group spokesperson again that day, because we want everyone to rotate and be a different spokesperson. What I don't want to have is the same 5 spokespersons for every single breakout session throughout the entire Mega, because we always have those people who participate and those other people who are kind of not quite participating. So we're going to pull you out of that and make everyone a group spokesperson through all of these group breakout sessions. This is the rule. When you go to the group breakout sessions, there will be points awarded. And if your team is selected and you get the points and you have the same group spokesperson that's already done a spokesperson that day, your team won't get the points. So remember, when you are in class, remember who has been a spokesperson before, and say who hasn't been a spokesperson before. And then in the group, raise your hand if you haven't, and then select someone who hasn't. There is a lot of change going on in the Realtor organization right now. As all of you know, there are class action lawsuits that have been settled with some new business practices that have come and have risen out of the noise and the dust. And as that dust is settling, we can now see through it with perfect clarity. Thankfully, I'm serving as one of your National Association of Realtors directors, and I'm on the forefront in the middle of the conversation. I just got back from DC, where we got a lot of very interesting information. And even over the last 48 hours, we're getting some clarity from the National Association of Realtors, who are still talking with the plaintiffs and the defendants in the case, and they are still clarifying what it means to have a representation agreement. They're still clarifying what it means to have the information, the commission information removed from the MLS. There was some confusion on whether the MLS could keep the history of commissions in the MLS. There was some confusions on if a representation agreement, if it could be a showing agreement like the one that Zillow proposed. And we have all clarity on all of those items now, and I will be sharing that with you as we get through Mega, because we have injected into Mega the outcomes of the lawsuit, where they came from, and how we're going to have our business practices change after the August 17th deadline. All of the MLSs and our local markets are transitioning after the 17th of August with the new business practices. We're going to be talking a lot about it then in Mega, because we are on the cusp of a fundamental change. However, that fundamental change is a little bit less for us. The impact will be felt less for us, because the biggest change coming out of these settlements is the use of a buyer representation agreement. Raise your hand if that has been your primary practice of getting a representation agreement signed. Sean, I know you, Lisa, all of you should be raising your hands, because it's a Realty Texas requirement to use a buyer rep agreement, and it has been since we opened our doors back in 2017. And I have been personally using representation agreements since 2003 when I got my license. And so representation agreements have been our norm. In fact, we don't even allow a transaction to settle with a DA without a representation agreement. That's one of our required forms. And so what is becoming an industry norm and standard has been a norm and a standard since we opened. Because what service do you sell as a salesperson? I want to hear from one of you. I want to hear it out of someone else's.
Representing the buyer.
Okay, Jana, I love that. Representation. We deal in representation. And so if the service that we sell is representation, then we need a representation agreement to have authorization from the consumer to assist them. And so that agreement, the representation agreement, is the services that we sell. All right. This is a month-long master salesperson training course, and we're going to be diving deep into a lot of topics on helping you guys make a little bit of money here in real estate. I'm going to show you guys exactly how much, and I think it's going to blow each of you away when I share with you what some of the new agents who have jumped into the business just in the last 12 months have made in their first year. I'm going to show you examples of agents who have come out the gate making more than $500,000 a year in real estate. I'm going to show you their MLS statistics. I'm going to show you the facts of how much money they're making on the first year. And if they can do it, so can you. But a little bit about me. Some of you who've taken Mega before know a lot about me already. Some of you, this may be the first class that you've taken with me. I have a huge commitment to education. Education is something that is very important to me. If it's true that the service I sell is representation, then the more information that I can ingest, the more information I can share with my clients, which means that I represent my clients better because I have more tools in my toolbox to pull out when they need help with who knows what, right? So
Your writing's blurry.
we have a Laura. Oh, thank you, Laura. All right. So how many of you have a designation? Raise your hand. How many of you have more than one designation? Raise your hand. How many of you plan to get more designations? I love that. What are some reasons that you go after designations?
Credibility.
Shannon said, did you say credibility?
Yes.
I love that. So how does a designation give you more cred?
Increased knowledge. More specialized training.
Specialized training. And do you think that designations help you earn more money? They really, really do. And I made that my pillar. I had 3 pillars when I got into the business, and education was one of them. So I decided when I got my license that I was going to go after every single designation. If there was a piece of information out there, I was going to go after it, because what I found in this profession is that I would go to someone and ask them a question about something that I needed an answer to, and I didn't understand their answer. It didn't make sense to me. I would ask someone else and I would get a different answer. And I would go to someone else and I would go to a different answer. And so I started trying to figure out, where can I find the oracle of real estate? Who is the all-knowing that has the answers when I have a question? And it took me a long time to come to the conclusion that I needed to learn how to find the answer myself and not trust in others. And so that embarked a huge journey for me, where I started actually reading the Code of Ethics, reading the Real Estate License Act, reading the Property Code, and taking all of these classes. My first class was ABR, Accredited Buyer Representative. Then I went and got my GRI, Graduate Realtor Institute. Then I got my SRS, my Seller Representative Specialist. And then my PSA, my Pricing Strategy Advisor. And on the screen here are all the designations that I have. In fact, there are more that I've obtained that are not on this list. Every time there's a designation offered, I take it, I ingest it, and then I teach it. I decided to start teaching at Champions, a real estate school, about 10 years ago, because what I learned is that I learned more teaching than I ever did as a student. How many of you find that to be true? I learned more teaching than I did as a student because I had to actually read the book from beginning to end so that I could teach the material. And as I was reading the books, I had never read the books that closely before. But if you really want to learn something, go teach it, because you're going to have to ingest it so that you can understand it well enough to explain it to someone else. And that's where I really started the deep dive, especially in reading the Real Estate License Act, Chapter 1101. That is probably some of the best knowledge that I've ever got. So I also decided early on that in order for me to jump into this market and be able to participate and actively participate, I needed to get in I needed to get known for my fellow real estate agents out there as well. And I jumped in with both feet, got involved in my local realtor organization. And I find that very, very valuable. I started serving on a committee, ran for a seat on the board of directors, and 14 years later, after serving, I served the local association as chairman in 2015. I came out of that and I served as chairman for 2 years in a row for our local MLS. I stepped up to the state level and served as a regional vice president, and now I'm serving on the national level as a director. Lots and lots of years, almost 19 years of service in our realtor organization, and I know the inner workings of how all of that gets put together. One of the things that you're going to find in getting involved in your realtor association is the relationships that you make with your fellow real estate agents. I can tell you that you're going to work with a variety of different agents in the marketplaces that you serve, and the relationships that you build. You've got one opportunity to build a real good relationship with these agents, and you're probably going to work with them again and again. So being kind and being respectful and playing fair in the sandbox, following the rules, not calling people out when they make mistakes, but being patient with them, because some of them didn't have the same access to education as maybe you had. Maybe they didn't have the same level of mentor that encouraged them to learn their contracts and to learn the rules and to learn the code of ethics. And hey, some of them may be new, and it's okay to be new, and maybe they're a little bit lost and they need a little bit of help. So the approach that I've always taken to real estate is, if I find that the agent on the other side of the transaction, um, if I know that they're not correct about something, or if they're really struggling, I'll invite them out to coffee and I'll sit down with them and I will help them, especially if I get a contract that's a big hot mess. If I'm a seller agent and I get a buyer offer from a buyer agent and it is just a big hot mess, I will give them a call, and instead of ridiculing them and calling them out, I actually help them, because really that's helping my seller even more. Because maybe I want to turn this offer into a good offer, and I can certainly do that. But if it has technical inaccuracies, I don't want to inject that into my client. So I'm going to sit down with the agent, walk them through it. And usually people are very receptive to someone who's genuinely trying to help them. There are a lot of agents out there that don't have that kind of patience, and their first response is to call people out and ridicule them and use all kind of choice language inside of a transaction, or at least as the transaction is forming. And I can tell you that that agent is never going to want to work with them before, never again. And if they do get another offer, or if that agent has a sign in the yard and the other agent comes up to that sign in the yard, how do you want to be perceived? When someone sees your sign in the yard and they've worked with you before, do they want to say, "Oh, this is a really great agent. I would really love to have the opportunity to work for them again"? Or do you want them to look at your sign and say, "Good grief. Oh my gosh, not them again"? And you, right now, in every decision that you make, you have that choice to make as an agent of how you're going to approach real estate, both with your commitment to education and the way that you behave in a transaction, and the commitment to education that you have to go out and seek additional education and picking up things and actually reading them. I'm going to ask a very interesting question. I'm going to ask it 3 or 4 more times before Mega is done. How many of you have ever actually picked up the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics and actually sat down and read it? Is that an interesting question? Has anyone ever asked you that before?
I have never been asked that.
Have you ever, raise your hand if you've read the Code of Ethics? Who can tell me how many articles we have in our code of ethics. I'm going to tell you something pretty profound. If I were to ask all of you, who here is ethical? Who here abides by the code of ethics? I think most people raise their hand and say, oh, I'm ethical. I abide by the code of ethics. The interesting thing about the code of ethics is the codes are not ethics. The codes are standard operating procedures, rules that we all agree that if I abide by this rule, you abide by this rule. The ethics part of it is following the code. If you've never read the code and you don't know what they are, how is it possible for you to follow them? We're going to be reading the code of ethics. That's going to be one of your homework assignments. And yes, I'm going to actually ask you in Mega, and I'm hoping for a 100% success rate in Mega 14, that each of you memorize all 17 articles. Now, not every single word, but each article has a soundbite. We're going to go through the articles. I'm going to show you what those sound bites are, but each article, we're going to help ingest that information, because the better you understand the sandbox rules, the better you're going to be out there as a producing agent, following the rules and helping raise the bar of professionalism in this industry and profession that we have, as well as how many of you have actually sat down and actually read your 1 to 4 family purchase contract. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Shannon, Marcy. I know a lot of you. How many of you have maybe worked in a contract before? You've closed a deal and you're kind of familiar with the contract, but if I ask you something about the close date, you're going to have to thumb through and you're going to turn page after page after page looking for where the close date is on the contract. And if I were to ask you what paragraph the close date was, how many of you can tell me what paragraph is our close date? How many of you, thank you, Marcy, how many of you can tell me right now what is paragraph 1? How many of you can tell me how many paragraphs are in our contract at all? Are there 20? Are there 24? Are there 23? Your most important tool is the contract. And I'm also going to ask that you memorize all 23 paragraphs of your 1 to 4 family contract, so that when someone asks you about close date, you'll know exactly that that's paragraph 9, because you should know it that well. The more respect you have for the contract, the better respect you're going to have for the actual terms of the contract. It's interesting that we get lots of contract questions, and the first question we ask is, what does the contract say? And agents forget that the agreement between buyer and seller, all of their agreements are contained within the contract. All of them, by the way, the contract and addenda. So we always go back to say, what does the contract say? And so we have to know what the contract says, which means not only have we have to have read it, but we have to understand the words. And I'm going to take you through a slow roll, an entire day, what we call bulletproof contracts, learning the contract inside and out. Mega is about becoming a master salesperson. We have to be proud of what it means to be a salesperson. And unfortunately, our real estate schools, they don't do a good job letting people know that real estate agents are salespeople and that this is a sales job. Does anyone know what your actual license title is? What Trek calls you? Does Trek call you a realtor?
Is it sales associate?
Salesperson.
Sales agent.
There you go. And if you said salesperson, that's okay, because we used to be called salesperson, then they changed it to salespeople, and then they changed us to sales agent. So we've had regulatory changes, changing your title a few times, but the one word that has been a consistent word throughout the title of a real estate agent is salesperson. Sales. Sales has always been in the word. You're now called sales agents. You're called a sales agent because you are a salesperson. That is what an agent is. At the very heart of what you do, prospecting to find clients, converting those prospects into clients, taking those clients that you work with and getting them under contract and getting them to the closing table, and then following up with them to get additional business. Those are the four competencies, the four corners of real estate, which we call prospect, convert, close, follow up. We're going to be talking a lot about that. As a salesperson, every morning you wake up unemployed. Humanity lost their freedom when they started depending on salaries. All of you decided at some point that you were going to give up the good for the great and you were going to get your real estate license. And then in getting that real estate license, that you knew you had the propensity, you had the ability to make as much money and earn as much money as your heart desires. But the opposite is also true. You have the ability to have expenses and not make a penny. This is one of those professions that the commission checks are big, the transactions have a lot of liability and risk, but the numbers are very large. You can be a salesperson in any industry. You can sell machinery, you can sell tractors, you can even be in the business of religion and God. But whatever you do, these are all salespeople positions. This particular one is in real estate, and all of you decided to go after your real estate license and take the risk. But the rewards are huge as long as you embrace being a salesperson. And it's interesting that the fact in this country, at least, is that salespeople make more money than anybody else, any other profession. They make more money than scientists. They make more money than attorneys. They make more money than even doctors. I have many past clients that were physical therapists as I was a software engineer, and I built a software platform for doctors' offices in physical therapy. And I know how much they make because I built the software that ran their business. Real estate agents, salespeople make more money than any other profession. And real estate is just one of the many sales professions. You have at your ability and your fingertips to make as much money as you possibly want, as long as you do what? Embrace being a salesperson. And a salesperson means that you need to continually be improving your craft, upping your game. And in my mind, the hallmark of a salesperson is knowing your profession inside and out, because a salesperson, really, their job is to advise their clients. And in order to be a successful salesperson, you have to have some kind of influence. People have to be able to trust you, and you have to know your product. If you know your product, that is what's going to help get people to trust you, because when you are confident about what you're saying and you have the feeling like, we got this, I got this, we're good, and you can convey that with confidence, you can hold their hand through the transaction and help them see what they can't. You can expose the pitfalls. It's not the blind leading the blind, but it's an experienced person holding someone through the hand, walking them through their purchase to make sure that they're protected. When you're a new agent, sometimes agents start in this business with a little bit of trepidation. Now, when they're getting their license and sitting in class, they're thinking, I'm going to make $1 million a year. As soon as I get my license, the floodgates are going to open. My phone is going to ring. My inbox is going to continue going on. Everyone is going to want to use me as their agent. Of course. And being an agent is easy. And I can make $1 million a year. And I can only work 20 hours a week doing it. This is going to be awesome for me. And then you pass your test and the license arrives in the mail, and you look at the license. And how many of you looked at that license that said, good grief, now what? All of a sudden, all of that optimism, all of that excitement, all of that confidence that you had that you're going to be a top producer, all of a sudden just vanished the moment you had your license, because you realized there's a lot more to this than you thought. And the part about real estate that makes it tough for a lot of people isn't the job, because most people watched what their own agent did and said, this is easy. If they can do it, so can I. not realizing that the sales job is finding your next client, and that your phone isn't blowing up, and that your email isn't blowing up, and that there's 1.5 million real estate agents. Actually, there's 1.5 million realtors in the United States, let alone real estate agents. And in Trek, there's 230,000 active real estates. 150,000 of them are realtors. That's a lot of competition. What are you going to do differently? And the moment the agent gets their license, the moment the student in class gets their license, all of that confidence seems to evaporate. But I'm going to hand you that confidence back. I'm going to give you permission to be confident as a new agent, because you happen to have found your way to this brokerage. And this brokerage has a management team that has 100 years of experience collectively. There's nothing we can't handle. There's nothing we haven't seen. We've closed 10,000 transactions. I've closed 1,000 transactions as an individual producing agent since I got my license back in 2003. Not very many people can say that. And I can tell you this, there's not a lot of agents out there who actually actively work in this business and find success and teach. All of the instructors I know, I love them, I'm kind to them, but they're not producing agents, and they've maybe closed one transaction a year if they're lucky. How many of you want to go and take a class from someone who's not found success themselves? It makes absolutely no sense. But if somebody is closing 50 transactions plus a year, do you think they have time to go teach? And the reality is they don't. So there are not a lot of good instructors. Why this class is very, very rare. I'm going to give you a little insight into the world that I exist in. Friday, I was handed a project from my development team. I am still to this day a software engineer, and I'm building software and building tech as things go along. Friday, I was in the office until 3:45 a.m. working. Back in the office at 7 a.m. for our car show. I had a listing appointment at 2 o'clock, got my listing agreement signed by 4 o'clock, had a conference call with a client at 5 o'clock, crashed out, back in the office at 9 o'clock on Sunday, and was here until 1 o'clock in the morning last night. That is a day in the life of Jack Stapleton. I work 7 days a week, and most days I'm getting 3 or 4 hours sleep. Now, is that sustainable? No, because I get my sleep, and there are times when I can crash out and sleep. But the reality is, I am out there closing transactions. I've took 2 listings this week, and I'm the CTO of this company, the CEO of this company, and the CFO of this company. If I can find a month to teach all of you real estate on top of all of the other things I'm doing, you can find the time to be a student and learn from me. Because if I can take this out of my day to take all of this knowledge that I've learned over the last 20 years and freely share it with you and show you how to be a top producing agent, you can show me the common courtesy of being on time, showing up, and taking that information seriously, because you're not going to get this anywhere else. I would have died for this information as a new agent, and I had to figure it all on my own. This is a huge opportunity that you guys are getting. So please take it and run with it, and trust in the knowledge that what I'm giving you is factual, it's real world, and it will work for you. I can show you how to become a top producing agent. I will show you exactly what you need to do to be a top producing salesperson. And I can tell you, if I were to remove all of these distractions and just be a real estate agent, I would explode the number of sales. And back when I was the #1 producer in my office. I have all over my office top producer awards when I was just an agent. I was #1 in the market, 1 realtor of the year, 1 broker of the year, and I was always closing at least 70 to 100 transactions every single year. I opened Realty Texas in 2017, and immediately out the gate, we were closing 100 transactions a month. And now, as a producing broker, we're closing over 1,000 transactions a year. Well, 1,400 transactions we closed last year. So I'm overseeing the closing of 1,400 transactions a year. Imagine, we see it all. We see how things start falling off the rails. We see how to fix transactions. There's nothing we can't fix. The number one thing to fix a transaction is communication and knowing the skills to get a transaction back on the rails. We don't sell people homes. We help people buy. That is the mark of a good salesperson, is making sure that the client doesn't feel like you are trying to push them into a sale, but more that you're trying to walk them through and you help them buy it on their timeline. But we always advise them on the realities of the market. And right now, the realities of the market are good. Most people are buying a home to live in. And the question becomes for a lot of people, how far into retirement do you want to be paying off this property? The sooner you buy the property, the sooner the property is paid off. The interest rate, we're going to talk about that a lot today in class. The interest rates right now are not high. In fact, they're lower than the last 30-year average. Not only are they lower than the last 30-year average, but the interest rates right now for FHA and conventional are under 7%. I'm going to show you what the rates were as of Friday. The interest rates are also the interest on a property that you live in, for the most part, is tax deductible. So we're going to talk about the advantage of buying versus leasing and some of the things that you can help your client get over some of their bigger objections. We're going to talk about objection handling. A lot of your buyers are going to have fears. They're going to hear things. They're going to not know if this is the right time to buy. I can tell you, it's always better to buy than lease. And we're going to talk about the statistics. We're going to show you the numbers, and we're going to gear you with the right scripts to be able to properly advise your clients. There's a lot of agents that get into this business and they immediately reject scripts. They immediately reject the idea of a script because in their mind, a script is a pre-programmed way to manipulate somebody else. If you're learning scripts to manipulate someone, then you're definitely on the wrong track. And you're probably not going to be successful in this business because people are going to be able to sniff it out. If you're learning scripts to be able to help convey a thought accurately and with confidence, that's a whole different thing. The scripts that we teach are realities. They're truths that people need to hear. And the more you sound and act and look like a professional, the more people are going to look at you as a professional. And so we're going to show you some scripts that really, really work in helping bring clarity to your clients and understanding complex things like interest rates, like option periods, like inspection periods, like the results of an inspection. And as you pre-program your mind to think in certain ways, it's going to help you convey your thoughts accurately and confidently to your client. And they need someone that is confident, that can clearly and articulate a situation to them so they can understand it. The more you understand something, the easier it is for you to explain. And the more you can break it down and make it simple for someone else. And that's the mark of a good salesperson. The Journey Ahead in Mega is a 12-module series. This session is all about your mindset. Many of you have a glass ceiling. Many of you have been trying to find success, and you get to a certain level and you always smack into that glass ceiling. We're going to talk about success blockers and how to remove them and how to free your path to being able to make as much money as you've ever wanted to make before. We're going to clear your path of obstacles. But before we can jump into Mega, we have to figure out what those obstacles are, identify them. And once you can identify the obstacles, then when those obstacles rear their ugly head in your life and in your business, you can acknowledge them, understand what they are, and dismiss them and move on. And that is how you remove a success blocker. First, you have to be cognizant that it's there. Second, you have to acknowledge it and dismiss it. Third, you have to change the behavior in your thought and your attention to that objection, that glass ceiling, whatever that success blocker is. And there's 3 main success blockers that people find especially in real estate sales, that I'm going to help you guys overcome in this first session of Mega. But this is about the mindset. First, a lot of agents think that, how in the world am I going to find success? All of these buyers and sellers already have an agent. And if they already have an agent, how am I going to make a start in real estate? Does anybody know the washout rate for real estate agents in this profession? What the statistic is? Anyone want to throw that out there?
Isn't it like
I don't know what it
80%?
is.
90%.
What, Jamara, you were going to say something too?
Sorry, I was gonna say I don't know what it is, but I know that it's high.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like 80.
I was thinking 82. That was in my head.
70? That's what I'm thinking.
So according to our realtor organization, that's different for real estate agents because we have a lot of real estate agents who get, a lot of people get their license and become licensed, which makes them a real estate agent or a sales agent with their state commission or their state department of real estate. And then they decide to join the realtor organization and become a realtor. So there's two types of washout. First, someone gets their license, then they join the realtor organization, and some of them decide to give up their realtor subscription and membership. That is the first washout. The second washout is that they go ahead and put their license inactive and they're not sponsored at all. The washout for the realtor organization is 85%. That means that more than 3 out of 4 people leave the business. There is a statistic that I'm going to share with you. 95% of agents share in 5% of the business. And 5% of the agents share in 95% of the business. That means that the small 5% of agents are sharing in the lion's wealth of the transactions. Whereas the other 95% of the agents are all sharing this little sliver of the 5%, which means real estate sales is feast or famine. So for those people who jump in with both feet, learn the business, communicate with their clients, learn how to really prospect and drive their business, and wake up every single morning focused on income producing tasks, can very quickly and easily become the 5% that shares in 95% of the business. As long as they're taught how to do it, have the faith in themselves, and never give up. The difference between finding success in real estate and not is, number one, going to work every day, and number two, never quitting on yourself. These are the realities. So if you know that there's such a high washout rate and you look at a consumer, 3 out of 4 chances that their agents left the business. That's a massive amount of opportunity. 3 out of 4 chances that that property address, 123 Main Street, their agent's not in the business anymore, or they bought it directly from the builder and they never had an agent in the first place. So if you think that all the business is secured, you're absolutely mistaken, because it's not. It is out there for the picking. And I'll tell you, one of the things that I learned from my dad early on in life, and this is something that you may have heard before from even one of your influencers in your life, is that there's 3 people you need in life: a good attorney, a good CPA, and a good real estate agent. And if you think it's expensive to hire a real estate agent, hire a bad one. That's when it gets really expensive, because a real estate agent's designed to protect you, lower your risk, and starve off the ability for you to be sued, because at every single level, they're going to dot the I's, cross the T's, and lower your risk as much as possible. That means that there's a massive opportunity here for you in being in the greatest country in the world, in the greatest state in the nation, in the best metros in the state: Houston, Austin, Dallas, San Antonio. That's in the triangle. And if you take the triangle between Dallas to the north, San Antonio to the southeast, and Houston to the southwest, and Houston to the southeast, and you draw that triangle, that triangle alone has a gross domestic product that is as large as the top 5 nations of the world. You're dealing with a massive amount of industry, capital, investment money, and people moving here where the jobs are moving. And that will continue to happen. What happens when the bottom falls out? Well, the prices go down, becomes a buyer's market. Are we in a buyer's market? We are not. We need more inventory, but the inventory is rising. And for those agents who jumped in the business back in 2021 and 20, because you could get your license on day one and sell 3 houses, it was very easy. People were losing their mind buying. Now it's going to be a little bit more work, just a little bit more work. We're going to teach you how to be a really good real estate agent and create what I call a long-term sustainable referral-based business. So this first module is all about your mindset. We are going to remove the success blockers. We're going to annihilate all of those things that have been holding you back. Because if you're not closing 50 transactions a year, something is holding you back. We need to figure out what that is. If you're closing 50 transactions a year, raise your hand. If you want to close 50 transactions a year or more, raise your hand. Okay, you are definitely in the right place. How many people believe that it's possible individually for yourself? Go look in the mirror and look at yourself in the mirror and say, can I close 50 transactions a year? How many believe in yourself? How many of you don't know? Not only are we going to bust through and destroy your glass ceiling, we're going to remove the success blockers, but I'm also going to show you how other agents who have jumped in the business in the last year are already closing 50 transactions a year. No, I'm going to make sure that in every conversation we have, that all of those objections that you put in your own head, that I bust each one of them. I became a top producer the first year I moved to Texas. Guess what? Did you hear what I just said? The first year I moved to Texas. I moved to Texas and I had no sphere. I am the case study. I moved from that state nobody wants people to move from. I found success. I became a top producer. I sold more homes than any other agent, whether they were born in Texas or not, created a company. Now we have 300 agents and we're in every single marketplace and we're in the top 20 brokerages in the entire marketplace that we serve. If I can do it, anyone can do it. That's the reality. I'm going to show you what I did. And I can tell you that I would have made a heck of a lot more money had I just stayed as an individual agent. That's the reality. But the net worth of the company is extreme. But would I have made more individual money and had a whole lot more free time just being a producing agent? I can tell you that most agents make 90% of the income and brokerages make 10. So I can tell you that there is no other profession that you can jump in on day one. You make more money than the employer who hired you. And you can start your business with $1,000 and immediately start knocking on doors and getting business. And if you think this business is hard, you're doing it wrong because it's not hard. So again, this class today is all about removing the objections and getting all of this out of your way so that you can begin closing 50 transactions a year. Because if you're not, Mega is going to show you how. And by the end of 2024, you will have closed 50 transactions starting today. The point system of Mega is all about finding your stride, filling your pipelines, and closing transactions. Mega also comes with a certification, Master Certified Salesperson. We own mastersalesperson.com. And for those people who graduate Mega, you will be listed on mastersalesperson.com, which gives you a little bit more street cred as well. In Mega, as you know, is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 10 to 5. We'll be going to lunch from 1 to 2 p.m. Mega Mini is Tuesday and Thursday from noon to 1:30. That's where Lisa is going to help unpack some of the things that we spoke about because, as she said, I am talking at full speed. Some things going to hit you and you're going to want to unpack that in that hour and a half, and it's time well spent. But also, you're going to go through the flashcards and you're going to memorize your contract paragraphs and learn the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. And you're going to learn what I call the compulsories of real estate because you need to know this craft. You need to know the business. Ever, I see a bunch of hands. So, Ever, go ahead and did you have a question?
I do, but I think Matthew had his hand up first. I can wait or I can go now. It's up to you guys.
Matthew, you have a question? My team sorts based on their video being on. And so Matthew was on page 2, so I did not see you because your video is not on.
Yeah, Jack, sorry. I was just raising my hand. One of the questions you asked the
Oh,
group, so sorry about that.
no. And guys, please, Lisa is the monitor. She's kind of helping me manage this. If you have questions, please feel free to ask. If I don't see you, you can just go ahead and ping in and start talking as well. Jack, hey, I have a question. That is okay. This is a very open dialogue kind of class, and so I want you guys to get your questions answered. Ever, you have the floor.
Okay, you mentioned the Mega Mini, and am I supposed to go into each class individually and enroll, or is this like once I enroll in the first class, will it automatically enroll me in the rest of them?
When you enrolled in Mega, you were automatically enrolled in all Mega Minis as well. So the only enroll that you had to do was enroll in Mega,
Yeah.
and then you're automatically enrolled in Mega Mini. And it's the same link. So the link that you guys used for Mega is the same link that you will use for your Tuesday and Thursday Mega Mini.
Okay,
Excellent question.
thank you.
I just want to point out though that if you're still confused, you are in every single class, but if you want the credit, the CE credit, that's where that form that we talked about earlier. So we really need that before the end of class, or today you won't get the credit. So if you want it, please make sure it's in the chat. Somebody dropped it in there. Just make sure you fill it out and send it back. You can send it to me. That's totally fine. So I can keep track of that for you.
And so let me define credit. There are two things that you're simultaneously doing in Mega. One is you're trying to get points because somebody, and we're going to talk about that here in a couple of minutes, someone in this class is going to be our Mega valedictorian, the person who earns the most points from Mega 14. Separately from that, we have worked really, really hard to get track approval for this entire Mega Academy, the 84 hours of track approval. We do not charge an instructor fee or a materials fee or a class fee for Mega. If you wish to have the hours, and then there is a fee to Texas Realtors of $20 per class, and there's also a fee for the new home construction separately, and we sent out that in a PDF form. Miguel in our accounting department, he's got a big job. He is our compliance officer and our accounting bookkeeper and our back-end trainer on our .me platform. So he has 3 very big jobs. Katie is there to help support him in what he does. But the accounting portion of his job, in order to make that easier, we've decided to do things a little differently in Mega 14. If you want Trek credit, the CE hours, you got to fill out the form that we sent to you in the email on Saturday and again this morning, and someone just put in the chat, thank you. Fill that out, get it back to Miguel by 5 o'clock today. I'm going to be talking more about that after lunch again today as well. If you want CE credit for this entire series, you must pay. Now, you don't have to pay for the whole thing. If there are certain courses that you want to pay for only, that is okay. It is a menu, and you can check off the menu items from the PDF that we sent. Going through each class, you can either circle, I want credit for the whole thing, or check off certain things. Mega has a lot of advantages for CE credit. First, to renew your license, especially out of your SAE, you're going to need at least 3 hours of contracts. You're going to need at least 1.5 hours of ethics to renew your license. as well as a 7-hour, what they call elective, 7 hours of elective. And embedded into Mega is a certification, new home construction, NHC, which is another 7-hour course, which is an elective for our ABR, accredited buyer representative class from NAR. So by paying for the whole thing, you're going to have your contracts renewal from Trek. You're going to have your quadrannual training from NAR, which is also required to maintain your Realtor membership. And it's going to give you a certification, NHC. Plus, it's going to give you the 84 hours. So when at some point you're ready for your broker's license, the cumulative hours that you need for your broker's license, you will have 84 hours built up, which is a lot of hours. That is a ton of education. So there's a lot of advantages for doing that. Thank you, Lisa. So part of Mega, again, is taking your Mega and your Mega Minis and participating in what we call the opportunities group, which is Tuesday after your Mega Mini. We have what's called cross-pollination. How many of you have heard of our cross-pollination training that we have here at Realty Texas? Laura has heard of it. Who has not heard of cross-pollination? All right, I'm going to turn you all into bumblebees like Ormsby. Cross-pollination is all about the leads department or the relocation department that we have a massive amount of leads coming in. And I think we had 70 leads that came in over the weekend, and our ISAs, inside sales agents, are calling those people and converting them into buyers. If you want to be on our inside sales team, if you want to, for no cost, show up, pick up the phone, and make 3 hours of phone calls a day, trying to what we call dial for dollars, help prospect and bring business into your business, that is available to you. We have a Ready, Set, Sell series that you'll go through, which is 4 Fridays of training to get on the phones to learn your scripts and role playing to prepare you. We're not going to just throw you on the phones and let you sink or swim. We're not going to just throw you on the phones and let you try to figure it out on your own, because that's not productive for an agent, nor is it helpful for the company. So we have a very, very succinct third-party ISA training course that we send our agents through that costs nothing. You get through that course, and it is teaching you how to be good on the phones. Then we have that will rise you to the level of what we call an ISA 1. That gives you the ability to come in at your own time and schedule shifts throughout the week to come in and make as many phone calls as you want to the Realty Texas database using our smart plans and scripts. Those people who have continued on to get our ISA 2 designation, our ISA 2s are people who have the ability to train our ISA 1s. We have a train the trainer program where the ISA 1s can sit behind an ISA 2, listen to their phone calls, watch what they're doing on the screen, seeing how they're typing their notes and how they're using the system. And so you can learn from the people who have gone to that ISA 2 level. But also on Tuesdays, we have the cross-pollination, where we've taken one of the benefits that the system that we built is that every single phone call that is being made from our system are recorded. Every single one of your office line calls are recorded, and you have access to each one of those recordings in your dialer. Each one of the calls made in our CXM are recorded. So we have a report for all the calls more than 3 minutes, and that means it wasn't a voicemail, is sent to Amy McAllister, our customer service manager in our ISA department. And she then, when we meet on Tuesdays, the ISA 2s, they actually hear their entire conversation live in front of the entire group, the ISA 1s and 2s, and then they talk about what they did good on that conversation, what they could have done better, and ideas of maybe things that they may have missed or things they could have done better. It is really exposing them. It can be a little scary the first couple of times, being that exposed, hearing your voice, hearing how you're dealing with buyer objections in a public way. But it's not designed for ridicule. It's designed to make you an expert closer on the phone. And it's been very, very helpful. So the ISA 2s, they meet once a week and they spend 1.5 hours listening to each other's calls, helping each other get better. And the ISA 1s can sit in the back and they can listen to the ISA 2s how they approached the call, and then what they said about the call and what they could have done better after the call. And then the person who gets the most points that day, because they rate the calls, actually gets a gift card from Realty Texas. The ISA ones, then after the ISA twos have finished that, the ISA ones go, and that they can hear themselves and hear their calls, and then they can talk about what they've done better. Did they ask for referrals? And did they try to set the appointment? And how did the call go? How did they sound on the phone? Best training you can ever get. So we're going to ask you guys to attend one of our cross-pollinizations. In fact, we're going to be asking you to attend the cross-pollinization for the next 4 weeks on Tuesday. We're opening up that to this group so you guys can participate in the cross-pollinization. Also, the cross-pollinizations are recorded for the entire company to see, and they're uploaded to our Microsoft, actually, it's now called our Learning Center. In your .me in the top right corner, there's a button for Learning Center, and all of our cross-pollinizations are in the Learning Center. So you can go on your own time and watch the ones that we've done in the past and get a feel for that. Separately, we've got some one-time tasks. We're going to be doing a group open house for new agents who have never done one before. Lisa is going to be doing that as a mega project. I have 2 coming soon, grand opens. You're going to learn a lot about our listings and what our recommended way to bring a property to market by showing you how to get your listing agreement signed, how to properly prepare the home for market, how to properly advertise the property, getting the right collateral, and at what times to list it, when to do your open house, and how to do an open house. And we're going to teach you all of that right here in Mega. And you will watch firsthand one of my listings that just went live, and you guys will have the opportunity to do a group open house for those of you who've never done one before. It's some of the best real-time training, so you'll be in the field watching how this goes. There is a video that we ask every single agent who has never done an open house before to watch, realtytexas.info/open house. It is a 7-minute video that I recorded about what your duties are in an open house and who you represent in an open house. And understanding who you represent, understanding the regulatory requirements of whether or not an IABS is required or not during an open house, and how to make sure that if the seller's recording you, that you have not maybe harmed the company's reputation by your approach as people come in the door. Because I'm going to ask just this quick question to the group about this off-topic subject. Who do you represent when you are a Realty Texas agent and you're doing an open house for a Realty Texas listing?
The seller.
Realty Texas.
You absolutely.
Realty Texas.
You represent the seller and Realty Texas. I love both of those answers, but the important takeaway is that you represent the seller because when a listing agreement is taken at a firm, whose name is the listing taken under?
The broker.
The brokerage.
That's right. And so every single agent owes that seller the same fiduciary duty. All of us. Now, yes, it's true that there is a point person deemed by the broker who appoints a point person to communicate with that particular seller. But if you do an open house, then you now represent that seller just as the listing agent does, and you communicate to the consumers just as the listing agent does. So don't think for a moment that I'm not the listing agent. If you're saying to yourself in the inside voices, you're at the open house thinking that you don't represent the seller because you're not the listing agent, because you are. Realty Texas is the listing agent. So we are all the listing agents for that firm. And when you are doing the open house, you now represent that seller. So as prospects come in, first, we have to determine whether or not they're interested in that home, because we already owe a primary duty. And that duty is to that particular seller. Now, at the point we have a buyer that wants to buy that home, then we have to subjugate my duties out of it. And then I appoint someone to be the point person for the seller, someone separately to the buyer. Each one of those agents then are assigned a manager, because I can't be involved in what is that whole process called?
Intermediary.
Intermediary.
Good job, Aiden. Good job. Exactly right. Intermediary. An intermediary is when the company has split loyalty. And there's no such thing as split loyalty, which is why dual agency went away. And so split loyalty is when the broker represents the buyer and the seller. So the way that Trek had decided to handle that is the broker has to subjugate their duty, meaning they have to step aside, appoint other people to be representing the buyer and the seller, and the broker can't get involved. That is why here we take intermediary very seriously, and one of you will be appointed to either Cindy Bell, Michael Potter, or Lisa Ormsby, and the other will be appointed to one of them as well. Separately, you'll have either Michael Potter or Cindy Bell, and on one side, you'll have Lisa Ormsby as the manager, so that if you as the buyer agent or listing agent find yourself in a situation where you need a broker, you know exactly who to go to, because if you come to me, you may have pierced your duties under sub-agency instead of intermediary. You can't come to me because you can turn an intermediary scenario into a sub-agency scenario, which is illegal in Texas. Sub-agency is a thing, it's illegal. So just because it's not legal doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You can be practicing sub-agency illegally. And how do you practice sub-agency? You bring an intermediary situation to the broker, which pierces all of the legal rights to do intermediary in the first place. So if you're in an intermediary scenario, I can't be party to that. And so your manager has to be the one to help you. And if they have a crisis, they come to me and they don't divulge any confidential information that the clients may have shared with you. Okay, so it's very important that you guys watch that realtytexas.info/open house. And if you've been here for a while and you never watched it, please spend 7 minutes to watch that video. How many of you have imported your contacts with Amy McAllister into CXM? I know most of you have. It's a very easy process. It makes the process so much easier. It also, we have people coming to realtytexas.com and registering all the time. You have your digital business card, you have your websites, which are all ranking in the first page of Google, and for some of you, the first position on Google for your name. Type in your name on Google and see where your website lands. For most of you, it'll be on the first page of Google. Some of you, it'll be in the first slot in Google. We have incredible SEO, but we spend a lot of time and energy building your websites for SEO. There's not a lot of brokerages who have spent the kind of resources and money to help their agents rank on Google with their websites. That's usually something they farm out if they have a website at all, and the agents are responsible for doing that sort of thing. But because we are the firm, we're in a unique position to be able to help our agents with that sort of thing. And so you're ranking very highly. I bring that up because if your client registers on our website or registers through one of our Facebook ads, it's going to be considered a Realty Texas lead. If you want to stop that from happening, have that customer in the system before. So if you have a book of customers, how we know that they're your customer and not ours is by simply putting all of your contacts in our CXM. That way, when the customer registers, then the system detects that that email address or phone number already exists in an account, and they will put that person in your account. So if someone goes to realtytexas.com and tries to log in, it'll say, oh, you're already in our system. Click here to reset your password. And then they're automatically attached to you. We've done that, but we've worked a lot of time and energy to make sure that that all works properly. Miguel teaches that, so does Katie in some of the classes. If you're not familiar with the flow of a registration on your website, how that works, please get with Katie and Miguel so they can walk you through exactly how that works. It's actually quite cool. And that starts with getting all your contacts into CXM. We have an import process that makes it very, very easy. And Amy McAllister has a video on how to do that, or she will work with you one-on-one to help you with that. Prospecting. That is the name of this game. We talked a lot about, and we're about to go on break. We're going to be taking breaks on the hour. So if I blow through the break, please someone help keep me honest so I can give you the breaks. But we're going to get through this next one. As a salesperson, prospecting is at the very heart of what you should be doing as an agent. Contacting everyone you know, getting them excited about you being in real estate and using you as their real estate agent, And every time they hear someone talking about buying, selling, and leasing a home, that they think of you and call you and provide you those referrals. You can create an army of raving fans. That is going to be at the heart of how you're going to find success and close 50 transactions. That every single person that you meet, you're going to put in the database, assign an action plan to them, and you're going to follow up with them regularly. You need to start doing that today. If you want to create a sustainable future in real estate for yourself, your customers are where your success is going to be. If you try to take the approach in real estate that you're going to find new customers for every single transaction and not focus on your past clients, you're going to fail in the business. You will turn into the 5% that shares in 95% of the business, and you'll turn into the 85% who leaves the business. If you want to be the 5% that shares in 95% of the business, or that 15% or less that stays in the business long term, that starts with, in everything you do, consider the end. And the end is, hopefully for you, creating a referral-based business that allows you to thrive in any market, no matter what's going on. But that means that you have to understand who your client is, register those clients, and interact with them on a regular basis. No, that doesn't mean you send them a text message on their birthday and that be it. It also means that you don't just send them a monthly newsletter and that also be it. You need to call them on a regular basis, check in with them, ask them how they're doing. We have to develop a relationship with them. Now, that relationship should be professional in nature. They should know that you care about them and that there's a mutual respect in that regard, and that you're following in to just check up on them and ask them the question, hey, by the way, do you know anyone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease? Your prospecting at some point in this profession is going to turn from new clients to having maybe 100 people in your database, and then just focusing on those 100 people. Because if you have 100 people in your database, the National Association of Realtors has said that every adult over the age of 18 has the propensity of sending you one closed transaction a year. Something I'm going to share with you on Wednesday, and we're going to dig deep on this, but I'm going to expose this to you now. Every single person right now has a standard average move rate of once every 5 years. This means that every single person in your database, I want you to hold up your hands for me, because I want you to visually see this. Every single finger represents a year. So this hand is one client. One of those fingers is the year in which they're going to move, because they're moving every 5 years. So that also means that each year there is a 20% chance, 20, 40, 60, 81. There's a 20% chance every year that that person is going to transact with you. But there's a 100% chance that every single year they're going to send you a referral that closes. I hope that makes you think about your database in a different way. We're not farming our database to get them to transact with you. The primary reason they're in your database is to get a referral from them. The secondary reason they're in your database is for them to actually transact with you. And one of the things you can talk to them about is, I see you've got 3 kids. Have you considered buying a property for each one of them and let that appreciate over time, so when they turn 18, this is going to be their first car and their college tuition? It's hard to save as fast as a home appreciates. We're going to talk about some really good ways to maybe increase the number of transactions and having conversations that maybe you've never had before. But I want you to look at your database differently. I want you to look at them as referral partners, your army of raving fans who have huge circles of friends that they're exposing you to. You get to become part of their family, helping them with the most complex and largest transaction of their lifetime, probably. And inside that transaction, then you develop a relationship with them. And as they have family and friends moving here, people who have to sell, and they hear those conversations taking place, they refer you and call you and tell you who those people are. That one thing will multiply the number of transactions you have by 5. You're closing 10, now you're closing 50 by doing that one thing. We're going to show you the numbers. All right, so we're going to take a break. It is 11:11, the time hour of the angels. We're going to come back at 11:21 in 10 minutes. If you have any questions, I'm going to stick around for this entire break, because I usually have a lot of questions on the first segment of Mega, and I want to be here to answer your questions. So feel free to go on break. You are dismissed. See you back at 11:21. For those people who want their broker on the hot seat and want to ask you some questions, go ahead. And if I hear none, then I'm going to go on break.
And just so y'all know, I put every single time I put when to come back in the chat. So if you're not sure, always check your chat.
How did my hand get raised, Lisa? That's weird.
I had nothing to do with it. I thought you were making your point with hold your hand up.
Oh, actually, what happens now is AI does it now because we click the AI button. So AI saw that my
Oh,
hand was
that
raised and it raised
is
my hand.
okay.
Well, I
Can
got
I
a
ask you
quick,
a question?
Rebecca, I would love to have questions. Thank you. I love
Actually,
questions. I really do.
it's not really a question. I guess it is, but it's a now I feel like I did something wrong
Uh-oh.
because I was with a brokerage before that just kind of threw me out there, right? And so someone needed help with an open house. The last minute, they were like, "Hey, Rebecca, can you go do this?" I had never done one before, never knew anything, so I just went. Okay, so when I went there, I'm kind of looking around like I don't really know what to do. There's nobody here. Then people started walking in, so they're walking around, and I'm trying to show them. Well, on the other side, the person who sent me said, "Okay, well, are you speaking with the clients? Well, not clients, customers. If they have another, if they're being represented or not." And so I then was like asked a person and they said they didn't have a realtor. But now I feel like I wasn't supposed to do that because I gave them my card so that I can help them, try to, you know what I'm saying? Because I thought at the time I'm not really the one that's listing the house. So now I can help you sell the house, I mean, buy the house. So now I think I was wrong in that aspect, but I didn't know because I just got thrown out there. And they're like, get the customer, bring him in. So now I feel like I did wrong.
Well, let's unpack this and let's be more specific because we're going to be talking a lot about this in the video that I shared with you, realtytexas.info/open house. I spend 7 minutes on that one topic, which helps bring clarity to it. So thank you for the question. It's a good one. We have a primary fiduciary duty to people who come in to find out if they're interested in buying the home. So let me ask you this question for a moment, because I always like to operate with empathy. And empathy is putting yourself in the shoes of someone else and try to figure out how we would feel if if they did something to us like they're going to do now. Think for a moment if you hire a real estate agent to list your home for sale, and think for a moment that you decide, even though the agents told you you shouldn't really be recording and listening to what's going on, you're like, I'm gonna do it anyway because I don't care about that risk and liability. And you're watching what the open house agent is doing in that open house. Or you're kind of the persons are near the front door and the whole thing is recorded on the Ring doorbell and the whole conversation occurred right there and it's very clear what happened. How would you feel as if you were a seller? This is a rhetorical question, by the way. How would you feel if you were a seller and some buyer walked into your home and the agent, instead of trying to sell your home, tried to talk with that buyer about taking him in the field and showing him all the other houses and didn't do anything to sell your home? So I'm going to say that yes, absolutely, real estate agents do open houses to prospect and get buyers, but we have to go about it in the right order. We have to show them the home. We have to try to garner some feedback to try to find out what their interest is in the home, what brought them out, what features of the home they like and don't like, and try to determine whether or not this home is a fit for them. At least attempt to go down that road. And then you hear things like, no, this is the perfect home. I absolutely love it. Great. Are you currently working with an agent? No. Well, I would love to be able to assist you inquiring this property and having a conversation with them. Of course, in that moment, now you find out they're interested. You have an obligation now per trek to explain to them the IABS, walk them through the IABS, and tell them who you represent. The firm currently represents the seller, but if you'd like, I can help you acquire this property. And all my fiduciary duties to you and explain that whole process. First, we have to find out what they're interested in. Do they want to buy the home? If you find out, no, I really need a fourth bedroom and this is just a little bit small for us and this one's not going to work. Okay, got it. So what are you looking for? And then take them down the road and try to set an appointment with them to go get a representation agreement and help them find something else. But if our approach every time someone comes in is to go sell them the house down the street or take them, go buy them something else and do absolutely nothing to try to sell the home that you're in, it's a fiduciary duty breach from the seller. So that's kind of where I was going with that conversation. Does that make sense?
It does.
Do you have any follow-up questions from that?
No, I appreciate it. It's just like when you were saying, basically at the moment you're representing the seller as a new person that got thrown out there, and they're like, oh, well, get that person. It kind of could be confusing, we're like, wait a minute now. So did I do something incorrect? But thank you for explaining that to me. I appreciate
100%. Thank you for asking the
it.
question. I'm sure other people had the same one, so I appreciate it. Anybody else have questions? I'm sure you have tons, but do you have any right now?
I have a question.
Ever? Yes, sir.
So this was the last minute enrollment for me. I literally did it like 3 minutes before class started. And when I open the actual module, it says I have not joined. Obviously I have. I don't know if that's gonna be an issue.
Okay.
Um,
So
but
the joining process is something that I do. So let me see if I've added you yet ever. Because if not, I have to do it. You're not. All right. So hold on. Ever. There you are. Add. Okay. You are officially enrolled. So when you go to the .me, you will see yourself enrolled now.
Okay, and then my final question is, I've already have more than enough CE credits for this period. I know that you can use the same class, but you can get credit in the same period. But in this case, since my license is due next year in May, but like I said, I have way more credits than I need. Will I be able to transfer any of these if I opt in to pay for the CE credits now? Will I be able to transfer them for the next period, or are they not valid?
They are not valid, actually. You have to take the education that you take in that period is good for that period. And so
Okay.
once you go to a new period, then you have to take new education. You need 900 hours total to get your broker's license, and that is a lot of hours. Some people have no interest in getting their broker's license. A lot of people are getting their broker's license having no intention of being a broker. They just want to have that broker's license. I'm always a huge advocate of people upping their game, getting their broker's license if they choose to do that. 100%. It's a colossal amount of hours to get there. Those hours are lifetime hours, not just period hours for your broker's license. And so in 5 years from now, 7 years from now, if you decide to get your broker's license, you can reach back to the hours and this time, and you will be very appreciative of having those hours because it will go towards that 900 hours. And so that is one of the big benefits outside of just the renewal hours as well. But no, the hours are not transferable to another period for your normal license renewals.
Got it. Okay.
Jack, I had a question, and I did ask, I think it was Lisa, before I rolled in here.
Yeah.
I already have where I was probably going to be out of town next Monday and Wednesday, and I was asked her if I could go back and watch the videos. But if I do that, will I get credit still, or do I have to actually be live?
So you are supposed to be in class because we don't have broadcast classes. Now, there are a certain amount of time that you are allowed to make up, but it is a certain amount of hours in each class because every single mega module is a standalone course number with Trek. So if you take a 7-hour course, you can miss up to 2 hours and take that course, but you can't take the entire course. Now, you can take this entire mega and get credit for every class except for those two. And then when we teach in January, Mega 15, take those 2 modules and be able to graduate the mega series. But you have to be here for at least 5 of the 7 hours of each mega module in order to get credit for that module. but all the other modules you will get credit for. So if you want to pay for the hours, then when you grab the PDF and you can circle all the classes that you know that you'll be here for, add those up because it's individually tallied, give that to Miguel by 5 p.m. and then you'll get credit for those. And then the other two you can, like I said, take in January Mega 15.
But if I do 5 of the 7 hours on Monday and Wednesday, then I can get credit?
100% yes.
Okay, because I'll probably be traveling, but I won't be driving. Would that be a problem?
If you're not driving and you have steady internet and your video is on, that is not a problem.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Hi, Knock. Are you?
Yes.
Okay, I think she is on the phone. How are you, Marcy?
Hi, Mike.
I think
I'm
you've gone through
doing
the last
well.
5 megas. This is amazing. I'm gonna start
This
having you
will
teach.
actually be my third,
I love it though. It's amazing.
only because there's so much new stuff going on, and I'm like, I'm a sucker for education as well. I love to learn, and I don't get enough of it, but um, I'm staying busy, so I don't want people to think just because I'm in Mega, I don't have business going. I absolutely do.
No, you are a super busy agent. Top 40 list, all of that. So you are definitely a busy
It's
lady.
definitely doable, but it is intense, so I'm prepared.
Well, you are an inspiration. You have a huge commitment to education, always positive, helping other agents with things, mentoring and selling transactions, and just being busy all the time. So
I
I'm always impressed with you.
well, I love, and then this is going to sound cheesy as heck, but it is true. I always believe that when you have that leadership that is just that passionate, it just bleeds right through, and I found it. So I love it. I love it. I love it. So thank you for doing this.
Of course. You're right. I am nothing if not passionate, and I appreciate that. Okay, guys, I will see you. We are actually already back on break, so give me 1 second because I'm doing a homework assignment for Lisa, which will take me 1 second. I'm accepting a license at Trek for a newbie, and they are now officially accepted. Okay, there you go, Lisa. I'll forward up the
Thank
email.
you. And then before, I want to just, when you call them back, there's a bunch of names I have that the video is not on, and I just want to make sure that they're the ones that do not want credit before we continue into the second hour.
Lisa, I have a question.
Okay.
So I would like to earn this all these C credits, right? So I keep my video on, but will I be allowed to leave my chair from time to time? It's just because when I need to, for example.
Well,
if
listen, if y'all have to go to the bathroom or you're
Yes.
getting a quick glass of water or something, yes.
Okay.
But you
As
can't
long
be
as-
gone for like 20, 30 minutes every time, then no.
Okay. Okay. And I just keep my video on?
Yes.
You are allowed to miss up to 2 hours before we are no longer able to give you credit. That is the Trek rule.
Okay. So after 2 hours?
After 2 hours, we can't give you credit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's plenty of time, just to move somewhere or grab something or.
But we
Okay.
highly encourage them not missing 2 hours of the class.
Yeah. So I just want to call out, I know some of you, one person told me in the background their video would be off, but just to verify, I have Natalia.
Hold on one second, Lisa.
Okay, go ahead. Mhm.
Welcome back. Back here where we need you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from break, everyone. Lisa, you have the floor.
Okay. I wanted to point out that there's people that the video is not on, so I'm just going to call your name. You can put in the chat if for sure you don't want the credit. I just want to make sure so we don't miss somebody. So I have Rebecca Reed, Nellie. I know Teresa Garza's done this already. Yaming Lee, Ezolde, Gina, Amanda. I know Aiden's done it before. So if I just called your name, I need to make sure. And then I think Natalia had hers off. So if you want the credit, your video has to be on the whole time, as Jack mentioned. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for paying attention because all of this stuff matters and she's watching you guys and making sure that you get credit for this class. So thank you for all that you do, Lisa. We're on this slide here. This slide first, we were talking about class opportunities, meaning to be in class Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, the points that you're going to get for Mega Minis, the opportunities group on Tuesdays after your Mega Mini, the video that we're asking you to watch at realtytexas.info/open house. That's that 7-minute video. And also importing your contacts to the CXM with Amy McAllister. Then we were talking about the importance of prospecting and what it means to be a salesperson. We're going to be asking you guys to make 20 phone calls per day. That's not a lot of phone calls. And in fact, when you get into our ISA class and you get into become in our ISA group, you're going to be making about 100 phone calls a day. That is a ton of outbound calls. And so 20 all of a sudden seems like a vacation. And by the way, they're making those in a 3-hour time period. So the 20 calls that you're going to make are a little bit more substantive because these are going to be to your own sphere, people who know, love, and trust you. We're going to be asking you to take every single person in your cell phone and call every single one of them by the time Mega is done. We have given you guys some really cool social media tools. One of those tools, by the way, is in your branded folder that says, I have moved. Well, hello, everyone. I am now a Realty Texas agent. You can go to that particular graphic and you can click a button and you can blast it to everyone who is in your CXM in an email. That is kind of a hello and it's a blast that goes out to everyone and it's a really good icebreaker. Gives them your contact information, sends them an email letting you know that you've moved. It's a very personal touch via email. There's a button you can click that will also send them a text message as well. We recommend you guys doing that first, and then over the course of Mega, again, we're going to be asking you to call every single person. Deandra has recorded a video, and I know that Katie as well. Katie, if you wouldn't mind finding that video and putting it into our chat, that would be very, very helpful for the group. The video of them going to their social media, picking that graphic and blasting it to their CXM group. Katie has done a fantastic job backfilling our learning center with a bunch of videos teaching you guys how to use the .me platform. We used to use Microsoft Streams. We've moved that to a new environment, and Katie's been doing an amazing job of redoing those videos and pushing them up for you guys to use. She created a video specifically about blasting out to your client database. If you could share that video with them, we're going to be giving that as a homework assignment for extra points for those people who actually do it. But remember, before you push out the email, you need to get your people into CXM so you have people to send it to. We are going to also be asking you guys to do open houses. There are an unlimited amount of open houses that we have here at Realty Texas for you guys in every single marketplace that we serve. So you can go to realtytexas.me, your.me, and click on the open house tabs, and you can pick one for this coming Saturday and Sunday. But we're going to be asking everyone in class to be doing an open house at least once a week. I recommend Saturday and Sundays to doing it twice a week. But remember, an open house doesn't have to just be on a Saturday and Sunday. Now, you guys are pretty booked in Mega on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. There's not a lot of opportunity for you to do an open house on those days. And on Tuesday and Thursdays, you're in Mega Mini. And on Tuesdays after Mega Mini, you're going to be doing cross-pollination. And when you're outside of that, you're going to be returning client phone calls. So you're going to find yourself super busy in Mega. But what people usually come out of Mega is they're so used to going to work every morning, being in class, learning, having conversations about real estate. When Mega ends, sometimes people feel a little bit lost and they feel like in a little whirlwind. Okay, they really appreciated having the accountability that comes with Mega. After this Mega, we're going to ask you guys to go back into, for those of you who haven't yet, our Ready, Set, Sell program. And the Ready, Set, Sell program will get you geared up to be an ISA and then jump into our cross-pollinizations every Tuesday and be making calls in our call center. That is the best transition out of Mega to get you focusing on income-producing tasks and filling your pipelines. A lot of you said you want to close 50 transactions this year. Being a salesperson takes work. Handling objections, dealing with rejection. There's a lot to being a salesperson, but we're going to show you how to do it and also how to mitigate the stress of being a salesperson, because there are ways and really good productive ways of handling stress. Perhaps one of them is not drinking it out. Perhaps one of them is another way to just get stress that's productive and healthy for you. So we're going to be talking a lot about yoga in Mega and some of the benefits that yoga bring. We're not there yet. We're going to also be asking you guys to go and attend the city that you live in, their city council meeting, maybe a school board meeting, maybe a planning and zoning meeting. Why do you think I would want you guys to dress up in your best and throw on your Realty Texas name badge and go to your city council meeting? What in the world would that be a good use of your time? Thoughts?
Representation.
Okay, representation is one of them. I like that. What else?
Relationships.
Aiden says relationships. Is that what you said, Aiden?
Yes.
I like that. And I know that you've actually gone to some of yours. And so has Marcy. What are some other reasons why it might be good for you to jump into your city council meeting?
I would say knowledge, just to be in the know of what's going on in your community and your cities, and the areas that you sell, what's coming up in the future, planning, zoning, rezoning, stuff like that that you can use to assist your clients when they're looking for specific things.
Okay, I heard three really, really, really good answers, and all three of them are absolutely correct. You want to go to your city council meetings. In fact, you never want to miss one. The information that you're going to get from your city council meeting is where the building is happening, what types of incentives they've given businesses to move here, things that are going on in your community that you should know about, so that when you're talking with clients and having conversations, you've just expanded your knowledge base to have even more engaging conversations about what's going on in your community. TREC has a competency requirement. In order for an agent to be deemed competent, the broker has to deem that agent competent to work in the going to your city council meetings, your planning and zoning meetings, and your school board gives you a very well-rounded knowledge base of what's going on in your community, as well as reading your community impact newspaper and just paying attention to what's going on. So the things I'm going to ask you is to go to your TREC meetings. We always announce the TREC meetings ahead of time, and we resources into that. We have some of our lenders will show up to the office here in a bus and bus everyone to the Trek meeting in Austin if it happens to be there. As you know, this year Trek is on the road, so every Trek meeting will be in another major marketplace. We've just had a Trek meeting. Thank you, Marcy, for going, and some for else that went. Unfortunately, as a leader with Texas Realtors and NAR, they continue to double book me, and I have to be at a officers meeting of the National Association of Realtors on top of every single Trek meeting. And they do that on purpose because they meet beforehand, have those simultaneous meetings, and come out and group meet after, but it just means that I'm double booked. So thank you for those of you that are going to those Trek meetings. We're going to ask you to go to your Trek meeting, to go to the meetings of your realtor organization, your annual business meeting, and any membership meetings that they host, especially when they have meetings regarding what's going on in your local market. Most of your realtor organizations on a regular basis have your superintendent of schools, the chief of police, sometimes your mayor come and talk to the membership about what's going on in the community multiple times a year. You'd be crazy not to attend those. So again, Trek meeting, your local realtor organization, of talking about what's going on in the marketplace that you serve, and then going to your city council meeting, your zoning meeting, and your school board meeting. Now, when you're going to these things, you should be dressed professionally, act professional, yourself out there. Because these are going to be your community leaders. These are people who are in positions of influence in your community, and the fact that they become the fact that they know your name and start learning your name is important. The fact that you start learning their name is important. Influence is important, but more than that, you're going to start absorbing what's going on in your marketplaces, and it's going to elevate you to a completely different class of real estate agent. Laura, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I also would like to say, also Chamber of Commerce meetings, and economic development departments, they have meetings as well. And if you're, wanting to transition into commercial, that'll be a good tool for you as well.
Thank you, Laura. 1,000,000%. There's also a consortium of business leaders that often have meetings regarding things like education. You have all kinds of meetings going on all the time at your Chamber of Commerce, like Laura said, economic ED departments. There's just so many things that you can be a part of, but you're going to learn more about where those meetings are when you're attending your city council meeting and your planning and zoning committee and going to your Trek meetings, going to your realtor organization meetings. You start getting more familiar with what's going on with your community and start seeing these different things that you should be involved in. There probably should not be a week where you attend at least one of these types of meetings. It should be part of your normal business process. The great thing about your ISD meetings, which is your school board, as well as your city council, is they're on a repetition. They have the meetings at the same time, the same place, at the same hour, week after week, if not month after month. Places like Houston and Austin have weekly city council meetings. Places like Williamson County, Round Rock, Hutto, they have monthly. Oftentimes it's the first Tuesday of the month, but it's always something different. So we're going to be sending you an email of the major metro links to the different municipalities for your city council meetings. That's going to go out to you later this afternoon. Please add these dates to your calendar and start attending them on a regular basis. There's no reason why you as a community leader, and don't think for a moment that a real estate agent, when they get their license, is not now elevating themselves to becoming a community leader. That's what you need to be, paying attention to what's going on and care about your community. The information that you get pays you dividends. So memorization is also a part of Mega. So now we've talked about the classroom education, we've talked about the one-time tasks and the prospecting tasks. Now memorization. Part of Mega is going to be your scripts, learning your open house scripts, learning how to convey the information about brokerage services, which is a regulatory requirement from Trek, and your Live Connect, your ISA scripts from our ISA department. We're going to break these down for you. They're in a module. It'll be sent to you in your homework in a PDF in the very clear, concise manner that you'll be able to memorize. Then in class, you're going to be doing them in Mega Mini in front of your classmates until the script is natural and you can do it. How many of you right now feel very, very confident in taking a buyer and walking them through the information about brokerage services and not skipping a beat? Good job, Marcy. Good job, Dimitri. That makes me very proud. Poor Dimitri came and saw me on Saturday after I had 3 hours sleep and was trying to prepare for my listing appointment. Nelly, good job too. Okay, this is very important. How many of you feel like you could use a little bit of polish on your presentation of the information about brokerage services? Okay, that is good. You're definitely in the right place. We're going to walk you through in class and then in Mega Mini the information about brokerage services. Does anybody know what the 2 requirements Trek has about the information about brokerage services? It's a regulatory requirement, and Trek has very specific language regarding the information about brokerage services. For a $25 gift card, can someone tell me the 2 requirements?
It has to be the first I'm
I
trying
know
to
where you're going with that, and that's not one of the 2. You're talking about that you have to give it to them on the first substantive dialogue. So
Yeah.
that's part of it, but not the 2 I'm looking for.
It had to be sorry.
I'm all ears.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm all ears.
You have to show what is the brokerage about and what service we provided.
Close. I would say you're 85% of the way there, but I want to slam dunk on this one.
I'm gonna say representation. Who are we representing? The party, the buyer, their names have to be in there. And then where, like the location, where are we showing them? Not, it doesn't have to be a specific property, but the geographic area basically. And so if they're looking Temple Belton or Houston, we need to really narrow it down. That's my stab at it. Those fields.
It's not about geographic location.
Okay.
Okay, we're very close. All right, so I haven't heard what I'm looking for, so I'm going to give away the gold. There's not going to be a gift card on this one, sadly. The first one is you have to verbally walk them through the information about brokerage services. You're not supposed to give it to them. You're supposed to tell them what it says. You're supposed to walk them through it verbally, number 1. And number 2, you have a regulatory, and one of you did get this one right. You have to tell them whom you represent. Someone walks in your open house. They elevate themselves from a guest to a prospect. In that moment, then if they want to purchase the home, you now have a regulatory requirement. You have to tell them who you represent, and you have to walk them through the information about brokerage services. If I represent the seller, I'm the listing agent. If I represent the buyer, I'm the buyer agent. And if I try to represent both parties in the same transaction, that's called intermediary. And if I try to assist a buyer without a representation agreement, that's called subagency. I can assist the buyer, but I don't owe the fiduciary duties to the buyer, and I owe my duties to the seller first. You have to walk them through these major categories and then tell them, and by the way, Realty Texas already represents the seller in this transaction. If we were to represent you, we would need a representation agreement signed so that we could owe you fiduciary duties and look at your best interests. Otherwise, we owe our duties to the seller. So not only do we have to walk them through it, but we have to also tell them what? Jamaro, I can read your lips. You got it right.
Who we represent. I'm sorry.
Exactly right. We have to tell them who we represent. That's a regulatory requirement. If you don't do that, do you know what the repercussions are? Anybody know what book I'm holding? The Real Estate Bible? What it's called?
Ethics.
All right. God, I'm glad our ethics, this isn't our ethics books, because if this is one of our ethics books, we would be in a lot of trouble. This is the Real Estate License Act 1101. This is our Texas state law. And we're going to go to the criminal penalty section. Oh dear. So first, Chapter 1101 is cited as the Real Estate License Act. And in the Real Estate License Act is a duty for you to present, convey, and go over the information about brokerage services. It says in here that you have to present the form, explain the agency relationships in Texas, which is what the IABS is about, and to tell the person who you represent. If you don't do that, it says here under 1101, and you can write this down and go read the words for yourself on the screen, because for some people this is just too scary to be true. General criminal penalty. A person commits an offense if the person willfully violates or fails to comply with this chapter, or fails to comply with a commission order. An offense under this section is a Class A misdemeanor. What does that mean? What is that?
It's a violation,
That
and
means you can be fined or end up in jail, right?
It's exactly right, Ever. It means you can find yourself in jail for 30 days, because now, is it likely that you're going to go to jail? No, but if you go to judge and you mouth back talk to them and end up in that kind of a scenario, they just might do that to you because you have opened yourself up to that risk. But you have been unethical and you have failed your duties, and it has a criminal penalty, and you put your license at risk because you haven't fulfilled your obligations of the license. You have certain obligations that you must perform as an agent, and one of those primarily is the presentation of the information about brokerage services, explaining agency laws in the state of Texas, and telling them who you represent. If you don't do these things, you are in violation of Chapter 1101, which has a criminal penalty element to it. Assign.
Sorry, I have a question. I'm not sure how to formulate it correctly. Today is my first day. So if you're holding an open house for, a listing agent that's not there, so you mainly looking for, a buyer representation regarding the IABS, you don't like have to, tell them who you're representing, because technically you're not representing anybody. You're just looking to get a buyer representation agreement.
Well, that could not be any more incorrect.
Okay.
So, but I'm really glad that you're asking the question, because like you, lots of people get into this profession, and guess what? They just don't know. And somebody has to tell them. When a listing agreement is signed, it's not signed in the name of an agent. The listing agent is the firm. All listings are taken in the name of the broker. That's not a Realty Texas rule. That is a real estate in Texas rule. Listing agreements are between the broker and the owner. So when a listing agreement is taken, it's in the name of the broker, and everybody at the firm owes that seller the same level of fiduciary duty. Now, it is true that when a listing is taken, that the broker, and this says it very clearly in your independent contractor agreement to make it clear. So if you haven't read your independent contractor agreement that you've signed with Realty Texas, it's very eye-opening, because it explains a lot of this. And a lot of agents just sign the information about that independent contractor agreement. And again, the independent contractor agreement is promulgated by Texas Realtors, not us. So this is a form that we inherit and that we get to use. It's very clear that says that the broker will appoint a point person for that seller to communicate with. However, if you're standing inside that home, you have an obligation to represent that seller the same way the broker would, or anybody else at Realty Texas. So you do represent someone very clearly, and the law says when you're standing inside an in-house listing that you represent the seller, and there can be no confusion about that.
Makes
So
sense.
as a representative of the seller at your open house, It's not that you can't work with the buyer, but you have a duty to try to sell the house first. And that's exactly why I filmed the video at realtytexas.info/open house, that 7-minute video. And I break this down really, really clearly. So please take a moment to go find that video and watch it on one of the breaks or after class. I'm going to give it to you guys as a homework and it will explain that even more. So thank you for asking the question. I appreciate it. Laura.
Is there, okay, can you do an open house for other brokerages?
I'm going to say that you really can't, because what happens, you don't have the legal authority to do an open house for another brokerage unless the owner has authorized the listing broker to have another broker host the open house. So you'd have to go to the listing agent and have that listing agent go to their broker and have a form that's sent to the seller authorizing you to do an open house. And then there's going to be a question of whether or not that brokerage allows sub-agency, because regardless of how you split it, either you're going to have to modify the listing agreement that broker has to not an exclusive right to sell, but an open listing that will allow multiple people, which I suspect that they're not going to modify their listing agreement because you want to do an open house. Then the next best thing happens is to determine whether or not that brokerage is going to allow sub-agency, because the entire time you are there, without a representation agreement for each person that walks in, you are a sub-agent of the seller, which means if there's any conflicts that arise, that you create liability and risk for that seller, because a lawsuit would happen at that brokerage, not this one, for any misdeeds that happen, and they're not going to want to take on that type of risk and liability for an outside agent and expose their E&O insurance. So although a lot of agents don't know any of this and they just allow any old person to come in and do an open house on their listing, if their broker knew about it, they would probably lose their mind. Good question. I like the
I have a
question.
question.
Okay.
If I don't have any open houses in San Antonio, can I do it in Austin?
I think you already have, Mohammed. But the answer is yes. You certainly, I mean, we have open houses in New Braunfels and in Kyle Butte, so you don't have to come all the way up to Austin. But I just saw a new listing that hit San Antonio. You have to go to your manager, and that manager is not me. It's actually Cindy Bell, and I know that you and her have a great relationship, and you guys work together often. If you're going to do an open house outside your metro, just make sure that your manager is aware of it. Now, remember the whole competency gig, all of you. Thank you for asking the question, Mohammed. But back to the whole class, because I don't want them to think I'm singling you out on this. The realtytexas.me has a tile at the very bottom in the middle called called competencies, where we have deemed which competencies you are allowed to do without supervision. There's a lot of confusion about this. People see the checkbox and think, oh, if I don't have this chalked off, it means I can't do it. That's not what that means. It means that you haven't been permitted to do it without supervision, meaning you don't need a mentor. But after you've done 3 transactions per trek, and then you go to your manager and get that competency approved, then you are allowed to work in that particular competency without supervision. And our competencies are broken down between property type specific as well as marketplaces. And so if you want to be approved for another metro, it's not that you can't do it. It just is a matter of following the procedures to get there, which is you're going to need a mentor and you're going to need to have MLS access in those marketplaces that you want to serve. A good question. If anybody of you has any questions about this, you should take it to your manager, Cindy Bell.
The reason
and
I'm
have her help you
asking
with
that, the reason I'm asking, there are not many company open houses here, and I
Well,
want to do it every day. So if I'm allowed to come to Austin, I can just open house and refer it to somebody. I don't have to close it.
Well, I would really want to work with you, Mohammed, on getting more listings. Right now, the market that we're entering into right now, it is very easy to get listings. You go back 9 months ago and it was much more difficult to get listing because the market is flip-flopping. Whereas we're going to see fewer buyers and more people wanting to sell, which means that your ideal client used to be seller. Now your ideal client is buyer, but before your ideal client was a seller, not a buyer, because 6 months ago, prior to August of 2023, you took a listing and it would be in multiple offers in the first hour on market. Now you take a listing and you're likely to be on market for 30 or 45 days trying to find a buyer. So your ideal client is transitioning. Right now, Mohammed, it should not be difficult to find a listing. So let's get you also with Michael Potter on that specific topic. And I appreciate the question. And yes, you of course can come into Austin and do open houses. You just have to make your manager aware.
Okay,
Camille, I see your hand up.
that was good. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Of course, Mohammed. And thank you for allowing me to broadly answer the question so that everyone could get benefit from that. And Camille, you have a question?
Yes,
And by the way, how are you, Camille?
awesome.
It's good to see you.
Yeah. So what I did yesterday after church, because I was nicely dressed, I went to 3 builders and informed them that I would love to hold open houses, and everybody was so receptive, right? They were all so receptive. So I told them that I'll get back to them today because I have to start getting it on, get with social media and all those folks in order to help me with it. But they were all receptive. I did Chestmore, Highland, and one more that's back up into my yesterday. So that was good.
All right, I'm going to recap what she just said because I know that she was hard to hear because there's a little bit of an echo. But you probably heard my bell and wondering what that was about. When you hear the bell, that means someone got a gift certificate. So Camille is getting a gift certificate from Realty, Texas, and these gift certificates are super cool because they are gas station gift certificates. All right, guys, look, Camille could not be more on point. If we know that it's becoming more difficult to sell listings, that means things are getting more difficult from the builders, and the builders are going to start bending over backwards to try to help us. Go visit your builders, bring them donuts, give them grace, bring them coffee because they burned a lot of bridges and they are trying to build them back the best they can. And it's usually not the on-sites that burnt those bridges. It was a little bit of their sales managers and assistant sales managers at the builders themselves that in some cases burned some bridges, and we know exactly who those builders were. We are going to show them grace because we need them and they need us. And that is very evident today. Going out to your on-sites and building relationships with those on-sites, I teach a class inside Mega called New Home Construction, and we're going to break this down very deeply in Mega. But the important takeaway here is Camille was dressed to impress yesterday, and she went out and she talked to 3 different on-sites and said, hey, I'm a real estate agent. I'm going to represent you with distinction coming out here. I want to help you sell these homes. What do you have as opportunities for me to list or perhaps host your inventory as an open house, whether it be during the week, whether it be during a weekend? And there are a lot of builders right now who may have said no to you in the past, and they're changing that now because they've got actual inventory that's completed, that's ready to sell, that hasn't sold yet, and they've got incentives on it, and going out there and trying to help them sell it, you are their new best friend. Our builder partners are very, 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 very good partners for us, especially in hosting open houses because they've got billboards everywhere. You think that your open house signage is good on open house day. Just imagine the amount of time and effort and energy the builders have had to market their subdivisions, and they're going to get a lot of traffic. They've got huge signs all over pointing people in with huge arrows. And if you just show up and host an open house and do a good job, they will then sometimes even pick phone up and call you and say, hey, I have a client that really needs help. They decided they don't want to buy my community. Would you like this buyer referral? And I can tell you that I've got a very good relationship with one of our builders a little bit north to us then there's probably not a week that goes by that doesn't throw me something. Yes, I bring her Dom Perignon bottles on her birthday and give her hugs and kisses, and very grateful for that relationship. You need to find those types of relationships. And I've been working with her for the better part of 20 years. And so I know her kids, I know her fiance, and I know how the style of business, and she knows the ethics that I bring to the table in Realty Texas. And we've sold more than 300 of her properties. And so she loves us. Build those relationships. Thank you, Camille. Enjoy your gift
I
certificate.
have a question.
Yes. And how do I pronounce your name? Because I don't.
Cardiato.
Okay. Cardiato. Thank
Or
you.
just say K.
I'll just say what? I want to get it right. K. All right.
K-A-Y. Yeah.
Cool.
K. So questions going back to the builder. So hosting an open house for a builder. And FYI, I'm asking this question because I'm trying to learn Texas more. I've been a licensed realtor in DC and Maryland for 7 years. And when we did open house, we have to have a disclosure. So I don't know if Texas, you're required to have a disclosure at the open house, correct?
In Texas, we have a disclosure that we give to everyone on first
Okay.
substantive dialogue called the Information About Brokerage Services, that discloses agency relationships to the consumer and what agency relationships are available in Texas. We do not have a separate open house disclosure.
Okay. And
Yeah.
then as far as signs concerned and marketing, you using the builders marketing stuff?
You are going to be in the property. You're probably not going to be putting up your open house signs in the yard. People are going to be coming in because they probably already have a for sale sign in the yard. And so, yes, you're just going to be facilitating communication as people walk in. Lisa is going to break this down more in our Mega Mini and have more of a conversation about that. And again, remember, we have an entire class as well about new home construction, and we also have our grand open house class. So I want to make sure that we segment these because we're going to have very, very long substantive conversations about a lot of this in its respective place in Mega. So I don't want to dive too deeply in there, but I've answered the general questions. So again, the slide that I'm on right now is trying an overview on where we are and what we're going to experience in Mega. So I know that there's going to be a lot of specific questions, but this slide is what we're going to go over in Mega. So as part of our memorization, open house scripts, information about brokerage scripts, and our live connect scripts. I'm going to be asking you guys to memorize all 23 contract paragraphs, all 17 articles of your code of ethics, and to learn your unique value proposition. And I know we're almost on break, so we're going to go on break at 12:10 because we're running 10 minutes behind. The unique value proposition, that is everything in real estate. You need to know your value. If a real estate agent doesn't know their value, if a salesperson doesn't know their value, what do we say about them? They likely don't have any. And that's a terrible proposition because you all have an incredible amount of value. It's not that you don't have any, it's that you don't know what it is. If I asked you right now, why should I hire you? If a consumer asked you in an open house, hey, okay, well, I know there's like what, 10,000, 15,000 agents in the Austin marketplace, or if you're in Houston, 45,000 agents. So there's 45,000 agents. I could throw a rock in a group and probably hit 6 agents accidentally. With that amount of agents in a marketplace, why should I hire you? If your default answer is I'll give you some of my commission, then there's 3 things that have happened. 1, you don't know your value. Number 2, you've probably just been shopped. And if you're shopped, you probably are not going to get hired, because if someone asks you that question, they're probably from a very specific school of thought. I need a good agent, I need a good CPA, and I need a good lawyer. Those are the 3 professionals you need in your life. And part of being a good agent is being a good negotiator. And if you can't negotiate your own commission and you start with reducing your commission, then you've shown in that conversation that you don't know how to negotiate. And if you can't even negotiate for yourself and you throw yourself and your family under the bus, the seller immediately, or the buyer immediately, knows that you're going to throw them under the bus even faster. So you've probably just unhired yourself. So you need to know how to properly answer that question. And I can't give you that answer because everyone's unique value proposition is very, very specific, very personal, and it goes to the very roots and the fiber of who you are as a human being. And we're going to be digging deep. And the core of what Mega is about, at the very core, is learning your value proposition. We're going to first take you through writing a vision statement. Then you're going to write a mission statement. You're going to take from those your value proposition, and then take your value proposition and turn that into a business plan. And then you're going to operate from a business plan. All of this is business 101. Unfortunately, most real estate agents jump into this business coming out of real estate school, never having an actual business plan. They don't see the value of a business plan, but we're going to teach you what the value of the business plan is. It's understanding your vision, your mission, your value proposition, and the business plan holds you accountable for these things. Why you're in business. What problem are you attempting to solve as a professional? What are your business mantras? All of these things are desperately important. For you to understand your value proposition is critically important because that is going to come off your tongue now once you've learned it and you've internalized it, and you're never going to be afraid to get that question again. And if you're afraid that someone's going to ask you why they should hire you, and every single time it's full of and um and like, and it comes across just a big hot mess, if you don't know what it is that you're selling, which is, by the way, your service, and you can't sell that with expertise and passion and articulation, there's something desperately wrong. So if you're a salesperson and the service that you offer is representation, then you should know how to sell that service and sell it well. I've already given you guys lots of things to pull from already. I'm going to give away the goods and give you guys my value proposition, which is not something you should take from because it's not you. You have to find it. A lot of your mega mini is going to be looking at introspectively, and it starts with your vision board. Lisa is going to ask you guys to go buy the cork boards or whatever it is that goes behind a vision board. And you guys are going to go find magazines and print out articles online and print out pictures, and you're going to create a vision board that you can look at every single day that is a representation that immediately brings you back to your why. Why do you wake up every single morning and do this? Maybe it's kids, maybe it's vacation, maybe it's a lot of different things, very personal to you. But first, you have to start with your why and then build upon that. And we're going to do that in Mega. You're going to walk away from Mega not only being able to stand about 2 inches taller and have more pride about your profession and who it is, what it is to be a salesperson, but what it is that you do and how you go about it. That's going to be a game changer for you, and you're never going to be afraid of that question again. And by the way, you're going to get up after you have internalized it and you know what your value proposition is. You're going to get up in front of the class and you're going to sell your value proposition. You're going to tell us your value proposition. Lisa's going to look at you and she's going to say, why should we hire you? Or why would I hire you? And you're going to answer that question. And people like Mohammed in class today, he's done it twice. This is the third time that he's been in Mega. Each time he's gone all the way through the Mega and done the value proposition and got in front of the class and fearlessly and unapologetically told everyone why we should hire him as an agent. So that tells me that he's primed and ready to do open houses, because when people walk in, he knows what it is to be a salesperson. He knows what services he's offering, and he can articulate that to his client with expertise. And that's what I wish for each of you, that you're not faking it anymore, that you're not faking it till you make it, and you're not pretending and just PFA plucking from the air, just whatever thought comes to your head in that very moment when someone says why I should hire you, that you have put hours and hours of personal thought into this so that you can just roll this off your tongue and you're proud of who you are and what you do and what it is to be a salesperson and to represent buyers, sellers, landlords, and tenants in this amazing profession of real estate. So your UVP class project is something we put a lot of emphasis behind, and it is the #1 point system that you will get coming out of Mega. Additional education before we go on break, that additional points that you will get, and 2 things that we really ask you to complete is the Fairhaven certificate and the C2EX. Both of these are self-service. They are both free of charge from the National Association of Realtors. And by the way, ABR is also free right now with all of the changes that we have. And I just got finished teaching ABR, but I believe I'm teaching it again soon. The Fairhaven, in 2020, I was the chairperson for Texas Realtors Professional Standards. That was the year that we transitioned our code of ethics from a regulatory standpoint that said that the code of ethics applies to your business in the scope of you being a practitioner and practicing, to being the code of ethics applies to you in all of your activities. That was a big change. That means the code of ethics applies to you at 2 a.m. after you've had 3 glasses of wine and you're on Facebook and you're commenting on something, that the code of ethics is applicable to you in that moment. And they did that because all of us, all 1.5 million of us, real estate agents that have raised the bar, joined the realtor organization as a member, rose our right hand and said that I subscribe and I will promote and follow the code of ethics of the National Association of Realtors, that we now do that in all of our activities, not just the activities between 8 and 5 where you're wearing your real estate hat, but when you're wearing your individual hat, the code of ethics applies to you. That means you are a member of an elite class of leaders in your marketplace, and people look to you as a leader, and they're going to be looking to you for your tone, for your demeanor, how you treat people, and the things that you say. You represent the realtor organization 24/7, 365 based on your actions. NAR believes that. Texas Realtors believes that. Your local realtor organization in MLS believe that, and I believe that. And so the rules of NAR changed in 2020, and that's the law of the land, whether people like it or don't like it. Personally, I like it very, very much. Some people don't. The option is not being in this business at all. If your demeanor by default is hateful and divisive, sounds like this might not be the right profession for you, because as a business leader, you represent other people, not just yourself. And when you have opinions, those opinions now become the representation of your local realtor organization and your firm and your buyer and your seller, because the very idea of representation means you represent other people with the thoughts and feelings that you bring to the table. And sometimes those are productive and sometimes those are not. So the Fairhaven.Realtor explains in depth what your requirements are as pursuant to Article 10 of the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics. And can someone tell me what Article 10 is?
No discrimination.
It is your no discrimination. It is your fair housing article. Yes, thank you. No discrimination article. If you are found guilty, or sometimes even just simply accused of violating Article 10, it can be a career busting event. We had a very, very, very horrible thing happen in February of 2020 in New Jersey. It's called LIE, Long Island Divided. There was a News Corp organization that went undercover with little lapel cameras and microphones, and they secret shopped up to a dozen different brokerages, and they had different parties doing what's called pair testing. You had different parties with the same economic background, but different people in some were white, some were black, some were women, some were men. So they came in as all different protected classes under the code of ethics. And guess what? Disparate treatment was provided in all but 2 of the cases. They failed miserably. Agents said things like, well, if you want your car to get broken into, you should live on this side of the town. If you want your kids to be sold crack, live on this side of town. These were things that actually came out of their mouth, and the whole thing is recorded in a 1.5 hour segment that was put live on the news for all the community to see, for all of the buyers and sellers to see, of how realtors are behaving and how they're communicating with clients. It was disgusting. It was embarrassing. It was so embarrassing for our profession that Charlie Opple, who was the 2020 chairman of the National Association of Realtors, had to do a public address and apologize for our entire profession and admit that we got it wrong. And that's how they created Fairhaven. And Fairhaven was a response from that. The Fairhaven is a online simulation. It's going to take you into a situation. It's going to preface that says you're working with this buyer and this is what was said. How do you handle it? And it'll give you 3 options. Pick it. It'll tell you why that was the right answer or why it was the wrong one. And it's not designed to trick you up, but it's allowed to live real time walk you through scenarios. And even myself got some of these wrong, and even some of my staff got these wrong. So it is very eye-opening how we should be approaching this. And sometimes we're not approaching it correctly. Remember, any type of disparate treatment, treating one person differently than another as a real estate salesperson is unlawful. So I ask you in Mega to take and complete your Fairhaven. I actually ask you as an agent when you're onboarding to complete that before you even come to Realty Texas in the first place. And that is on your onboarding checklist. So most of you should have already taken Fairhaven, but if you haven't, you're going to get 1,000 points. Well, regardless, if you've taken Fairhaven at all, you will get 1,000 points in Mega. And the C2EX. We're asking for a 100% success rate in Realty Texas for everyone getting their C2EX, because we will get an award from the National Association of Realtors for having a 100% C2EX endorsed brokerage. I was one of the first 100 people in the world to get their C2X designation when it came out. And what's interesting about the broker dashboard that I have from NAR is I see every single one of you in my NAR dashboard, and I can see where you are in your C2EX journey and where you are, how far you've completed and what you have left to complete. And by the way, you have to then recertify every 2 years. And I just came through my recertification about a month ago. So if you took it early on, you may have to take it again. You go to c2ex.realtor, log in using your NRDS number from the National Association of Realtors, log in and see where you are with your C2EX journey. When you complete that, you will also get 1,000 points in Mega. So these are the main 5 things that Mega Journey is going to take you through: your classroom education, your one-time tasks like watching the open house video and importing your contacts, the prospecting, which is calling 20 people a day, doing an open house every day during the weekend. Hopefully you'll do it both Saturday and Sunday the entire month, and attending your city council meeting, your zoning meeting, and your school board. We're going to be sending these things out as reminders to you via email, but also memorizing your open house scripts, your 23 contract paragraphs, your 17 articles, your code of ethics, and learning your unique value proposition, which comes from your vision statement, your mission statement, and your value statement. Those 3 things we're going to walk you through deep dive in a class module that's coming. And again, I'm not telling you all of this to expect you to remember it. Every single module through Mega will hit on one of these until we have it completed. So some of this is homework, and if you have a homework assignment, you'll get it in an email. So don't be feeling like you're lost. This is just an overview of what's going to come in Mega, and today is very much about shattering the glass ceiling, but also preparing you for Mega and getting these 2 certificates of C2EX and Fairhaven. Okay, we're going to be going to lunch from 1 to 2. It's 12:16. We're going to take we usually don't do a break right now. Who needs a break? Nobody needs a break. Excellent. Okay, tomorrow's your Mega Mini, starting at noon. Lisa is going to be sending out an email about that, but it's the same link starting at noon. Each one of your Mega modules is 7 hours today, 7 hours. Mega doesn't always have a definite end time. Class ends at 5. Sometimes it goes over. Remember, you have an exam to take in the afternoon, and you have until midnight to take the exam. You don't have to pass the exam. I know I sent this out twice in an email, and I know you guys already read it. And I actually also filmed an email, filmed a video and sent it via email showing you how to go to the Learning Center, where to find the exam, and more information about the exams. The exams are not designed to trick you up. The exams are designed for one purpose, to make sure that we all have a baseline walking away from this class. As people have to use the restroom or they step away from their computer, sometimes they can miss something. So I've put in the 30-question exam for each mega module the things that I really want you to understand. So if you've got something wrong, it's a sign that you missed something that was super critical to that mega. So at 5 o'clock or whatever time we end mega, and usually I'm pretty good about ending at 5, then that opens up the time for you to start taking your exam. Anytime after class, you can take the exam, but you have to take the exam before midnight that day. Mega has changed. You had more flexibility and more time. You don't anymore. You have to take the exam before midnight. When you go and actually take the exam and you push the start button, you have 30 minutes to finish it, but you have all the way till 11:30 to start it. The reason we're doing that is because the next day in the morning, I'm going to be sending out a video walkthrough of all the questions and all the answers. And if you haven't taken the exam, then you got the answers before you even took the exam. So we want you to take a crack at the exam after class and before midnight. You don't have to pass the exam. This is not about getting at least 80% or you don't get credit for the class. It's not about that. But I want you to read the questions and read the answers and put thought into what the right answer is and pass the test. If you don't, again, it means you missed something. So when the next day rolls around and you get the email from me, it's going to contain a link of a walkthrough of the exam, which is going to catch you up from class of the things that you missed that I needed you to learn, because I'm going to walk you through each question and answer, which will help fill in the voids of any information that you might have missed. That is the purpose of the exam, so please take that portion of it seriously. And the mega minis, from the 12 to 1:30, I know we've talked a lot about this already. Your unique value proposition, a lot of work is going to be in there with your fellow students about learning and hearing from them their value proposition. And you'll even be put in breakout sessions and hear other people's ideas of what they're going to be reaching to. So now you have a collective group of almost 40 people that you can see and watch going through the exact same thing that you're going through and use their information. And collectively as a group, we will get better. And you'll hear things that maybe you hadn't considered before, hear words that you hadn't considered using as your value proposition, and all that's very productive in helping you articulate and craft the perfect mission statement, vision statement, and value proposition. And most of your learning and time spent in Mega Mini will be learning your contract paragraphs and going through the repetition of memorizing these things. There was a time in Mega 13 and before where Mega Mini, a large portion of it was going over the exam. That will not be the case anymore. I am recording the videos for you to go through the exam, freeing up your time in Mega Mini for what it was really designed for, which are the bullet points on this particular slide. This is a test question, and oftentimes when you see things in red, it denotes a test question. You're going to hear 20/20/200, and I want you guys to remember what this is for all of eternity, because this is not something that I invented. This is something that if you've read the Gary Keller Shift book, if you have the Millionaire Agent book, slide it to the trash can because it was no longer relevant as of 2010. But the Shift book is more relevant today than it was originally intended for, which was the Shift in the 2008. It is more true today. In fact, I just did another read. That's why I left the office last night at 1 o'clock in the morning, is because I did a reread of the Shift book myself right before Mega, like I do in every single Mega. And it gets me so pumped up and so fired up, makes me want to go out there and sell a bunch of houses. I get so fired up from reading the Shift book, and I think that you guys should too. This is what this Shift book looks like. I will be taking you guys through the Shift book. Mine is very tattered and old and has lots of dog ears and lots of paper clips in it and things highlighted, where I'm going to be taking you through some of the stuff because it is such an incredible book. Laura, I see your hand up.
Can you make your screen unfuzzy?
I If my screen is fuzzy, then it has to do with your video connection, not my screen.
Okay, there it goes. Okay.
So what's happening, Laura, is your internet connection is going down. And so instead of disconnecting you, it just reduces the resolution to keep you connected. All right. So the 20/2200 is when you get a call, a lead, you should be trying to call that person back in 20 seconds. When people find you online and they register, you're going to receive a text message. And when it's oftentimes when you have a listing, we're going to show you some really new and inventive ways to be able to advertise your listings. I think some of the changes that we're putting in place in NAR is actually kind of cool. They're taking the commissions out of the MLS. So it's forcing agents to have different communication style with other agents and brokers about their commission. But it also means that your website becomes very, very valuable. Your individual websites that we provide you here at Realty Texas have all the listings for the entire state of Texas on your individual website. So you Google your website or you go to your website and you click your buy page. Every listing in the entire state of Texas and the MLS across the board is on your website. So when you are putting a listing live in the MLS, you'll see our system. The moment our system ingests new listings within 5 minutes, oftentimes as quick as 10 seconds after it's been put into the MLS, every 5 minutes we download everything new over and over again. So depicting on where it is in that 5-minute segment, if it's you just click save and it's on the 4 minutes and 50 seconds, if that next 10 seconds is ingesting new, which means you could have new listings as fast as 13, 15 seconds, something like that. So when you click save, it's going to broadcast and send out an email to the entire company letting you know and everyone else that you have a new listing, and it blasts it out. That tells you that that listing is now sitting inside our Cesium, your Cesium. You go to Cesium and take the URL for that particular property that corresponds to your private Realty Texas website, and you put that in, go back to the MLS and click edit, and you put it into the website. It will resyndicate, and now that's part of your listing. So on Zillow, Realtor.com, and every other brokerage website in the world, when they click the website on your listing, it will take them to your listing, which now has a register button for the consumer and a button that says, would you like to see this property? Click here to schedule a showing. People are clicking that in groves, and we're getting leads from that like groves. So when you have your link in the MLS and someone registers, that prospect gets registered to you as a private lead. It goes into your CXM, your CRM that we've given you as a private lead. You'll get a text message and they'll get an email. Immediately when they register, they get a text message from you and an email from you as an introductory, but you also get a text message. And all these text messages right now, the company is paying for, we're also not charging you for. The text message on your phone is like, boop, Tom just registered on your website. You click the phone number in the text message and it will automatically call Tom. We're saying that there's a statistic that we're going to be sharing with you that calling prospects within the first 60 seconds, you have a 341% more chance of getting a hold of them and converting them into a client. So it's to your benefit that you call them. What happens is people don't have a whole lot of patience. They'll register, someone doesn't call them back within a couple of minutes, they call someone else, and now they're working with someone else. So call them back as fast as possible. The 20 of the 2200 is calling them within 20 seconds. Make 20 calls or more a day, no less than 20 calls to people that is part of your sphere, part of your database, part of your normal prospecting. Remember, we said all the people in your database you need to be continually following up with, because all of them are going to transact with you once every 5 years, but each one of the 5 years, they have the propensity of sending you a referral. So it's to your benefit that you're calling these people on a regular scheduled basis. So have in your business practice every single day at least 20 calls that you make, 10 in the morning, 10 in the afternoon, to have a very consistent style of touching your clients. Now, that's separate from getting into CXM and making outbound calls. These 20 calls a day are to your sphere. You should be prospecting in other ways, but we're going to show you that if you just focus on this 200, that you can actually make $1 million a year in production By focusing and doing this one thing, if you wake up every single day with the salesperson mindset and actually go to work, how many hours of work should you be working as a real estate agent? You should be working 40 hours a week. You should be coming to work every single day and prospecting. If you're coming to work every day and you don't know what you're supposed to be doing, or you start your day a little confused, I don't know what to do, I need to find clients, but I don't know where to start, you're in the right place, because that will never ever happen again, because there is so many things that you need to be doing to prospect yourself, but agents just often don't know what to do. So they go to work, they talk to their fellow agents, and they do nothing. And that leads them to a result that is nothing. And they become the 95% that share in 5% of the business, because the little bit of business they're doing were the low hanging fruit that would have been the easy transactions, where people actually sought you out and asked you to help them, which is usually a very small number. You'll close 1 to 5 transactions a year like that. And so right now, if that's all you're closing, it's because you're not prospecting and getting your own business. You're getting the low hanging fruit, which is often not enough to keep someone in the business. It's not enough to cover the expenses and then paying your income tax at the end of the year. And then on top of that, being able to thrive and be able to provide the type of income that would be at the level of or more of actually having a regular job. In building your database to 200 people, if you build your database, or when your database hits the 200 point, you never need another lead again, because all of the leads are going to come from your database. You don't have to pay for leads. You don't need to go out and get leads from a third-party source. You just need to farm your own database. And your own database should people who know, love, and trust you, and having conversations with all of them about using you as a real estate agent, about transacting with you as a real estate agent. And some of this stuff in Mega should fire you up and get you so excited you feel like, wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't take Mega right now. Maybe I should grab my phone and call everyone, because that's going to bring me business, and I'll take Mega in January. And that's exactly what you should be thinking, because you have so much opportunity right now in business to go out there and blow it up. But you have to be conversating with your people on a regular basis. Ever, I see your hand up.
I would imagine that you're gonna go over this sometime during this month. But now that you're in this subject, though, I wanted to just ask you something for my own benefit, and I think everybody can benefit from it. When you're talking about working your database and keeping up with your spheres or sphere of influence, how do you organize who you're reaching out to, who you're sending that I don't know, that gift card, who you're sending your Christmas cards? Are you gonna send them? I would imagine with you, you're gonna have way over 200 in your database. How do you manage that? And,
Yeah,
and
so
how do you set them? How do you set them up to where, I guess, in priority, in order of priority?
I treat everybody in my database the same. So my staff, which when I say my staff, they're Jack Stapleton has staff and Realty Texas has staff. The staff, when I'm talking about Miguel and my mom, they are on the little Jack Stapleton team that helps me with my past clients. There's not been a month since 2013, 2011. My mom started working as my full-time assistant when she transitioned from full-time real estate sales to being an assistant, as she wanted to start slowing down in her sales. So she has not missed a monthly newsletter for me. I've been purchasing a newsletter called Service for Life. I now give that newsletter to you guys as well. She sends that out on a monthly basis to my entire database, and she prints them out, prints the envelopes, stuff the envelopes, and we usually put a free gift inside. And I send that out every single month. In fact, on Saturday, I was listing a home for a client that I initially sold back in like 2008. It was a home I sold in Buttercup Creek in Cedar Park way back in the day when it was just brand new. They were one of the first properties to sell. They moved out of town. They came back into town. They purchased a home in Salado from the builder, and then now they're selling that home. And they called me and said, you know, you've been sending me this newsletter every single month, and we get a message in the mail saying that a forwarding address. And so my staff has been updating that every year, and they have not missed a newsletter. And they're like, we get it, we read it every single month. Recently, I sold a home to a client here, and actually, I gave it to Victoria, who's down the coast, because they bought a home down on the coast. And guess what? The exact same thing. He said, you know, every single month we get your newsletter, we open it, and we do the trivia test, and we do the crossword puzzle as a family. I mean, it's so amazing to hear these stories. So, first and foremost, every single person in my database gets a newsletter from me every single month without fail. That repetition is very important. Secondly, the reason we built CXM for you is because we have all the smart plans and action plans, because part of it is not just sending them text messages and emails, birthday cards, and a monthly newsletter, but it's also calling them. We have action plans that we have installed in each one of our pipelines. And yes, Ever, absolutely. That's part of the Mega Module 3, which is the referral-based business module, relentless conversion and referral-based business, which is going to be Friday and Monday's class. We take you through CXM and we show you each one of the pipelines, and you have the ability to apply the Realty Texas smart plans that we have, that we run on the Realty Texas clients. You have the ability to apply, if you want, those smart plans to your own leads, and it will immediately send them an introductory email, and then it will load into the system your repetitious call. And so then when you go into your CXM, it'll tell you who to call. You make the call, after the call, it'll automatically send them a follow-up email that we have also put into the system. You have the ability to change these emails and update them to make them your own, but you will just follow the CXM and you'll make the call. And then the next day you'll see a couple other people that's asking you to call, and you just follow the system that we have built for you, because it works, so that you don't ever have to worry about who you're going to call and who you're going to message. But separately, Deandra in our social media department is working on a company newsletter, and we've already implemented that and added it to your system, where you can go in, and when our monthly newsletter is implemented and loaded into our system, that you can click a button and blast that out to all of your own clients. We have a video that we sent out about that about a month ago. We were very excited to announce that feature. So now you have a monthly newsletter that you can blast email out to all of your clients. Separately from that, in Cesium, you have the ability, every time Realty Texas takes a listing, if you think it's great, or a listing that you have that you've taken and that you just want to blast it out, you can click a button and blast that listing to your entire spheres. So we have embedded inside of CXM. And by the way, these newsletters that we're sending out, we're paying for the text messages and the emails and the account. It costs you nothing to blast the newsletter out to your entire sphere, or blast the listing out to your entire sphere. We're going to be taking you through a slow roll of each one of these features and showing you how to use them. But thank you, Katie and Miguel, for filming those videos and pushing them out to the entire company, because those videos already exist. And the person who is the case study for all of this is one of our agents. Who is it? I'll think of his name in a second. He is doing it on a regular basis, and I'm very proud of him for doing it, but his name escapes me at the moment. Marcy, I see your hand up.
I was just gonna add about the CX.
Julio, sorry. Julio Evangelista, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna add about the CXM. I know if you're a seasoned agent, because like myself, I was apprehensive about using a CRM that was provided to me by the company, but I also didn't want to spend a lot of out-of-pocket money for my own CRM. This system works, and it works for you as an individual personal agent. I absolutely love it, love it, love it. And I'm not just saying that because I told Lisa I was never comfortable using a CRM from my previous brokerage. I was never comfortable. This one, just use it because it is the best you'll ever see.
Thank you, Marcy. To that end, when you do a transaction with any brokerage, the broker has all of the files anyway. The broker has the email address from the buyer rep agreement. The broker has the email address from the listing agreement, and it's the broker's client. When you look at the independent contractor agreement and you look at how all of the agreements are, when you sign the independent contractor agreement, your prospects are yours, but when that prospect turns into a client, they are that of the broker and you share them. So there is a lot of apprehension out there in the world for the agent thinking that the broker is going to steal their clients. We don't call our agents clients. We have over 70,000 of our own clients, and we have 6,000 overdue tasks, and we're begging agents to come in and do as many shifts as they can because we're ingesting more leads from our marketing and advertising than we have agents to actually call those leads. So don't think for a moment that we have time or energy to be able to reach into our agents CRM and call those people, because we don't. They're segmented and they're completely separate. But we do allow you guys to market our listings to your sphere as well as our newsletter, but you have to click a button to blast it out. We don't even send our company newsletter to your people. You have to go and manually do that because we don't want to ever cross that threshold. But more importantly, I will tell you this. There's a lot of agents out there would much rather trust me with their database than Zillow, because Zillow is calling your people. And for those people who used to have all of their leads in Boomtown, guess what Zillow did? They bought Boomtown. And guess what? Over the last 6 months, Boomtown was down for 14 days straight as it got hacked. And now everybody has Boomtown's data. And so if you ever had your data in Boomtown, it is now public everywhere. And so the relationships that you have with your clients is not the relationship you have with your clients are supposed to be impenetrable. And that's why our profession has lasted for the last 100 years, because you're their trusted advisor. They know, love, and trust you. And most likely, as you progress in your career, they're going to call you and use you again and again and again, wherever you are, because the relationship front end is with you. I have clients that that have known me my entire life that will use me no matter what my business card says. The relationship is with me. But when you do a transaction with that client at that point in time, that is the client, the broker's client, and that's how the laws work here in Texas. But you can trust us because we already have the data anyway. When you do a transaction, the broker already has the data and it's the broker's client. I would much rather us have all of your data in a protected multi-factor authentication system like Microsoft Azure, which is what our CRM sits on top, which is protecting your data instead of giving it to Zillow, who is its own broker. Remember, Zillow is a brokerage and they have producing agents. They are the owner of ShowingTime, and they're the owner of Boomtown, and they're about to be the owner of Wailopo, which means that every time you're paying for your $600 a month Boomtown subscription, you're giving it to a competing broker who already has agents, and you're giving your data to them. So unless you're going to build your own system from scratch and not have anybody in it, this is the most trusted place. And by the way, we have your back. So thank you, Marcy. I appreciate that. And I think that sometimes people need to hear that more and more. This is the schedule for the action plans for the 2020-200. Remember, call the leads within 20 seconds. Call 20 people a day. Build your database to no less than 200. That's the recipe for success in real estate. But when you are calling your leads, this is our pipeline, and we're going to dig very, very deeply into this in another class, but this is just very off the cuff, surface level stuff. This is our breakdown of our own action plans. Ever ask the question, how do I organize when I call people and when I message them and all of that? Yes, we're going to break that down in Mega, but the first step is to blast out the monthly newsletter via email using our system and apply the action plans to your personal pipelines in CXM. It's a click of a button. Amy McAllister teaches that in her CXM class. She also has a video that she's produced that we can send you that walks you through applying the smart plans. You do it once and they're applied. You can pause them for any individual client as well. Maybe there's one client that you don't want to get you don't want them to get the email. So you can apply the smart plans, go into that particular client and turn off action plan for that particular client. But we also have a pipeline called DNC, do not contact, for those types of clients that you never want to contact again. But maybe there's one contact that you don't want them to be on your automatic reminders. You can certainly turn that off for them as well. These are our pipelines. When you have the new pipeline and someone registers on your website, they fall into the new and they immediately get an email registration. Then you call them, and then after you call them, the system sends them a text message. Then on day 2, if you weren't able to get a hold of that person, it automatically moves them to the pipeline attempt to reach. And attempt to reach is a 5-day pipeline. It's a call on day 2, and then there's a second call in the afternoon on day 2. Call 3, there's a call in the morning, but not the afternoon, on day 4 and day 5. And so that is the attempt to reach pipeline. Then if you have not been able to get a hold of that prospect who registered on your website by day 5, it automatically goes from attempt to reach to last chance, and it stays in the last chance for 3 more calls before the smart plans end on that particular person. You can put them back in the new and go through it again, but statistics show you have a 90% chance of getting a hold of a prospect. And we're going to show you a study that was done, speaking of Boomtown, back before they were owned by Zillow. Boomtown, how they got their name was they paid $3 million to do a 5-year study about lead and conversion rates and how agents were able to get a hold of the lead, how many calls it took. And they found by making 6 calls lands a 90% chance of getting a hold of a prospect by the 6th call. That's why we call 9 times. So there's a set up action plans to call them 9 times. So as people are registering on your website, all you have to do, apply the smart plans, and then every single day open your CXM and go ahead and finish the call tasks as they come in. And by the way, again, as soon as they register, you get a text message and you call them. And if you get a hold of them, then you're going to change them from the new pipeline to nurturing. And then you're going to try to set an appointment and get them in a rep agreement pipeline. Then you get them under contract and move them into the under contract pipeline. Then they close and you put them in the closed pipeline, and then a different set of action plans start up to communicate with that person over and over and over again every 90 days for in perpetuity to get referrals from that person. So again, we're going to do a slow roll through every single pipeline, explain how they work. The smart plans are applied to each one so you understand how the CRM that we built for you operates. And again, I think one of the good advantages here, as kind of Marcy alluded to, is before I was in real estate, I was a software engineer for many, many decades. I built software for United States Post Office, for Deloitte and Touche, for the world's largest cryogenics firm, for High Torque Magazine, for different doctors' offices and chiropractors. And so what I would do is go and learn businesses from top to bottom, and then I would either upgrade the system they have or build them a solution because they don't have an off the cuff or off the shelf software package for their industry. And I would build them a custom solution. I owned a company called OnClick, and I was a Microsoft Gold certified partner. I retired from that business back in 2003, got my real estate license, ended up in real estate, and ended up right back in the software development world because there was not an off the shelf package that works for real estate. There just isn't one. So I built our own, which is how we ended up with this software. And we are about 3 years into development, and we have about another full year before we have our critical timelines and even the client portal. You have a client MLS portal, but we're building a portal for your clients to be able to log into when they're working on a transaction, where they can see the title company, they can see their lender, they can see all the contracts they've signed, and they can see the timelines of the contract in place, and they can see all the prior transactions they've worked with you too. And so we're in the middle of building that portal, as well as building an app for your phone dialer, as well as building a critical timelines engine built into your rooms. There's a lot of things coming, but we can only build it so fast. We are kind of in what's called this is going to date me, a RAD environment right now, rapid application development timeline, because the infrastructure is done. Now we can just build the fun tools, which is why a lot of you have been seeing us pushing out more development tools as time goes on, in the last 6 months, we've been able to push out more tools than ever before because the infrastructure is done. So over the next 12 months, the system will be fully complete with the timelines, the client portal, and all of that. So more to come. But again, over the class 3 and 4, we're going to be doing a very big deep dive into CXM, the action plans, the smart plans, so that you can see how the system that you have works. It's not required that you use our CRM. If you want to use another CRM, there's nothing stopping you, but you're still going to have the company website. You're still going to have people registering. You don't have to apply our smart plans. Many of you haven't, either because you don't know how, or you just never got around to doing it because maybe you're not using another CRM because you're not using any CRM. And so I always tell people you need to be communicating with people. And if you can't do it in a technology way, then print out your people on a 3x5 card, put it in a plastic box and call them and just sort them that way. But you need to be calling your people in one way or another.
I have a question
Yes.
regarding the CRM.
Is
Is
this
there
Kay?
any way? Yes, it's Kay.
Hi, Kay.
Is it connected to like a ring dialer, or
Yes.
can I enter? It is?
It's actually connected to the office line that Realty Texas gave you. So that office line, the reason you have that phone number is because it is connected into your office line and you have a dialer built into it. Now, some CRMs have what's called a circle dialer where it will make 5 or 10 calls at
Right.
once, but that's not what you want to do for your clients. That's what you want to do if you're going to be buying bulk leads and calling people in the phone book and then having one of them accidentally answer the phone for you and then call you back. When you're calling the people who know, love, and trust you, that's a deliberate call. The problem with the dialers that you're speaking about, which is the circle dialer, is that it's going to call 10 people at once. And when they answer, they're going to hear that click. And we all know what that click is. That is where you know someone who doesn't know you, love you, or trust you is robocalling you. And 95% is the statistic right now. People hang up on that call, put them on the do not call list, and mark them as spam, which does two things. One, it blacklists your phone number and you get people hanging up. So you do not want to do that to your database because your spheres, they may not know that number is you. And so if we call you from a robo dialer perspective and they hear that click, they're going to put you on their do not call list, not knowing it's you. So we do have that feature for calling leads, but I have always been from the camp that says, why are you robocalling people? Why are you calling people from the phone book? You should be calling people who know, love, and trust you first. And then if you run out of people, come and call our database. And then you run out of people, do open houses. But just robocalling people out of the blue, that's never been a really effective way of selling business. You have less than 1% contact rate on those. But yes, we do have all of the tools for you to have the in-house dialer and the reminders and the tasks and the call dialer, which should be an app on your phone that you guys already have. When you look at my phone in the top left corner, you see the Realty Texas logo. I click it and my Realty Texas business card opens up. I click the office line and then I log in and my dialer is open and I've got my office line dialer. We're building out a native iPhone app that's in development right now. It's in beta 1. That's not going to be done in probably until the end of August, where you have a native iPhone. Right now, you have what's called a progressive web app, which just means that our dialer is web friendly and it will show on your phone beautifully. Okay, good question. I hope I answered it for you. Mega Awards. Now, this is what you get for street cred for taking Mega. First, you have the ability to get Trek credit for this class. If you, by 5 o'clock today, fill out that form and give it to Miguel and our accounting at realtytexas.com. Separately from that, if you get at least 15,000 points, you will graduate Mega and you will become a Mega graduate, and you can use that in your marketing and advertising. If you get more than 25,000 points, you will become 20,000 points, you will become and earn the Master Certified Salesperson, which is the MCS designation. Technically, it's a certification That certification will show up on your realtytexas.me website as a designation certification that you will have earned. And then on top of that, the person who, anyone who gets more than 20,000 points will become a qualifying Mega Valedictorian, and whoever gets the very most amount of points in Mega will be named the Mega 14 Valedictorian. That Valedictorian gets a lot of street cred and some other stuff. We're going to talk about that later, but it is the person who earned the most points. And remember, the point person that's calculating and tabulating all the points is actually Lisa. And if you have questions about points, you direct to her. But in the email that I sent this morning, I walked you guys through your Microsoft Teams group for this mega group, and Lisa will be talking more about that tomorrow, Mega Mini, but you will record all of your points. For instance, after today's mega class, you will go to the Microsoft Teams group and you will click on the point tracker and you will add the points for today's class. And then after you take Mega Mini, you'll go to the same tracker and you'll add the points for that. If you do yoga or go to your city council meeting or get your certificate for C2EX or Fairhaven or any of the other point categories, you go to your point tracker in the Teams and track your own points. You just go to Teams, there's a little add button and record your points. And if it's something like a Fairhaven certificate, there is an upload button where you can upload your certificate. And then it will also post that to the wall for your team's Mega 14 group, and everyone will be able to celebrate that achievement with you. And so please make sure that you're recording all of your points because those points matter. And again, here is the point system. You have 12 classes of Mega at 250 points apiece for a total of 3,000 points. Your Mega Minis, there's fewer of those. There's 3 Megas a week, 2 Mega Minis a week. You're going to get a total of 3,000 points for Mega and 3,000 points for Mega Mini. Each Mega Mini has more points because there's fewer of them. So the Mega Mini points is 375 per Mega Mini. Your Fairhaven and your C2EX are both worth 1,000 points each. If you've already taken those certifications and designations and have and been endorsed by NAR with these, you can go ahead and get points regardless of when you've taken them. Your UVP presentation is worth 3,000 points. That 3,000 points is going to be given by your fellow classmates. We'll talk more about that later. But again, your classmates are going to be grading you for your UVP presentation, not Lisa or I. You'll get also an equal 3,000 points for memorizing your contract paragraphs, your 23 paragraphs of the 1 to 4 family home contract, as well as another 3,000 points if you learn all 17 articles of your code of ethics, which I'm to understand some of you have already done, and you can get those points as soon as today. Yoga. We're going to talk a lot about yoga before the day is done when we come back from lunch. That yoga is your mind, body, and spirit. It releases all of the toxins, it releases all the negative energy, and it really makes you feel lighter on your feet. We're going to be asking everyone to please do yoga at least once. We're going to talk more about that in the future about the importance of Mega and why a salesperson should incorporate yoga into their practice and myth bust some of the myths about yoga, like if you're not flexible, you shouldn't do yoga, or you can hurt yourself doing yoga, or it's painful for do yoga, because all of those things are actually not the case. Yoga is all about using your own resistance and pushing yourself not to the pain point, but just until you feel a stretch, not feel pain. If you're feeling pain, you're pushing yourself too hard. Stretching is about oxygenating your blood, lengthening your muscles, which helps you with your mind, body, and spirit. So we're going to talk about that. But again, if you feel like yoga is painful, you're doing yoga wrong. It is not supposed to be painful at all. Everyone can bend over and they can push themselves too far to pain. You're not supposed to push yourself that hard. Just pull yourself till you feel a good, healthy, comfortable, good feeling stretch and stop there. That's what yoga is about. And you should be doing yoga if you've never done it before in a studio where someone can actually make sure you're doing your poses productively. Sometimes people don't want to do it in such a public venue. I get it. So they want to do it at home. That's fine too. But for those of you who have never done yoga before, we're going to talk about that in another segment to get you a little bit more familiar with that. And ever one more second. The conferences, the TREC meetings and the city council meetings and planning zoning meetings, those are all worth 250 points per session, up to 500 points each. And then doing open houses. You'll notice now that you have credit for doing up to 8 open houses at 250 points apiece, up to 1,000 points for your open houses, and 1,000 points for buyer rep listing agreements, sales contracts, up to 5,000 points. And so these are your points. You'll see a column for red for graduate. Those are what's required for graduation. And the yes column for master salesperson, what is required for the master salesperson certificate, and what is required for you to be eligible for valedictorian in the class. We have this slide at the beginning of every single mega for you to review, but if you're looking to understand what points you get for any individual action, this is it. So remember, over here is the points per action and how many actions you can have for total cap points. And again, all of these points should be injected into the Microsoft Team point tracker. Hope everyone gets that, but Lisa will cover it a little bit more as well as Mega Mini. Ever, I see your hand up.
Yes, do we get a copy of this presentation or the slides that you're sharing? I don't.
Yep. So you were, I think, late to register, and that's okay. I did send out an email to everyone with the slide deck already. I will forward that to you, as well as some more information about this particular new Mega 14. Everyone should have gotten those emails this morning before class. I sent all of those emails as an attachment to a final email to get everyone caught up. Ever, I will forward that to you. But yes, it is available to you to click in that email. So the whole slide deck is there. 100% yes.
Okay, thank you.
How many of you have heard of Slido? We have an account. You're going to join at slido.com. You're going to enter that number. And we are going to be using Slido as an active poll resource. We're not going to do that this moment, but this is what that looks like when we do polls. It's actually a very cool tool, and we're going to be using it here when we come back from lunch. And we're almost to lunch because we're going to be going to lunch on time. Okay, a couple of other things because we are still in the preemptive class. Class always begins after lunch, and so we've got about 6 slides away before we're actually in the module, the mindset of the successful agent. All of these are still going over the prerequisites of understanding what Mega is about and just kind of getting familiar with what's to come. And that's always the first half of the first day. There is a right way and a wrong way to pronounce realtor. First and foremost, it is embarrassing for sales agents to not know how to properly, let me get the openly, how to properly pronounce their their designation. And realtor is not a license, it is a designation. You're not a licensed realtor, you're a licensed real estate agent. Your realtor is simply a membership status by joining the National Association of Realtors, and you're part of a trade organization, a nonprofit trade organization called NAR, the National Association of Realtors. How many of you have heard of realtor? Okay. Some people, like Marcy, who just cringed when she heard me say that, it's cringeworthy. Do you want to be an agent that says things that are cringeworthy? It's cringeworthy when I hear another agent at a realtor event calling themselves a realtor. It's not a 3-syllable word. It's realtor, real as in real property. And so please pronounce that correctly. How do you say doctor? Do you call him a docador? It's a 2-syllable word, doctor. We all know that one. Very similar to realtor. Let's please get that right. I put into the chat a link to a video called Mark as the mark of the trademark for the National Association of Realtors. 2 things that we're going to say here. First, how to properly pronounce being a realtor and when to use it. You're not a realtor because realtor is not a job title. What you do is not a realtor. You are a realtor. each one of you should be have joined the National Association of Realtors if you're with Realty Texas. We have some people who are with Realty Inc. We're not going to talk about that here in class. But for those of you who are a member of the National Association of Realtors, it's true that you do hold the realtor designation, but that is not a job title. We're not supposed to go out there and tell the world, what do you do? I'm a realtor. Because when you say that, what you're really saying is I am a volunteer of the National Association of Realtors. But that's not what you do. You're a sales agent, so you're a real estate agent. So your job title is real estate agent, comma realtor. It's very it's important to get this right because those people who know really know. And so it's not a job title. And if someone says, what do you do? And you say realtor, you should not be doing that. And if obviously your client says that, you're not going to correct them, but you should be correct in saying, what do you do? I'm a real estate agent. So please don't get that one wrong. And it's really hard to get agents to fix this. There's an agent at the company that so far, after 5 years, I still have not been able to get them to stop doing it. Hopefully you guys care about the profession enough to get this right. And I saw a couple of hands up. Let's start with the first one. And we are almost to lunch, so. Okay, if you have a question, put it in the chat because I'm going to stick around for a couple of minutes. Why do we ask people to memorize the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics? Because you don't know, you can't abide by a set of codes that you don't know what they are. So we ask you to read them, familiarize yourself with them, and then memorize the 17 articles. That's the only way you can truly subscribe and truly follow the Code of Ethics, because the code is not ethics. The code is simply an agreement. SOPs, standard operating procedures, or standards of practices. Either one of them is okay to stay for the SOPs, and it's simply practices that we have all agreed to abide by. The ethics part is not the code. The ethics part is you following the code. And if you've never read it, it's impossible for you to be ethical because it's impossible for you to ingest this information just by virtue of being one without ever reading it, because they're very specific, and they're very specific about how you show a property and how you secure a property and other things. And so we need to read it in order to truly follow it. The code is not the golden rule. It is not a golden thread. It's a set of practices, and they're not ethical practices. They're just business practices. Following the business practices where the ethics come in. And so here is the link for the NAR Code of Ethics, but we put them in here, and we're going to go through them. But these are your 17 articles. These articles are on the flashcards that you have, that we've given you. And these are the 17 that we're going to ask you to memorize exactly like it shows on the screen here. This is what you're going to memorize. Article 1, I'm a fiduciary, always be honest. Article 2, avoid misrepresentation and concealment. You're going to memorize these 17. You're also going to memorize the 23 paragraphs of the purchase contract. Why do you want to memorize them? Because by memorizing them, you take ownership of the contract. You know it better, and those who know the contract better win in a multiple offer situation, and they win in negotiations. It's the most important tool you have. By the way, that's a test question. And agents who take ownership of the contract have more respect for it. They handle transactions better. They know how to deal with situations better. Agents who forget that every agreement between buyer and seller is a contract find their way into Cindy's office asking more questions. That's okay. We want you guys to ask lots of questions. But the first thing she's going to say or ask you is, what does the contract say? We need you to memorize all 23 and have read the contract fully. In our bulletproof contract class, I'm going to take you through a slow roll of exactly that, and we're going to read the entire contract. But I do need you to promise me that you're going to memorize all 23 paragraphs, and it'll be, we've had 3 different mega groups, and mega 13 was not one of them, but mega 12, 11, and 10 were, where every single class student memorized all 23 and recited it with their eyes closed in front of the class. And here are the 23 articles. We talked about the participation points when we put you into groups. When we come back from lunch, we're going to almost go directly into one of the groups and do a group breakout session. Remember, you have to pick a group captain, and don't pick the same group captain over and over again because you won't get points for it. Your live UVP presentation, this slide becomes very important because it's 3,000 points. And I told you that Lisa and I are not going to grade your UVP, your classmates are. So there's going to be a poll that gets put up during your UVP presentation that's going to be in the third week of your Mega Mini is where the UVP presentation is going to take place. And in that class, here's how they're going to grade you. 1,000 points for smiling and dressing professionally and being compelling. 1,000 points for reciting your UVP without reading it. Number two, 500, you've really truly answered the question why I should hire you. And 500 points must be if you've highlighted the benefits for using your services. Your UVP presentation must be accompanied by a recorded version that can be submitted 24 hours ahead of time, but UVPs will not be accepted if the agent is reading or includes content about rebating or discounting commissions, because that's not a value proposition. It's quite the opposite. So don't bring to your UVP a discount broker presentation. These are some of the benefits of being valedictorian, like being listed on mastersalesperson.com. And this brings us to our module 1. When we come back from break, we're actually going to be jumping right into class. It is 1:05. We're going to break for lunch, coming back at 2:05. I'm going to stick around for a few minutes for those of you who may have questions, but the second half of your day is going to be a very, very powerful day of breaking through the glass ceiling. I'm very excited to see it. So you're officially on lunch. I will see you back at 2:05. Lisa, is there anything you need to cover?
I did put in the chat, if you're in person here in the corporate office or you're coming here, I have flashcards already pre-made and cut available. Those that are here have them in their hand now. If you would like me to email them to you, I can email them to you as well. So just let me know.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, everyone, we will see you back at 2:05. Again, if you have questions for me, feel free to stick around for the next. I will stick around for a couple of minutes to answer those questions. Otherwise, I have not moved from my seat yet so far today, and I have to go to the bathroom and talk to my team as well. But I will stick around for a few minutes. Who's got questions for me?
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that he'd back here where we need you? Back here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Super excited to have you all back. Super excited about the second half of today. Today is about removing your success blockers, removing the glass ceiling that blocks so many agents from finding success. And they're easy to see. Agents struggling to close the amount of transactions that they want. They don't understand why. They continue to work harder and harder, and they are just not making the money or finding the success that they want. We have to figure out what those success blockers are. And there's 3 main ones. We're going to start off this module with a little inspirational video. It's a little funny, one of my favorite videos of all time. How many of you can remember good old Paul Harvey? Anybody remember Paul Harvey?
I'm not raising my hand on this one, but yes.
Well, if you were born after the 90s, well, sorry, Paul Harvey probably is not going to resonate with you. But for us born before, we love Paul Harvey, and this was a little segment that he made for us real estate agents, and it's truer today than it ever was. Let's watch it.
And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a realtor. God said, I need somebody that will get up before dawn with the dedication of the sun, risk time, energy, and investment for no salary or guarantee, work long hours on the street, prepare and deliver presentations, serve and attend to others' emergencies, then stay out past midnight at a meeting of the school board. So God made a realtor. God needed somebody mentally tough that could wake up unemployed every day, yet gentle enough to have compassion for others. Someone that can build a bridge between people and technology. Someone to arrive home nightly in the dark to accommodate others' time, tell them, thank you for the opportunity, and mean it. So God made a realtor. God said, I need somebody that can sell like Carnegie and write contracts, handle objections, and deal with rejections, and who can finish her 40-hour week by Wednesday noon, then weary from contingencies and people's eccentricities and volatilities, put in another 40 hours and sacrifice a weekend too. So God made a realtor. God needed somebody that does not measure their work in hours, but by the satisfaction of their clients, someone to handle emotions unemotionally, to meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same. God said, I need somebody strong enough to knock doors and be ignored, direct mail and email, run ads, deliver notepads, Yelp and blog and work like a dog, make calls and get up from falls, and who will stop her efforts when called upon to mend the broken spirit of a colleague or client. So God made a realtor. It had to be somebody who'd honor ethics and integrity and not cut corners, to keep their head when all about them are losing theirs, and trust themselves where others doubt. Someone that can hold on when there is nothing left inside except the will which says, hold on. Who'd laugh and then sigh, and then respond with smiling eyes when her son says he wants to spend his life doing what mom does. So God made a realtor.
There is a lot of truth to just about everything that's there. Real estate is a sales business. It's not an easy business. One of the things he says that put in 40 hours by Wednesday noon. I just laugh every time I hear that because it's true. As a salesperson, you have the ability to make as much money as you possibly want as a business owner, but it doesn't come without sacrifice. And at the very heart of this business, do you think making $500,000, $1 million a year is going to come with some sacrifice? And it absolutely does. People have the ability to make that much money in real estate or more, but it's going to come with sacrifice. First, we have to understand we're dealing with high emotions, lots of people out there who are moving, and moving is one of the most stressful times in a person's life. So we are continually dealing with buyers, sellers, landlords, and tenants at some of the most stressful points of their life. And our job is to help turn down the noise. It's to lower the temperature of the room and to be arm's length. I'm going to open it up to the group because what does arm's length mean to you? To you, does that mean emotionally attached to a transaction and come into the office with your hair on fire and all upset, mad, and yelling and crying and getting all emotionally attached? Is that arm's length?
No.
No. But have you found yourself there as an agent in a transaction, and for some reason you are having an emotional response to a transaction? Are the buyers and sellers hiring you for your emotion? What are they hiring you for?
Your expertise.
What do they really need from you?
Your service.
Walking them through the process.
Confidence.
Composure, confidence, the knowledge, experience.
They need you to make them
Composure.
feel safe with the transaction and go through the transaction.
Guidance.
Problem solving.
Okay.
Being
So
able to negotiate.
so if you are problem solving and walking them through a transaction and negotiating, but you are more emotional than they are you helping anyone?
No.
No.
Okay. So there has to be a foundation of collective, focused professionalism. We have to bring to the transaction a sense of reason, a sense of logic, but we have to have empathy. But there's a difference between having empathy and being respectful and being a sounding board versus being emotional and having an emotional response. So I really want to zero in on that emotional response because I see that as the number one success blocker for an agent. Because at the heart of what we do is representation, but are we a defense attorney?
No.
Do we make decisions for our clients?
No.
But what happens when you hear an agent saying something like that? I'm not going to let that happen to my client. Is that representation or is that motherhood?
Representations, I think.
I think so too. I think it's making decisions. Do we have the capacity or the legal authority or the right to make decisions for our clients?
No.
No.
So we are a dealer in information. We deal in information. We are supposed to gather the information, objectively look at the situation and see what they can't see, because one of the side effects of emotion is a narrowing of scope. It literally makes you see granular and you can't step back and look at the big picture when emotions are high. So objectivity is having emotions aside, stepping back, looking at the big picture, and trying to help people see through a tunnel that sometimes they can't see their way through. And because they're in a dark tunnel and they can't see the way out of it, we're going to grab them by the hand. We know the way. We can see our way through it, and we're going to walk them safely through it by giving them the information, letting them know where the pitfalls are, and then helping them navigate. If they want to jump off a cliff, can we put them in handcuffs and put them in the back of our car and say, no, you're a danger to yourself? We can't, because that's not our authority. If someone wants to make a mistake, we can't tell a client, no, you can't do that. We can say that my professional's opinion that would not be in your best opinion. That would not be something that we would recommend. It might not be. It might not lead to a good place. One of the biggest success blockers I see with agents, especially in my purview, is agents bringing to the table an emotional baggage. Usually, when I see an agent coming into the office and they're emotionally connected, my first question is, why are you not arm's length? Sit down and let's talk about that. Because before we can talk about anything else, we have to figure that element out. Because if you are more upset than your client is, that's a problem. It's a bigger problem than the actual problem. Would you agree?
Right.
Do you know what fixes 90% of problems in real estate? This is going to blow your mind.
Communication.
Not even communication.
No.
Trust.
What fixes, and this is coming from a broker where we've closed 10,000 transactions, the reality, the truth, and Cindy Bell will back me up on this and smile and say it's 1,000% true. 90% of problems go away the next morning. Let's just give ourselves a little bit of time to sit with this. And they come back, they had some sleep, They're like, yeah, okay, let's just move on. Which means they need you to listen. And sometimes you need to say, look, I can understand that emotions are really running high, and I totally get it. Let's reconvene and let's talk about this in the morning. But staying with your client from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock, and they're venting through that entire time, that's okay, but that's not the time to make a decision. And the second thing that I find that agents make the most mistakes is by not giving the transaction the amount of time that it needs to get through these roller coasters of emotions. Oh yeah, 3-day option period's fine. We can get that done. That is not helpful. So we need to advise our clients of the proper amount of time that they should be setting the expectations. But who usually sets the timelines? The client or the agents, and how they prepare the offer? What do you think?
The agent.
Mm-hmm. So is that how we should be conducting business, as we go until the client says, I want to offer 350, and then we come back with a completed offer ready for signature and e-sign in their inbox?
Mm-mm.
Probably need to go through the contract with them paragraph by paragraph and explain their options and the timelines so that they understand what they're agreeing to. And if they understand what they're agreeing to, when we get to the timeline, we can have a conversation with them. Now, remember when we had a conversation about this? Yes, I remember. Not, your option period is up at 5 o'clock today. And they're looking at you and saying, what? How? What? I don't understand. Where did this deadline came from? Oh, you signed the contract. Uh-huh. But where did it come from? All option periods are 7 to 10 days, so I pick 7 days. Okay. If we have a property with a pool and a septic system and a leach system that's out in the country, should we be doing a 7-day option period? I mean, you're lucky to get a septic company out there in 7 days. So if you don't know and you've never done a transaction before and you're putting one together, that's why Trek requires that you be supervised by someone who can hold your hand while you're holding the hand of the client, so that everybody has a good purview of what's going on to make sure that our client is protected. So first of all, when you find yourself in a situation where you're emotionally attached to a transaction, I think that we should check in with ourselves and ask ourselves the question, where and how have I lost my objectivity in this transaction? So I'm going to ask you guys the question, why do you think, or where do you think the lack of objectivity sometimes comes from? And raise your hand. Have you ever worked opposite an agent that was emotionally aggressive or emotionally attached to a transaction? I know that I have. And I've also seen our agents in that same position. Where do you think that comes from?
I think they don't, they're closer than an arm's reach. Like sometimes you can be too deeply involved. You have to kind of know your role and know where you stand. And you have to allow the client to make decisions and be okay with that. And I feel like if you're too deeply invested, you want to make the decisions for them, and that's not our job.
Mm-hmm.
I think where you're emotionally is when when you're the seller as well. I just got finished advising my buyer, advising my client to go over, because this agent she not only owned the land, she did own her financing, and she was a mortgage company, she had her own mortgage. It's like, look, in my professional opinion, again, she changed the prices several times, and it was just an accident waiting to happen. And I just told her, I said, it'll be in your best interest just to move on.
Well, okay, so I want to first have the conversation about the real estate agent who was not arm's length to the transaction, and the real estate agent not representing themselves, but representing a principal is emotionally tied to a transaction or where that comes from. I totally get where the principal comes at this in an emotional standpoint, which is why most agents should choose representation to represent them in a transaction where they are a principal. Separate from that, though, really in this conversation, I have seen situations where agents who represent the principal who are supposed to be, and they are arm's length, are coming in with an emotionally charged situation. They're crying, their hair's on fire, they're upset, and they're no longer arm's length. And I'm asking the question, where does that come from, and why do you think that happens?
Sorry.
Rebecca, go ahead, and then
Yeah, I kind of equate to what you're saying is like someone using a customer service aspect of shopping for the customer or shopping for yourself, but meaning like you're shopping with your pocket. You're using your own money, your own thoughts for them is what I'm trying to say. It's like you don't even know like what you may think is bad for you. It may be just fine for them. So you're shopping for them instead of being able to let them go through the process themselves. If I'm explaining it right, I hope I am. It's just kind of like you're more invested than that than your clients are because you're shopping for them for yourself. If that
okay,
makes sense.
okay. There are two really, 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 really big ones that I see happening over and over again, and I'm waiting to hear those. But okay, I that is definitely something that can bring you away from the arm's length. Marcy.
Frustration.
Being unprepared to take on the client as far as having the confidence for everything it entails from beginning to end. So, and I guess it goes along with training. So if you're not well trained to take on that client, you look at it as more of an emotional connection and not a professional connection, a business connection. And then you're going to get more involved than you should with the client as far as knowing all the details of what's going on. Why do they stress? And sometimes those clients can bring that stress on to you. I have had such a client, and at the end of the day, after showing houses, I would feel depressed just dealing with that client and had to get on to the lender as a lender referral. I said, what did I do to deserve that client?
Well, and I think that that's a normal situation, right? You're always going to take on something you've never done before. It's always going to be this kind of new feeling. I've never done farm and ranch. I need help. I've never done a condo. I need help running into things we've never ran before. And that can cause a lot of frustration. But hopefully that doesn't create anger and fear and crying and upset and unraveling and coming into the office with their hair on fire and losing their objectivity. So that type of objectivity loss, there are three things that I see, and I'm waiting to see if any of you have a light bulb that goes off that catches on any of these three. I'm going to give us a couple more people to hear from before I give away the goods. What do you think?
Just putting it out there. Not sure, but maybe the agent is putting his or her interest above of the client. Like he wants to close the deal actually more than the client does.
Well, I think that that's the heart, actually, that very much plays to the heart of each one of these three. Each one of these three is a little bit more specific, but I think if I were to ask for the reason of these three, that would probably be the reason of them. Okay, number one, the number one reason where agents lose their objectivity and no longer arm's length to a transaction because they've already spent the commission. They have already spent this commission in their mind. Maybe they really did spend the commission and they went to e-commission and they took out a loan for this commission, which really makes you no longer arm's length and is really a fiduciary failure. Or B, this is their insurance payment, this is their house payment, this is their credit card payment, this is their kid's tuition payment. They've already spent it, they need the money. And then the client says they're going to terminate during the option period. And it's more stress than the agent can handle because their entire stability is resting on the compensation they're going to get from this transaction. And do you think that there could be a serious fiduciary lack of arm's length response from the agent?
Yes.
There is. That's the number one reason. The number two is that the agent feels like, and this is out of experience from being on this side of the desk and watching all of this happen. The number two reason is the agents feel like they've been bullied from the agent on the other side. The other agent is condescending, rude, fighting with them, and making their lives really difficult. And sometimes agents can't handle the lack of respect, the posturing, and the hatefulness that comes from some of the agents on the other side. I've actually seen situations where agents were in tears. And if you've never been in that scenario, I don't wish that for you, but that's when that's when you really need to be able to look in the mirror and say, why did that affect me? And rise above it and learn how to work through it, because there's actually some advantages in that. And number four, the third reason that I see is because the agent either discounted their commission or doing something for free or doing something pro bono or grossly discounted, or the client asked them to discount and they felt like from the start that they were doing someone a favor. And there is no such thing as doing them a favor. Your fiduciary duties under the law have nothing to do with the amount of compensation you receive, whether it's $1, nothing at all, or $50,000 check. The services that you provide must be the same under the law. So if you feel like you would take a transaction and be doing someone a favor and don't feel like that you can give them the best that you have to give, don't take the transaction in the first place, because it's not going to lead to a good place, because every single one of these transactions are going to be overshadowed by one big something, either a lending issue or a title issue or something. There's always something, a defect on title. All the transactions there's always something that you have to overcome, and sometimes there's multiple. And think about all the transactions you've closed, and every single one of them have had some kind of stress associated with it. Calls that come in after hours, calls coming in during weekends, them up against an option period, and they're fighting all the way up to it and trying to get it extended, and someone doing something that they weren't supposed to do. A party didn't uphold their side of the agreement, and now you have a breach, but you're trying to cure the breach instead of it turning into a default. All of these transactions require the best of us to rise to the occasion, to continue to be arm's length, to help our clients through a very, very stressful situation. Because remember what happens when a transaction is on the rails and we're looking at perhaps an extension. Maybe your client has non-refundable earnest money out on something else. Perhaps that this was a point-to-point move and you were going to align the close dates for a buy sale. All of a sudden now, or maybe your client's moving here from another state. Maybe their kids are getting in school and the electricity was supposed to be turned on, the internet was supposed to be turned on because they have to start school and work and they're going to be homeschooling from home. And you find out that for some reason there's going to be a week delay, and now it's going to have to call the movers, and there's going to be a $6,000 fee to have the movers now unload everything in a local warehouse for 4 or 5 days so they can reload and bring it to their house at an incredible expense. And all of these things are flying each way, and your clients are losing their mind, and they need a trusted advisor to help hold it together. But more importantly, that trusted advisor is actually looking at every single aspect of the transaction under a magnifying glass and looking at the big picture at the same time. And you can't do that if you're emotionally tied to the transaction. What our clients really need from us is arm's length transactions. truly a professional on the end, where when no matter what's going on, they can hear a calm, professional agent on the other side. Who cares? I mean, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. That is a true enough statement. But they also need you to be calm. Now, sometimes if you're too calm, it can sound cold. That's not what this is about. You've got to be very warm. But there's a difference between being warm and empathetic versus emotional and not arm's length to a transaction. When you make your client feel safe in using your services, they will relinquish control, and that will help you. Now, when I say relinquish control, I do not mean that they're going to allow you to make decisions for them. What I mean is that when you give them your advice, they respect and appreciate and often just blindly follow the advice that you're giving. 99% of my clients, what do you think I should do? This is my recommendation. Okay, let's do that. It's because they feel safe with me helping them with the transaction. Safe means they trust you. And if they don't feel safe with you, then you'll see some side effects of that. They're calling other real estate agents and getting advice. The next thing you know, you're in the middle of a transaction and you hear things that don't make sense. Like they're using technical words for things that that who put that in your ear? What do you mean? The loan contingency and the third party financing, who's talking with you? Because these are words that I wouldn't expect you to use, or they come back with things that don't make sense. When you are in an agency relationship with a client, there is a fiduciary requirement that everything that's happening in that moment stay in that bond. I don't know how many times in my life I've gotten a call from a family member or a friend or someone who is involved in a transaction somewhere else, many moons away, and call me, or a past agent calls me and they start asking me for advice. And when I find out that they are a principal in the transaction, do you think I give them my advice? If I give them my advice, what legal doctrine does that fall under?
Is it sub-agency?
No, it's
Practicing law.
Law.
possibly, but probably, I mean, I certainly hope not. It would be interference.
Yeah, and also that actually happened with Lisa was helping me with a deal, and the seller was the owner of the home. He bought it, and so kind of like the open door concept thing. And he was texting my buyer back and forth, who I've been friends with for 18 years. And he ended up ruining it because she felt like she was getting pushed around. It's a big, long, hairy mess. But we had to send him in writing that he was interfering and that he had to stop talking directly to my buyer.
Mm-hmm.
It just happened.
So interference can happen in a lot of ways if that principals are allowed to talk with each other. That's 100% true. A buyer can call a seller can call a buyer. We can't tell them they can't. They can cause messes. But the danger is when a licensed real estate professional gets a call from someone who's represented by someone else and you give them advice, you are interfering with the agency relationship that they have. And that interference is unlawful. So one of the reasons why TREC requires you to ask the principal or the prospect, are you currently represented by another agent? Giving people real estate advice when you don't represent them is not something that you should be doing in the first place, but especially the interference comes from you're going to get a one-sided story. You're never going to get the whole picture, and you're going to give them the wrong advice because you don't have all the pieces to understand what's really going on. And you have to really respect agency relationships to stop yourself from giving people advice when they call you out of the blue and start asking you advice, especially when it's a prospect that may be looking to hire you and fire their agent that they have now. You have to be very clear in how you're going to respond to that scenario. In the event you find yourself unrepresented, I would be happy to represent you, but any advice that I provide you right now would be interference. It would not only be unlawful, but I could have my license stripped. And so there is a proper way to help you here, and that way would be for me to have you that I recommend that you contact your agent's broker and have a conversation with them about what's going on. And again, if you find yourself unrepresented, I would be more than happy and honored to help you, but I can't help you while you're currently represented. That is the ethical way to address that. It's what the code of ethics say that you'll do, and it's also what the License Act says you'll do. So if you get a call from a prospective seller, they've been on the market for 60 days, and you're pulling up the photos and telling the seller, these photos are horrible. I don't see the property been syndicated anywhere. You haven't had any open houses. That's ridiculous. I do open houses. And you're throwing that agent under the bus and giving them advice on what you will do. Be very careful, because you've not only subjugated the duties that you have for the code of ethics and the promise of professionalism, but you may also have interfered with the agency relationship that they have with their client, because they very well may have a limited services agreement with that particular seller, and you don't know what type of agreement they have. So we have to be very, very careful, and just continue saying, look, in the event you find yourself unrepresented, I'd be honored to help you. If you have an issue with your agent, I always recommend calling their broker and having a conversation with their broker and just leaving it at that, because your license is on the line, and you very well could be even secret shopped, because HUD does those types of things, as we saw in Long Island in 2020. So when we are operating with arm's length and through professionalism, and our client trusts us, it means they trust our ability, they trust our commitment, and they trust our ethics. If your client is getting advice somewhere else, if they're reaching across the aisle and contacting other people and not taking your advice, it's often because there's something that they question. Either you don't ever call them back soon enough, and they don't think that you're fully committed to this, and they've just kind of given up on reaching out to you. Or when you explain things to them, it's not at a level that they can understand. It doesn't make sense. None of it's making sense, and they have to call someone else to try to make sense of everything. Or they question your ethics, which could be they question your motives. They feel like you've pressured them into this transaction. They feel like that they didn't enter this transaction willingly, and they feel like you're continually pushing them to move forward, when maybe moving forward is not what they want, and they don't trust you anymore. So as a broker, as I've looked and listened and helped and mentored all of these transactions to a successful close, and we really do save a lot of transactions here. There are a lot of transactions that are on kind of on the ropes, falling apart, and we're able to step in, put things back together, and help people get to the closing table, and not out of bending their arm or twisting their arm or trying to convince them to close, but just answering all of their questions and negotiating things to make everyone feel like it's palatable to move forward. But what I have found, if I boil all of these issues down to a reduction, it would be, these are the three things that I have found that buyers, or rather consumers, have issues with their agents, either their ability, their commitment, or their ethics. So that means you can use that piece of information to your advantage. If your client's not listening to you, or you don't feel like they're that they're trusting you, it's one of these three things all of the time. It's either your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. We also know that the National Association of Realtors says that consumers want their agent to be responsive, they want them to have their back, and they want to have a trusted advisor that's a good negotiator. And you look at all the three things that consumers are looking for to hire a real estate agent, it also falls into these exact same three buckets. So when I think about you generating a unique value proposition that you're going to deliver to your clients when you're at an open house or at a buyer consultation, and you're going to talk to them about your services and what you offer, perhaps you should answer these three things in that value proposition. your ability, your ethics, and your commitment, and answer these at the first substantive dialogue that you have with your client. And find a way to answer these things so that your clients don't have these objections. Because if you are an ethical, hardworking agent that's arm's length, then they should feel safe with you and they should trust you, even if this is your first transaction. Because if this is your first transaction, you should have told them that and tell them, look, I'm a brand new agent, and the advantage of getting me is I have a ton of time and I have an entire management team that's staring and watching every single thing that I do. So not only do you get me, but you get the very best of our firm. And it's hard to beat that. It's really hard to beat that. It's hard to say no to that. You're gonna have you're gonna have all of me and all of my time, and you're gonna have all of my managers. So you're gonna have an entire team of people making sure that all of the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And if you have questions, we can even get my supervisor teams on the phone. Having that conversation, you are honest with them. They know that you're committed to this, and your ability is not just you, but it's a team of people. And so you have answered those three things. So oftentimes the big concern I get for new agents is, what do I do? How do I confirm that? How do I answer these three things as a new agent? As an experienced agent, how do you answer these things? That's going to come down to a lot of thought and effort that you're going to put in creating your mission statement, your vision statement, your goal board, and putting all of this together of how you're going to answer these things. I can tell you how I answer them. And for me, it is, I've been in the business for X amount of years. I've closed X amount of transactions and on and on and on. But for some of you, you're not going to be able to pull from that. So I became a top producer the first year I got my license. And it was always because, look, I'm going to care about your transaction as much as you do. When you have questions, you're going to need unfeathered access to me for the next 30 days. And so when you have questions, immediately send those questions to me. You can call me, you can text me. I will respond immediately. I've got your back. I always tell my clients, to this day, I can show you a text message where I sent my client a message on Saturday. He's like, thank you for responding so quick. And I said, I have your back. When you need me, I'm always here. And I do respond to them immediately. It's a conversation that's going back. People know that about me. I respond immediately. If hours and hours and hours go by where you don't check your phone, you need to figure out a better way to be closer to your phone. Now, of course, there's going to be off times, but during business hours and even sometimes into the evenings, you should be paying attention, knowing that your clients are going to need pretty much unfettered access to you in the 30-day period that they're going to need you. And if you're continually closing transactions, you will close more and more by proving your commitment to them by responding to their questions real time. And your ethics, I always talk about my ethics. I've been in business for X amount of years. I very much care about the Realtor Code of Ethics. And on my listing agreements and in my buyer presentation, I give them a copy of the National Association of Realtors Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice. And I tell them doing things the right way for me is very, very important because my reputation is my most important asset. And I tell them that. I might tell them something differently now because some things have been added on, like chair of professional standards for the state of Texas. That's a big soundbite. But before that, it was my reputation is my most important asset. There's a little poem that was given to me by my father, and it had my name at the top. And it said, you got it from your father. It was all he had to give. So it's yours to use and cherish for as long as you may live. If you lose the watch he gave you, it can always be erased, but a black mark on your name, son, can never be erased. So make sure you guard it wisely after all is said and done. You'll be glad the name is spotless when you give it to your son. That type of little poem is inset in the very DNA from of being a young child, from a father who was in Vietnam War, came out and was a deputy sheriff his entire life until he retired. So I was created and raised in an environment of being taught that my most important asset is my spotless reputation. That is my most important asset. And so knowing that, I convey that to my clients, is that I always do the right thing. My name is my most important asset. That's a way you can underscore your ethics because that's all you got to do for them to really now look at you in that light. Again, your commitment, you're going to need unfeathered access to me for the next 30 days. And I am here. And as you have questions, I want you to reach out to me because I want to get those questions answered. And believe me, you want that too, because a small problem can turn into an inferno if you wait until the next morning. So I'd much rather real time get their questions answered before they're really freaking out about something that they should have never freaked out about in the first place. And your ability. Well, either that's the number of transactions that you've closed, or they were already referred to you by a friend and you did a really good job for that friend. So they already trust you. So at that point, all you can do is kind of mess it up because they already look at you as having a really high ability level. But if you're a new agent, I've got my entire team behind me and they're here to support me. If you're an experienced agent, we've got this. There's nothing we can't handle between me and my team. And that will help them with that ability. If you can convey your ability, your commitment, and your ethics as soon in the transaction, as soon as in the reputation agreements, representation agreements that you sign, either at your listing appointment or your buyer rep agreement, you can convey these things early on. You're going to start conveying safety to the client, and they're going to feel safe using you. And the more safe they feel, the more trust they're going to have, and the easier the transaction is going to be for you to represent them. They're going to tell you more things. They're going to feel safe confiding in you and giving you the real information so that you can truly advise them instead of them holding their cards close to vest and not really confiding in you and learning the pieces of information that you really needed to know to help them. Because sometimes when they don't trust you, they also hold back information that would have been very, very helpful for you to represent them in the first place. In the law of business, everything is working against you. The 5% that's closing the 95% of transactions in the business, they understand that there's a headwind against them and that they're working full time and they're continually having to put in more work. When you're in a little small boat in a big ocean and the headwind is hitting you hard, you have to row harder to go the same distance. And we see a lot of headwind in the markets right now. And as markets change, as they destabilize, as the job markets change, as all kinds of things go on, the rules in the world change, like MLS rules and representation rules. You have to put in more effort than it takes to get something done, the more headwind you have. And right now we have headwind. And what's interesting about this profession is, for the most part, this is not a physically demanding profession, but it's more of an emotionally, mentally demanding profession. Not to say that doing open houses and being on your feet for 8 hours and going pounding open house signs into the ground and all is not very physical. I totally get it. But we're not digging ditches. We're not out, chopping firewood. This is not that type of a job. But so when I say we have to work harder, we have to work smarter. We have to be putting more thought into how we're going to approach situations and become more prepared, take more education, put in more hours, learn our scripts, be better at how we communicate and how fast we communicate. Nearly everyone involved in a transaction is looking for a way to say no. They're all working kind of against you. And so you are trying to open doors, put objections away, overcoming objections, but you're also not just you, but is the lender looking for a reason? Is the underwriter looking for a reason to say no? Isn't that their very job? You're at war with the underwriter, truly. Because the underwriter, and by the way, a lender has no fiduciary duty in a transaction to the buyer, but they do have a fiduciary duty to their employer. Different from an agent who has a fiduciary duty to the client, the lender has a fiduciary duty to their employer, and a lot of agents think that the lender has the same type of duty that the real estate agent has, and when the lender doesn't do a transaction or when they decline someone, they're upset with the lender as if the lender has done something wrong. Look, the lender has a fiduciary duty to their employer to look out for their employer's best interest. Lending out a couple $100,000, $500,000, maybe even $1 million is a really big deal. And they have to mitigate risk. And that mitigate risk is not their money, it's their employer's money, whether they work for a credit union and it's the depositor's money, or whether it's actually a correspondent lender and it may be their lender, or maybe they're borrowing that money on a short-term note to transaction to turn around and sell that money, to sell that loan and pay back the short-term note that they loaned, that they took out to close that transaction, which most lenders do. Most lenders borrow the money on a short-term note, pay a high interest rate on that short term, which is why you have these high exorbitant lock rates, because they have agreed to lock that loan for that much and they have money that they're going to have due, but they also have a margin there. So the lender is working against them. Title reps also have their fiduciary duties to their people. Title insurers, appraisers have a fiduciary duty to the lender. The insurance companies have a fiduciary duty to their their companies and to whoever their investors are. Cooperating brokers have a fiduciary duty to the client on the other side. Governmental overreach, market conditions, all of these things, the only person that is there that has a fiduciary duty to the buyer is you, which means that you're the conductor of an orchestra and everybody in that orchestra owes their fiduciary duties to someone else, not you. And so you have to be very careful and very cautious and very cognizant of that fact and be looking at each one of them and making sure that they're doing their job. Your job ultimately is to make sure that everyone else is doing their job. And when you come to me, blown mind, telling me that the lender didn't do their job, or the title company didn't do their job, or the seller was acting badly, or the title company was acting, not in your client's best interest, I'm smiling, because that's literally your job. Your job was literally to find out that piece of information as soon in the transaction as you possibly can, so that you can mitigate it and make sure that it doesn't turn into a delay. That means how many of you know what a George Foreman grill is? Just throwing this really random fact out there. Joyce knows it. Laura, what was his saying on the commercial? Do you remember? What was his big saying? Set it and forget it. That was his thing, right? I'm going to set it and forget it. We're not a George Foreman grill, and neither our client's transactions is not a George Foreman grill. It doesn't cook itself. It doesn't close itself. We have to be the mechanism that makes sure that every single detail is taken care of. That means that we don't just put a contract together and then come back and show up at the closing table and praying with your fingers crossed that everything turned out well for them. Quite the opposite, which is why a part-time real estate agent really, really needs to take themselves into the mindset that they're part-time at their job and they're full-time in real estate, because you have that fiduciary duty, even if you're working somewhere 40 hours. I can tell you that I am a 40-hour-a-week tech guy for this company. 40 hours of my time a week is working with my developers. I've got 3 computers here where I'm working with my developers right now, and I've already in the last hour responded to them about 50 times. I also am the broker, and I'm continually responding to text messages and Teams messages that Cindy and Lisa real time during class is messaging me. I'm also an instructor and also a real estate agent, and I never miss a beat in a single one of my transactions, because I am never going to take my eyes off the transaction and be looking at the title company and contacting them at least once a week to check in to make sure things are going well, contacting the lender multiple times a week just to make sure that everything is going well, reaching out to the inspector to make sure they're going to be on time. Wherever I am in that transaction, I am paving the road ahead of me, probably half a mile out, to make sure that everyone is protected, because I don't want to find out about a problem when it's too late. I want to find out about a problem when I have time to fix it. Because if I find out about a problem and it's too late to fix it, and when I say too late to fix it, I mean that it's going to cause a delay in my transaction, that's my fault. If a transaction has a delay, whose fault is it? Who wants to take accountability?
My fault.
Yes. If a transaction has a delay, 100% of the time, it's the agent's fault. You need to own that, because that's what you call your professional guarantee, and that's professionalism. We do not throw people under the bus. We don't throw the lender under the bus. We don't throw the title. They didn't do their job and they called this delay. Okay, first of all, most of the time, it's the agents who advise their clients to create a timeline that's going to sufficiently get them to the closing table on time and trouble-free, as I like to say a million times in Mega. But more importantly, even with the timelines, I know that there's a propensity that there's going to be an issue, and I'm calling and calling and calling to make sure that if there's an issue, that I learn about it as soon in the process as I can. How long do you think a lender will take before they reach out to the agent when they're not getting documents they need? Real time? 3 days, 5 days, or a week? Usually it's about a week. It's usually at the point where they're at their wits' end and they've asked for the document 4 or 5 times and they're just not getting anywhere, that they pick up the phone and finally call the agent. If you got that call, it's a sign that you're not doing your job well enough, because you should have already called that lender and intercepted that 4 or 5 days ago and learned what's going on, which means you're not connected enough in your transaction. If you're going to be a top producer and you're going to make $500,000 a year, is this profession worth your attention?
Yes.
It absolutely is. That means that everything needs your focus. And the more focused you are on the details, remember, we got the whole view. We have to look at the whole big picture of everything, but we also have to be looking at every single detail and communicating with every single person, because everyone in the transaction is working against you because they have fiduciary duties to someone else. And don't be surprised when they decline or say no, not going to offer insurance because the risk is too high, that they decline the loan because the DTI is not correct. There's an issue with underwriting, so the title company says they're not going to generate a title commitment. We have to overcome all of these things. And by the time they've said no, it's too late. But had we stayed in touch with them throughout that entire process, you could have offered solutions that may have changed the outcome. And for certain, you should have been involved in the decision-making process step by step by step. And the way that you become part of the decision-making process is by being present through all of those decisions being made, which means your time. You need to be present in your transactions. And when you're present at that level and you're calling your client and letting them know what things are going on real time, instead of that lender calling the client and then you getting the call. When you call your client, say, yeah, I was just on the phone with the lender and this is what we've going on. I understand that they have been asking you for the same bank statement. I know how frustrating that can be. I know I've sent them that dang document 3 times. I'm not sending it to them again. I understand. Look, the reality is you're working with the processor, and then in the background, the processor can't accept that document. So they're saying no, and you keep sending them the same one. You know that last page that says that this page is intentionally left blank? That page is required. Well, that's ridiculous. It is ridiculous, but it's required. And they can't say no. They can't say yes until they have it. So that's the issue. And now you just put it to bed. Where had that gone on for another week, it could have pushed the transaction out a couple of days because they can't even submit it to the underwriter without that document. You see, that's just a very small example of one thing that could have been done that got the file to the underwriter quicker. If you're 2 days before closing and you're still in underwriting, my thought is, why? My transactions are out of underwriting because oftentimes I have my client already pre-approved and subject to property. They've already gone through underwriting before we even found a property. That's part of the professionalism that you will find in working with a lender, to find a lender that will take your client and pass the client through underwriting, so that when you're at the property and you're getting you're submitting an offer, you have pre-approval already, not pre-qualification, but pre-approval, and it's subject to. And subject to means the conditions of the lender. We are looking at the insurability of the property and the appraisal. Understanding these things is how you start beginning a success-based business, and it will transform all of these problems that you're having in the transaction into opportunities, and you'll be the rock star. You're hitting home runs every single time, and all it takes is switching the flip from passively going through your transactions to actively going through your transactions, which means you need to grab the bull by the horns and start actively communicating with people, checking in with the lender, checking in with all the parties multiple times a week so you know exactly what's going on in every one of your transactions. Real estate is very complex. When you start operating your business from that perspective, fast-paced, emotionally charged, sometimes can come with a little bit of fear and confusion and rejection for your clients, and even you watching them go through all of that, you start taking on the stress of your client, especially the more empathetic you are. Those people who have a really high EQ, that an emotional intelligence, we can mirror our client's situation, and sometimes you can take that on and you can feel it, you can start carrying it, and it's a burden. Over time, you're working with multiple clients in a row, and you haven't had a vacation in 9 months. You've closed 45 transactions. You've negotiated with some really hard negotiations. You've had some transactions that were really, really messy, people that was really hard to get qualified, people in a really tight timeline. You've missed out on multiple transaction opportunities where people went into multiple offers and your client did not have the ability to really participate in that multiple offer situation as much as other people did, and they missed out opportunities and they were very emotionally attached to that property, and on and on. We could talk for days about all of those things that causes fear and emotionally charged environment in working with a client. So part of this class is recognizing what I have been through as an agent and having empathy for you in what you should be going through now or what you will be going through when you put all of this mega into practice and you fill your pipelines and you start producing at a high level. I have seen agents go from 0 to 60 overnight and fall flat on their face because they were not able to handle that level of communication because it was a lifestyle change that they were not accustomed to. They were used to going to the lake, they were used to going and spending time and being off the grid continually with family, and they just weren't connected enough to the profession, nor did they have the interest to be connected at that level. They had the interest for the money, but what it takes to get there is a whole other story. If you want to be a top producer, you can be, but it takes a little extra effort in terms of what you're willing to bring to the table as a professional. If you get there, if you're one of those agents who want to close 50 transactions, Mega is not about turning you into a top producer. Mega is about you deciding, as with the email that I sent you before, how much money you want to make between now and the end of the year and making that come true. Whether that's $1 million, which is a reasonable number. And if it's over $1 million, I'm not going to consider that reasonable in the market that we're in. But if it's 30,000, if it's 50,000, if it's 250,000, you pick the number. We will reverse engineer that number into a set of actions that will make that number a reality for you. If you don't have something to shoot for, then you're never going to reach it because you didn't put in the effort. Everything about real estate is a numbers game. How many leads to appointments, how many appointments to transactions, how many transactions to the commission rate to the money that you want. It's always 100% a math problem. And I'm going to show you the math. I'm going to show you how you can exactly predict how much money you're going to make based on how many connections you have to make, how many calls you have to make, how many appointments you have to set, how many contracts you have to write to get to the number that you want to make. Tell me how much money you want to make, and I will show you exactly how to put a plan in place to get there. But if you're just winging it, I just want to see how much money I can make, and I just want to make as much money as I possibly can. Okay, how many calls are you going to make? As many as I can possibly make. Okay, it doesn't quite work that way. We need to put the math problem down, and we need to operate the business from the numbers, not the other way around. You'll create layers of stress and anxiety. And if you're going to be a salesperson, can you be a stressed salesperson and be effective? Kind of hard, isn't it? Because when you think of a salesperson, do you think of a bubbly, happy, cheerful person? Yes, let's go buy a house. Or a really grumpy agent. Let's go buy a house together. Who wants a grumpy agent? Ling says, I want a grumpy agent. A grumpy agent is not a sign of success, by the way. It's a sign of a struggling agent. So for those agents who are struggling with production, they can also get there and they just look and feel defeated. They don't have that fresh, excited, optimistic feel about them. Now, I'm not saying that you need to be the Energizer Bunny and a little bit crazy that you're so excited about everything, because that can feel off-putting as well. But you have to be engaging. You have to have that little extra pep in your step, especially when you're helping people buy and sell homes. That's the number one thing that luxury buyers look for in an agent, is someone who is engaging, articulate, smart, and doesn't feel like they have layers of baggage. So compartmentalizing, which is something that Lisa and I both are extremely good at, you have to learn how sometimes to compartmentalize, but you also have to look for productive ways to offboard your stress. One of the very best ways to offboard stress is yoga. Yoga helps people have a better outlook on life. They have more energy. They feel happier because they have more endorphins. And the endorphins come from physically doing yoga, oxygenating your blood, lengthening your muscles. All of that stuff helps you have a better outlook on life and more energy, more stamina, better mood, all of it. And all of that comes from a 45-minute yoga session that, number one, should not have been painful. And it should not have been hurtful, and it should not have been anything negative. And in fact, by the time you're done with yoga, you actually have this surge of endorphins in your brain, serotonin and dopamine, which are the happy chemicals that make you feel better and more optimistic and a better salesperson. So Mega, this is a test question, it's really about mind, body, health, and sustainability. Your sustainability in the career needs to be long-term sustainability. So if you don't put these practices in place and you close a bunch of transactions and you're very, very stressed, it's going to have an expiration date and it's going to come back on you in a negative way. So if we're truly going to holistically create millionaire agents, we need to pave the way that you can healthfully and sustainably do that, so you don't end up with burnout or blowout. So Mega helps you with creating balance, and life without balance is chaos, and chaos creates disease, and living with chaos is the very nature of creating disease. Laura, I see your hand up.
Okay, I have a question. I have tried yoga in the past. Okay. And I enjoyed it. But the thing that got me was, how do you turn off your mind? Okay. I mean, I can't, I mean, it's like, they're like, there, it's like, you're like relaxing, like,
What's good about what? Why would you need
I
to
mean,
turn off your mind?
what, well, no, I mean, well, that's what they said. Just like you let everything go, and it's like,
Okay. All right.
I mean, how do you get to where you can? I'm a hard person to relax. Okay. It takes a bottle of wine, maybe, to relax.
Okay.
And,
Well,
and I mean, I'm just a hard person. I just can't relax easy. So how a person like me, and I'm not sure if anybody else got this problem, but I just can't let go.
well, let me
Focus
help
on your
you by
breathing. I would
let
say
me help.
go ahead.
No, go ahead,
I,
because that's where I was going actually.
yeah,
Literally there.
I had the same issue when I started 10 years ago.
Mm.
You have to focus on your breathing. It's all about your breathing.
One of the things I like about yoga, I don't like doing daytime yoga. I like doing the candlelight yoga in the evenings at Core Power Yoga. Having a good yoga instructor is really, really important. A lot of times people will try doing yoga at home in their own environment, and that environment often comes with its own vibe and energies that are all around you that you can't get away from. A little puppy that's coming, licking you in the face, or mom, when's dinner ready? Or the phone ringing, or the dryer going beep, 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 or whatever distractions are at home. So first, take yourself out of the environment that you're currently in and go to a different environment. an environment that has maybe some infused essential oils and a yoga instructor who's went to school for yoga instructing, who has a very soothing voice, who's very relaxing, and the very first thing that they tell you, exactly like she just said, is taking deep breaths. 90% of yoga is concentrated breath, and you concentrate on your breathing. That one cleansing breath just took away 90% of my stress. And you do that for 30 minutes, you will find the layers of stress coming off your chest, coming off your chest. So I'm just going to do this as a practical application. I want everyone to close your eyes, breathe in is through your nose all the way in until your lungs can't take any more oxygen. Hold it for 1 second and slowly blow it out your mouth. And let all of the air escape your lungs. And don't tell me you don't feel better immediately. Your shoulders feel better. Your heart feels better. Your anxiety is lowered. The temperature of the room goes down. That is what a professional yoga person is going to do. First, you're out of the environment. There's usually a little bit of music going on in the background. There's usually some essential oils going on. And then you have a soothing voice that's walking you through your sun salutations, and you get through the sun salutations, and they're telling you to focus on your breathing. As things come into your mind, acknowledge them, focus back on your attention. Your mind is always going to keep poking things into your mind, but we get to choose what we focus our attention on. We can let a thought come into our head, acknowledge it, push it out, and focus back on our breathing. I see a bunch of hands, Laura. And then Ever.
It was up from previously.
Oh, okay. So if you guys would find a yoga studio and just humor me and do this for me once, I can tell you the feeling of inner, you create more capacity inside you when you do your breathing and you push out some of that stress and get it out. It oxygenates your blood. It gets the serotonin and dopamine going in your brain, makes your shoulders feel less tight, and it's just living a healthier life. If you do yoga once a week, it will let you live 15 years longer. That is the statistic. People who do yoga once a week, on average, live 15 years longer and healthier years of your life. That's that's crazy. And you guys can Google all of this yourself and come up with these answers. But I recommend not doing yoga at home with all the distractions and everything that comes to the table with doing it, and finding a yoga studio somewhere where you feel comfortable. And the reason why I like the midnight yoga is because I don't want to do yoga in a bright room where I feel like a spectacle. I don't want to be under a bright light doing yoga. That's why I like the candlelight yoga. And there's all kinds of studios all over. Ever, I see your hand up.
I was gonna ask, so I've done yoga. Last time I did was hot yoga, which I don't know if I don't know if I recommend that. I feel like it almost killed me.
I like hot yoga.
So I was gonna ask, are we focusing on the meditation type or yoga to stretch out your body? Like I do yoga every morning just to stretch out though. I don't do the meditation type. So I was gonna ask for recommendations or exactly what form are we talking about?
I think classic yoga is what I'm going to ask you guys to do if you humor me. Your typical sun salutations and having the breathing and following the breathing. And again, if you're doing yoga every day, probably at home, and it's great for stretching, it's really, really good for you. A lot of muscle builders are asked by their personal trainers to do yoga because it helps take them to the next level, which is much a physical element of it because yoga has mind, body, and spirit in healing properties when you kind of bring it all together. And that's what a yoga master will do. Don't take an advanced yoga. Don't jump right into hot yoga because it's going to be hot. You're going to have a hard time breathing,
No.
and it's probably an advanced yoga anyway. But for most people who are not going to yoga on a regular basis, they need to take a very beginner yoga class. And that beginner yoga class is going to push you pretty hard. You'll probably be sweating from it. It's a lot of core work, and core work helps strengthen your core. And that core work helps you have better posture, helps you relieve a lot of stress in the first place, and helps push out the toxins in your body. And so as your body gets stronger, as your core gets stronger, the beginning yoga, you're going to want more, and then you can advance to the next level maybe 6 or 7 months after, or maybe even sooner. But let's just start with the beginner yoga for everyone. And I'm really asking you guys to humor me, because I promise you, if you do what I'm asking, it will change your life. It will give you a healthier life and a better outlook, and it will help you have that fresh salesperson energy that you need for your open houses, to be a salesperson that's engaging and just has that spirit about them, that little it factor that makes it more interesting and fun and bubbly.
I have a question.
Isolde, and then Jamera.
Oh, well, it's not a question. It was just a little bit just to add. I believe that also a practice of understanding a, making the habit of living in the presence, living in the present moment, because we get so much, it's not just real estate. I mean, life is, there's so much that that we can add up with that anxiety. We either are anxious about the past or we're anxious about the future. Sometimes, things in the past that we cannot change and we're still carrying it, or things that are going to happen in the future that are 90% of the things that we'll worry about are not going to happen. So that takes, I think, our attention. Wherever we put our attention, that goes where our energy. So as long as we understand that with those, the breathing helps, and into at least put yourself in the presence, and that regathers your energy back into yourself. And I mean, there's so many practices or books or self-help, just also for example, when you start in the morning, and then affirmations help a lot. It puts you in a different vibration state. If you if you practice gratefulness, I mean, there's so many other things that together with yoga or with exercise, embracing your body and taking care of yourself, that will definitely help. I just wanted to add a little bit of that.
Yep, and I agree that we attract in life what we put out, and the energies that we put out there and the attitudes that we have come back to us, and what we focus our attention on. If we're focused on the negative, more negative will come. If we focus on positive, more positive will come. And we're going to be talking a lot about mindset. But in a class like this, I really need to baby step everyone through it, because if I throw the kitchen sink at them the first day, I'm going to lose people. So the first step is trying to get a lot of very highly stressed individuals who are in a very high stress situation, where a lot of them need to make a whole lot more money than they're making, in a situation where you have a market change hitting at us, the realities of the world about being a parent, about being a son, about being a self-employed person, in a situation where the interest rates went from 3% to 7%, all the rules of the marketplace are changing, and people need to go out there and make a living. I am going to throw the realities and pepper it step by step so that you guys can really understand that the outcome of Mega in the next 4 weeks is going to transform your life one class at a time. But I agree, Soldi, and I promise that we're going to get there. But heed what she's saying, because she's absolutely right. I'm going to want you to share some of that more, Soldi, as we get deeper into Mega. And as much as I would like this to be 2:30 right now and have another 30 minutes before we get to 3 o'clock, it's 3:15, which means we've already blown past our break a little bit. Knock, I know you have a question, so let's get through that question, and then we're going to take you guys to break and come back because we have a lot of information to get through in 2 hours, and I need to push it forward. So let's, right after Knock's question, we're going to take you guys on break.
Hi, I know that we talk about yoga. Do I have to go to the yoga studios or can I do at home? Because I have a home gym. I do everything in my house. So that's why I'm asking these questions.
So my ask of each one of you, and so this is what my ask is going to be, that you're going to go to a yoga studio where there is a yoga instructor who will take you through beginning yoga, where they're going to show you guys how to properly be in each pose so nobody hurts themselves, that you don't push yourself too hard, that you push yourself just when you feel a good, healthy stretch, not a painful one, and that you're out of your environment that you're currently in altogether and feel what that feels like. Then do it at home and see if you have the same experience. If not, then you have your own answer. But I am going to ask everyone to get out of the environment that you're in currently and get into a yoga studio where you can leave all the baggage of home at home and go into a different environment that has a different vibe, a different energy, and walk into that protected state of a yoga studio that they set up so purposely and intentionally, with the candles and the yoga music and all of that, and more importantly, the yoga instructor who can help you get into the poses that's going to help bring you guys this mind, body, health, sustainability, and gratefulness that we're looking for to transform you guys.
And you say you want us to take photos or video record? Is
I don't need you guys in a sun salutation or an up dog or down dog in the middle of there and take a picture. No, but if you can take a picture of the yoga studio sign or a picture of you and a picture of you sitting on the mat in front of you, don't even need to see your toes, just something to show that you were there. That's what we've seen. Now people have sent us all kinds of different stuff. It's up to you, but just something to prove that you were at the yoga studio. I'm going to get through the next slide, and then I'm going to send you guys on break. I just think it's so important I reiterate this so many times, because this is the number one thing that I get really frustrated with out there in the world of real estate when I'm dealing with other agents, when they're no longer advising and representing, but they're actually making decisions. Remember our role. To be a good real estate agent, that doesn't mean that we're our mama bear, papa bear, and that we are going to protect them. That's not your role. We instead advise them on the outcomes of the decisions that they have in front of them, of what possibilities they have, what are their options, and where they may lead, and then ultimately let them take the decision that they want to take. If that is going to lead them to a really bad place, maybe you get with your sales manager and maybe there's a different way you can explain it, but advise and represent, not make decisions. We are not agents of real estate, but rather agents of people. And they've enlisted our services to assist them with their goals of buying, selling, not our own. So the product that we sell is our services. We are hired through representation agreements, and we are not authorized to make decisions, and we're not authorized to represent someone or help them or advise them without a representation agreement, which was why I'm so happy that the NAR at least is stepping up and requiring agents to actually form a representation agreement between the firm and the client before they start issuing advice and performing real estate related services, because there has to be a clear understanding of what services we offer and compensation and all of that before the services are rendered, not after. So these changes that are coming are very, very good for our profession. They're very wholesome for and hopefully it's going to create more agents who start with buyer orientations and buyer boot camps, and actually hosting buyer boot camps and sitting down with their client, explaining the services, offers, compensation, information about brokerage service, representation agreements, disclosures, getting through all of that stuff to really start the buying process off on the right foot, and then start going out and looking at homes. That's better for sellers. Many sellers are going to be less impacted by showings from buyers who can't qualify because the agent met them out at the property and they never could buy it in the first place because no one's even looked at their credit. They weren't even pre-qualified. I think that this is going to help us as a profession raise the bar of professionalism, have less misunderstandings, less arguments about compensation. It's going to take us to a good place. But between now and August 17th, there's going to be some trepidation because with change brings anxiety. But the good news is this is not a change for us because we were already doing this far in the past. We put this into place. There's a video that we're going to watch. It is a kind of a powerful video when we get back from break. Mega's designed to assist you guys with becoming experts, and we're going to put a lot of work into these 4 quadrants of our business as we get through these next 4 weeks. Prospect, convert, close, and follow up. Prospect meaning bringing new customers into your business, converting those prospects into representation agreements. Closing is the fulfillment of the representation agreement, meaning you got them to the close table and it's a fully executed representation agreement. And then following up forever using the smart plans or some type of follow-up system that nurturing your past clients for their referrals and maybe even future business as they decide to sell the home or buy an investment property or they get relocated or who knows what. Becoming an expert at each one of these and having a plan that's kind of interwoven into your business plan and putting what Isolde says is mindful attention to and the appropriate amount of dedicated time into these things is how top salespeople run their business. Continually improving, something that I say all the time, a guy named Joe Silva, if you know his books, Better and Better. My attention is better and better. That is what I focus my mind on because that is a continual improvement. You will see it written on my door. You will see it in every single meeting that I have, better and better, which is a continual improvement. And that's what I focus my attention on. I'm going to teach you guys all 4 of these really to the nuts and bolts of how to prospect, the nuts and bolts of how to convert. I'm going to walk you through how to properly advise your clients through a transaction, and then how to get referrals from your clients far into the future and build a referral-based business. When you get back from break at 3:30, we're going to watch a team building video. So you are officially on break. I'm going to stick around for a couple of minutes, but at 3:30 when you get back, we're going to watch a video.
Hey Jack, it's Jana. I was just letting you know, like, I've got heavy thunderstorms that are about to begin at 4 o'clock, it says.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I was with my mom in Garland yesterday. I'm in Dallas, and the siren started going. She's 85 and can barely walk. The siren started going off, and we're at Walmart, and the sky's green, winds blowing everywhere. I'm freaking out, trying to get us to her house and into safety. So I'm in a rental that's a convertible right now, and I don't really know how those tops hold up to tornadoes.
Man, there's just so much crazy weather going on right now. You guys,
I can laugh about it now, but there was this big giant branch that was across where we had to leave. And my little self, I'm 5'3" and like 125 pounds, but I work out a lot. I got out and I pulled that branch across. I'm like, we are going home. So yeah, I'm a problem solver.
well,
No, guys, help you? I said, well, it took me like 3 seconds. I just needed somebody to get out there. And I mean, the branch was at least 3 of me. And I'm not kidding. It was huge, but I wanted us to get home to safety. But I'm tired of this. This has just been nuts out here.
it has been. You guys have been getting we've got a lot of crazy weather. We've had a tornado just north of us here in Austin. We had that tornado hit
Yes.
Houston at 100-mile-an-hour winds. We've had tornadoes up in Dallas area all the way up through Oklahoma. This is definitely a weird year for the weather pattern. So I'm hoping that we get through this without any real big issues for the rest of the year. It's terrifying. So
Like every day, something else, another storm. A friend of mine I saw, we're on Lake Louisville and got stuck in it. And it was pretty scary to get back to, they had to beach it, but anyhow, because they just kind of come out of nowhere.
Well, keep me updated on the thunderstorm. I hope it passes without too much drama.
Yeah, I just want to let you know in case power goes out or whatever, I have to probably get on my phone and do Zoom, but so I was just giving you a heads up. If I disappear, I'll try to get back on if it's due to power.
Understood. Yeah, you should be able to still be on, but if you guys lose power, then you may lose your data on your phone too. So we'll have it all recorded. So in the event you miss something, you can always go back and pick up the part that you missed in the recording.
All right. Thank you.
I see your listing, Marcy. Just listed.
I've actually been working to get that one on the market since probably October last year.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Well, see, that's what you call relentless.
There you go. And I just doing follow-up phone calls to my sphere.
Good for you.
I helped a guy buy a house about 5 years ago, and a year or so ago, he reached out thinking he wanted to buy a house in Georgetown. And then that kind of just fell apart. Interest rates were kind of scaring him. But now their family is growing. And so he reached out and he said, hey, we want to sell our house, but we want to build. So I've been talking with a builder in a particular neighborhood they want. And looks like they're moving forward on that. So it's a build. So that one's going to take a little bit. But yeah, I've been busier than what I've thought I was going to be, which is good.
That is good.
All my mega applications are coming to life.
We're going to increase the energy level a little bit. We are going to increase the energy level just a little bit. Now, we're going to watch about 4 minutes of this video before there is a little bit of language in here. So if you have ears around, there's one word that comes flying out of their mouth that I'm not 100% okay with. But it is a very interesting video, and I want to have your guys' take.
The hardest worker in the room is always going to be the talented guy who doesn't work hard. In the end, maybe not every time, but in the end, hard work always wins. Talent doesn't guarantee you anything in this world. A good education doesn't guarantee you anything in this world. The world is riddled with smart people who have never achieved anything of significance. This world is full of talented individuals that never made it. The world is full of expensively educated kids that are outperformed by high school dropouts.
Talent won't get you anywhere if you don't work for it. Talent won't get you anywhere if you have no heart. Talent is nothing if you have no guts. The one who is hungrier to reach the top will always get there before the talented guy. Maybe not immediately, but in the end, hungry always wins. In the end, hard work always wins. In the end, heart wins. Courage wins. In the end, the one who is more dedicated to reach the top will win. How can you beat the guy who will do whatever it takes? You can't. Hard work always beats talent when talent thinks he is too good to work hard. Talent can be a blessing, but it can also be a curse. It can make you think you don't need to work as hard as the other guy. And that is a mistake, my friend. Because the other guy is hungry. He is hunting your ass down, ready to fight. Fight for everything. Fight for his family. Fight for his legacy. Fight for everything. While you rest, I will work. While you rest, I will plan. While you rest, I will visualize. While you rest, I will believe. While you rest, I will strike. I will not stop. I will not rest. I will find a way. If there is no way, I will make my own path. because your talent doesn't scare me, it drives me. Hard work never lies. My dream never dies.
Most people give up in life because they come up with all sorts of excuses why they can't make it. They didn't get the right education. They aren't as talented as the other guy. They don't have the money. Listen, excuses are for the weak. It wouldn't take you long to find a massive success story who came from little education, no talent, but a relentless desire to succeed. This world is full of stories of greatness from nothing.
It is never too late for you to start your own story. Every setback, every failure has formed part of your story. Don't let anything stop you from writing the rest of it. You are hungry. You will make it. Don't back down. Win at all costs.
Win at all costs, ethically. Excuses are a disease. Excuses are your permission for failure. I saw a bunch of hands go up a minute ago when I asked you the question, how many of you want to close 50 transactions a year? Your excuses for failure will lead you to failure. Your focus on accepting any kind of admonishment, just accept any kind of issue that comes up without allowing yourself to create a disease. Take ownership of the mistakes you made. Own the mistakes. Don't create excuses, but rather focus on being productive. Focus on the goals that you have. Unapologetically focus on building a path to success that does not include excuses. When you hear this video, what is your biggest takeaway? What was something that stuck out on you that you remember from that video?
You gotta work hard. The world is full of smart people who haven't accomplished much. Hard work beats talent.
Hard work beats talent every time. Isolde, what did you get from that video?
Dedication, whatever you dedicate yourself, you can. There's no, yes, some people are more skilled into either social skills or communication skills. It doesn't matter. But if you do everything, if you work on it every day, you will master your game.
If you are absolutely laser focused on a goal and you're going to make that goal come true, you can materialize that goal no matter anybody else trying to get in your way. No one can get in the way of someone who is relentless about getting something done, because people give up, and people give up on themselves. And the hint that people are giving up on themselves is they start allowing them to make excuses for themselves. Excuses are a disease. Hold yourself accountable for the mistakes that you make. Understand where that's coming from and continue being laser focused. If you want to be successful in real estate, it stops with never quitting. But it also, we have silent quitting. What's silent quitting?
Quitting basically without telling anyone that you are quitting.
Including yourself, right?
Excuses.
People just stop
quitting,
coming to
basically
work.
being active but not being active, having license but not really doing anything for it, being secret agent, CIA, in the world of real estate.
Developing insecurities, your insecurities, developing them and letting that strive, letting that grow.
And also wearing the cap we wear a lot of different hats in real estate, but one of those is your own coach. And how many of you wake up every single day, 8:30 in the morning or earlier, and start work, or wake up at 6 or 7 in the morning and you start work every day at 8:30? How many of you are coming to work every day? Good job, Dimitri. Who else is coming to work every day? Let me ask you a very, very insulting, dangerous question. How many of you would fire yourself if you were a boss and had hired you to do the job that you're doing right now? Ask yourself that question every day. Would I have fired myself? You got to hold yourself accountable. And the people who hold you accountable is you, because you decided to go get your real estate license, and you have an option to make absolutely nothing, or you have the option to make a whole lot of money. And most people take Mega and get their real estate license for one reason. It's because they want to make more money. And we're going to talk about this over the next hour, this very, very, very specific topic. But first, let's hear from John D. Rockefeller, his most famous quote: "Don't be afraid to give up the good for the great." And did you not do that? How many of you gave up the job to jump into this profession with both feet because you said, I can make more money as a real estate agent as I am my employer? Raise your hand if you told yourself that and you gave up your job and you went for the good. Now, I've been doing this for 20 years. How many of you have been doing this for 20 years? I can promise you that if you are a good boss to yourself, you're going to force yourself to go to work every day. You already gave up the good for the great. Now, are you living in greatness? Are you making the amount of money that you need to be able to pay for this new greatness? Michelangelo: "The greater danger isn't that our aim is too low and miss it, but our A is too high and miss it, but it's too low and we reach it. The greater danger isn't that our aim is too high and miss it, but it's too low and we reach it." What does that mean? Jamara, what does that mean?
I was just rereading it to just take it all in, but do you mind if I just read it out loud again? Is that okay?
Please do.
"The greater danger isn't that our aim is too high and miss it, but it's that it's too low and we reach it." That means that, well, for me, like, I think we're more afraid of actually grabbing a hold to what we know we can do, or maybe we don't know we can do it, but it's kind of scary. Like, yeah, it's scary.
It can be, for sure. Camille, I see your hand went up too. Thank you, Jamara.
One of the, as you talk about, challenging yourself, and as I read these quotes, one of the worst things that can ever happen to you in life is looking back after 20 years and regretting what you did not do.
That's right.
You know you had it in you, but you made every excuse, right, to go for this low-hanging fruit, the everyday paycheck, the monthly paycheck, and then 20 years you look back, 25 years you look back, and your child is already passing you in your income because he's not afraid to do what he wants to do. So yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you make every excuse to stay where you're at in life because it's comfortable. 20 years later, you look back and wish you had done good.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Jamara, both of you. When I look and I read this, the thing that pops out to me the most is your own goals that you set for yourself and the expectations that you have. When you set a goal, are you really striving for what you really want, or are you afraid of failure and you make the goal too easy and you reach it? What is a bigger danger? That we set our goal really, really, really high and we don't make it, or we set our goal really, really low and we reach it, meaning that we could have done a lot better and we knew that we could have done a lot better. What's the greater danger? And I think that we owe it to ourselves in life to know what we're capable of and to believe in ourselves and to strive to take it all the way. You did that, a lot of you. You did what a lot of people dream about. You went to real estate school, passed your exam, and that entire time that you were going to real estate school, don't you tell me that you didn't think that you're going to be the next top producing real estate agent moneymaker, because that is the dream. I used to teach at Champions. I know exactly the mindset that enters that room. And then I saw them when they entered the Realtor Association and new member orientation, and I saw the mentality shift there. Then I saw them get sponsored by a broker and by a brokerage, and saw the mentality there, and then watched their professions over time evolve and be part of the 85% that quits or the 15% that stays in the business. And the fact that I have seen and spent so much time in each one of those separate ecosystems, I can tell you that the belief that you have in yourself for greatness, that you need to set goals that challenge you, that scare you a little bit, exactly the way Camille and Jamara said, and that challenges yourself, and then go out there and put your all into it so that you make your own self proud. Marcy.
I was just gonna add, I'm gonna be vulnerable on this, and with my goals that we get to put into our profile page and set that up. Last year or the beginning of the year, I set it really high, almost an unbelievable high for myself. And I ended up changing it to lower. And I don't know why I did it. I felt like I did it because I didn't think I could do it. But I'm going to go back and change it because I know that I can. So that's what that danger is to me, is telling myself like I'm not capable of doing it, but I know in reality, why couldn't I do it? So I'm going to go back and change it to what I had before at the beginning of the year.
That is very vulnerable. It's very real. I think a lot of people are going to be able to identify with that, Marcy. So thank you for being vulnerable. And thank you for believing yourself enough that you're going to go challenge what you did and said, nope, in Mega this time, I'm not going to do that. Not this time. Nothing is going to get in the way because I trust myself. I believe in myself. And by gosh, if other people can do it, so can I. Because there's nothing that they don't have that I don't have. And I don't care if they have a degree. I don't care if they're younger. I don't care if they're older. I don't care if they've been in the business longer. Whatever the excuse that we feel like is limiting us in that moment, I don't care what it is, that the one thing that I have that they don't is that I'm not going to quit. I'm not going to stop. I'm unstoppable. That is the difference, being laser focused. But we have to have a goal. And exactly what Marcy just came to the table with is that we have to have a goal. And what's interesting in the world of goal setting, Zig Ziglar, when you set the goal, you're halfway to it, because the halfway point is setting the goal in the first place. Because people don't set goals until they achieve nothing. But when you set the goal, you're halfway to the goal because you've already done what 90% of the other people didn't do, which is set the goal in the first place. So you're already halfway to your goal just by doing that. When you look at all the people who are just faking it until they make it, having absolutely no idea, and they're just running up and down the field, having no idea where the goalpost is. If you aim for nothing, you hit it every single time. My very famous quote of all time from Albert Einstein, and we're going to talk about this quote 1,000 times till Sunday, all the way through the rest of Mega, is in all things that you do, consider the end. And in fact, I'm actually going to be putting you into breakout sessions in a little bit, and you guys are going to talk about that and unpack what that really means, because this is probably one of the most insightful quotes from one of the most brilliant minds to ever grace planet Earth. My mom actually got to meet Albert Einstein in the 1950s. You might want to talk with her about that sometime. It's really interesting that she actually got to meet him and speak with him. But Here you're talking about someone in all things that you do, consider the end. Now, I'm going to ask you that question in terms of your business. When you look at your business, consider the end. And I'm hoping that when you consider the end of your business, it is retirement. And that retirement is that you've created a referral-based business and that you have a huge database of hundreds, if not thousands of past clients that continue to want to use you, and that database you own. And every time they call you, you refer to whoever it is that's going to buy your database or take over your clients. And that through retirement, you continue getting mailbox money for the rest of your life. You keep your license active and that mailbox money keeps coming because as long as you have a real estate license, you get a referral fee. And if you have people and those people are referring their kids to you and the kids refer their kids, and I can tell you that's already happened to me. I'm already in a situation where Colin and Amanda Jurin, who were my clients back in 2006, my very first clients. And by the way, I got an 8% listing. It was my very first listing that I ever got taken in all of my transactions. And I did something that I was taught in real estate school, which you put 6, 7, and 8, and they circled 8. And my very first listing was an 8% listing on a $130,000 property in Round Rock. And guess what? To this day, they're my clients. I sold them another house. Sold that house, helped them buy another one, sold that home and helped them buy another one. And they're in that home and they're already telling me that they're going to be buying another transaction. But when I met them, Amanda, their daughter, I'm sorry, Emma, Colin and Amanda's daughter, Emma, was in a car seat inside the house because she was a little baby and they left her in the car seat for the listing presentation. She is now in college and I helped her purchase a condo. She was in a car seat. Jack was not even born. I swear they named him after me. I'm telling you, but we call him Jack Jack. And Jack, who calls me Jack, when he bought his last house, I bought him a four-wheeler because they bought it way out. The closing gift I gave their family was actually more of a sport golf cart that was somewhere between a four-wheeler and a golf cart, but it had a top on it. And he is now in high school and he plays football. And he was not even born when I sold them the house. So we have multi-generational things happening. And am I really that old? Is that possible? But that's what happens. And I am just as close with Emma and Jack as I am with Colin and Amanda. And I know when Amanda and Jack have kids, they're going to be referring them to me. And when they're buying and selling homes, that I'm just going to be their realtor, just like for their parents. That is what you create when you become a real estate agent, is you become part of their family. You are their trusted real estate agent, and they're going to continue using you. And they are, and Amanda, she is head of Dell's entire division for all of the third-party products they sell, like their phones, their marketing. She's the head of their marketing department. And so she works directly with Michael Dell. And she has referred hundreds of people to me over the years. And you know, I met them at a gas station. I'm not even kidding. I had a big, huge black Chevy Suburban, and on the window I had a little tiny realtor R. And I was getting gas at the gas station by Round Rock Ranch where I live. And she saw the R and she said, "Are you a real estate agent?" And I said, "Yes." And she said, "We're thinking about selling our house." And that's how I met them at a gas station. And now it's been 20 years. And I have that a story 1,000 times. In all things that you do, I want you to consider the end. And right now, it's your opportunity, no matter how old you are or where you are in the business, to start creating this referral-based business and getting all of your people in a database, reforging those connections, especially with all of this press going on in the world where commissions are going away and people are being sued and real estate's changing and there's so much misinformation. If there's really one bad thing that came from these lawsuits, it's the misinformation that's being thrown around in the news. And some of them, like CNN and Wall Street Journal, have corrected themselves too late already for a lot of the damage. But what a perfect opportunity for you to pick up the phone and have a conversation with every single person you know about what's really going on in the world, and that no laws have changed. The only change is if you were a real estate agent and decided to be a member of the National Association of Realtors, which is a trade organization, that trade organization has put two new rules in place, which is that you must have a buyer representation agreement before you go into a property. And no, commissions have not changed at all, and they won't. It's just that the database that the realtors use, the MLS, can't have commissions in it anymore. We have to negotiate between brokers for commissions like we always have. That's the only thing that's changing, and you would think the sky is falling outside if you heard what's going on. So, what a perfect opportunity. And for those of you guys, I explained this in our business meeting in detail and had two town halls about it already, and those are in our learning center. What a perfect opportunity right now to pick up the phone and have conversations with all of your clients about that. And we are going to talk more about the talking points for that later in Mega before our Wednesday class. I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you really quick, Chad, how do we what would you recommend? Because I believe that we should all revise, is that a word? Revise our motivation, our motivations. Because sometimes we set,
spend a month with me and you'll find it, I
yeah,
promise.
but what I'm saying, like, sometimes we put a goal, right? And then you forget, because that happens to me, because either life hits me and then I'm like in survival mode, and then I just put a goal because I just want to go through something. But then I'm like, wait a minute, my goal is too low, because hold on, I like to travel. I want a new car. I need this for my daughter. I'm a single mom. I need, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, that's right. And I have these waves of, sometimes I get this huge,
Epiphany.
tsunami of motivation, and then, it goes up and down.
Okay.
So do you, for example, I just recently started a vision board.
That's what I
So
was going to
that's,
talk about.
yeah. So I was going to ask you, what is your key to revise that motivation?
Okay, let me answer that question. In Mega, part of your individual projects that Lisa is going to be helping you guys with during your Mega Mini is creating a goal board. And on that goal board, we're going to be spending an entire class on talking about all things that we do consider the end. I'm going to put you in a breakout session here in about 15 minutes, so your thought is preemptive about what's about to happen, where I'm going to show you guys how you can make $1 million a year in real estate. I'm going to put you into a group breakout session, and I'm going to have you talk as a group how $1 million would change your life. And then after you talk about how it's going to change your life, I'm going to prove to you that you can actually make $1 million in the next 12 months. And I'm going to show you the numbers, how to make that happen. And then we're going to engineer those thoughts into a vision board. Sound good?
Awesome.
Okay. All right, moving on. So don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. Don't wish for less problems. Wish for more skills. Don't wish for less challenge. Wish for more wisdom. Being solutions oriented, focusing on productivity. This is the difference between excuses and proactively making yourself better and going after this. This is a fundamental shift that we all have to have in our mind. First, we have to know that what our success blockers are. So this class is first, and we're not there yet, but we're almost. Then 2 more screens, I'm going to get you there. First, we have to identify what are our success blockers. Then once we have identified what our success blockers are, we have to truly believe that we can. This is what Marcy was talking about, and I sold it too, just on both ends of the spectrum here. We have to, number one, believe that we can do it. I have to show you how you can do it and make it so blatantly clear to you that you can do it, that now you believe that you can, because it's obvious that you can. But first of all, a lot of people, they are in real estate school, they believe they can, they get their license, they come out the other side, and then they stop believing. And all of a sudden, now they're working for scraps. They don't know their value. They don't know how to articulate their value. They don't know the business. No one's willing to show them how to do this business. And no one has taken a class and taking positive thought, the reality of successful people and how they got there, putting all that together and building upon that a foundation of belief and reality, showing you the actual numbers of MLS agents who are in the MLS who've actually made the money in their first year, and put all of that together, which is going to change your belief system, which is going to change the amount of energy that you are going to inject into your every single day. But more importantly, your vision board becomes very, very important, because every time you look at that vision board, it's going to be the representation of why you got your license, where you want to take your business, and what motivates you every single day. Like more money for your kids' education, taking care of family, going on trips, being able to save for a rainy day, paying off debt, upsizing your house, getting a new car, all of those things comes from a mindset of abundance. How do we take you from a mindset of scarcity to abundance? Well, that is all about mindset. But first, it's belief. Your belief system that you can actually do it is all that's necessary. And all we need to see is that someone was able to do it. Remember when we broke the 3-minute, well, first it was the 4-minute mile. It wasn't possible. Nobody could break the 4-minute mile. It wasn't possible. And all of a sudden someone did it. And then within a year, like 16 people did it. And they had been trying to do it because no one believed it was possible. We have to change the belief system. Once you believe it and you can see it and see that other people have done it, now it's cleared your path of objections. And now you can actually go and achieve it. The first thing is taking your salesmanship and understanding that we're not going to selfishly go out and make money, but that we are going to put on an apron of service, and we're going to go out and we're going to help people. And we're going to want to help the world become a better place. We want to help people and make their lives better through the transaction. We want to give them the very best experience that we can. We want to wow them. We want to give them an experience that's better than they even thought that they would get. We always want to wow them. And in everything you do, you want to communicate faster than they thought an agent would ever communicate, give better answers, be able to communicate better. You're continually wanting to improve better and better. That is where you need to have your heart of your business. And if your heart of your business is in that place, then sky's the limit for you. Success is yours. You just now have to put in the energy to get there. So this takes us to the difference between a good salesperson versus a bad salesperson. And a bad salesperson is someone who doesn't listen. They make assumptions without asking. They're shy and they're not outgoing. They're rude. Not realizing that maybe they're talking to a prospective customer, but they let their guard down because maybe they're not in sales mode. When should you not be in sales mode? Never. They wait for the customers to find them instead of proactively going out there and finding business, and they give up. That's what a bad salesperson is. Because remember, we're not talking about a bad real estate agent versus a good real estate agent. We're talking about a salesperson. So when you talk about a good salesperson versus a bad salesperson is simply someone who's not good at selling. And for most people, you just have to be taught how to be a good salesperson. There is a human lie detector. Her name is Vanessa Van Edwards. We're going to listen to a lot of her videos. You're going to listen to a TED Talk from her. She's going to talk about the art of communication, how you say hello, the inflection in your voice, your happy hello, the micro expressions on your face when you're on the phone with people. And we're going to look at every single one of those details, because we are going to put your salesmanship under a microscope like you never thought possible before. And then that's all coming in our Wednesday class. But on the opposite side of the spectrum, what is a good salesperson? Someone who is a good listener. Someone who asks questions, not making assumptions. They're confident because they believe in themselves, because they know the service they're offering is better than everyone else's, because they care more than everyone else. They're friendly to everyone, not just people who think that's going to be a customer, which is where you find customers and didn't even know it. Like so many of my good salespeople come to me and say, hey, Amy McAllister, She was over at Rite Aid and was able to sell the cashier a house because she was in the right place at the right time with the right communication, not being a secret agent, being friendly, and having her name badge on. So many of you bring to me these stories. I was at the doctor's office. I was just sitting in these random places and struck up a conversation with someone. And because they were friendly and just a wholesome, good person, they're attracting business. But also, it's not just about being in the right place at the right time. It's also about being relentless, about keeping in touch with people, and about following up and continually following up. I talked to you guys about the journey that a real estate agent goes through. You know, you're so bright-eyed and excited. You've got that look in your eye, that little gleam. You're just so excited to get your real estate license, and then you pass your real estate license, and you're just about 1 inch taller. The gristle in your eye is even just a little bit more impressive, and then you've got your real estate license, and then something happens. It's harder than you thought. People aren't coming to find you because no one taught you what it is to be a salesperson. And so most real estate agents are struggling because they're not operating as a salesperson. They're operating as what they think an attorney would be, or someone who was, because what they thought real estate was something different. Oh, I love homes. I love going out and looking at homes, so I'd be a perfect real estate agent. Some people got in the business because they like staging. Some people got in the business because they like architecture. But that's not what real estate is. Real estate is being a salesperson, which means you have to like people. You have to want to engage people. You have to not be shy. You have to go look under rocks for opportunity, and you have to be able to accept rejection and take that smile and go to the next person like a little puppy with that same energy and just be always optimistic and always got that glisten in your eye. And if you've got the world weighing you down, that's what yoga's for. To take some of those layers off, to let you rise above all the noise and be that person that you know you are down deep, even though we've all been beat up. We've all been beat up in life. Life has knocked us all down a dozen times, but it's getting up, shaking it off, and attacking the world with optimism. That is the difference between a survivor and someone who succumbs to the circumstance in life. You have to rise above it and be optimistic. You have to believe in yourself. You have to not believe in the naysayers, because the naysayers are going to hold you back. They're going to create objections in your own life where there shouldn't be any. The difference is believing in yourself, because you know down deep that you were going to be a successful agent. Don't tell me you weren't, because you took the leap of faith to get your real estate license. So the fact that you're here tells me volumes. I just need to gear you with what it means to be a salesperson and go after it. How many of you does this look like what you've gone through? Can anybody identify with this? I'm seeing a bunch of people raise their hand. How many of you want to rewind the clock and go back to that bright-eyed, glistening-eyed real estate person who just got their license and go tell that person, hey, don't give up. Go do the open houses. Exactly right. Go do the open house every single weekend. You pay your dues and build your database. And once you have the database, now you can sit at home and sip coffee and cocoa on a cold day, because you're going to be on the phone talking to all your past clients, getting referrals. But before your database is 200, you got some work to do. And if you wasted the first 3 years and 5 years, that's okay. It is never too late to build your database. But what this person is lacking is a database. Because I can tell you, a person who's making $1 million does not look like the last 3 photos. It looks like the first 2 photos. But the person in the first 2 photos believed in themselves, and no one showed them what a database is. No one showed them what a salesperson is, and now they're defeated. And that's not their fault. It's they didn't have a mentor who cared enough about them to show them the business. And why would someone? Why would a top producer go show somebody else, their competition, how to do this business? Why? The only reason people come instructors is because they're not making $1 million a year. I can promise you, if someone is selling 50 years a home, are they going to go and become an instructor? They're not. They're going to go sell homes. I am offering you guys to show you how to do this, and I'm not charging you anything because I want to see each and one of you become top producers. That's why you found yourself here. Why, in all the things that I've said, do you guys feel like this right now? Share with the group.
For me, I had a burned out. Sorry, I don't know where the button is to raise my hands. I
That's okay. No,
apologize
you're
if
doing
I
great.
just jump in.
Yeah.
I had a what do you call it? Burnout in 2020. Like I was going too hard. And then I feel like I was so stressed, I wasn't sleeping enough. And then one day I just woke up August 17 and I couldn't walk. So it caused me a trauma because I felt like I overdid it. I was so stressed. And also I had little kids at that time. They were like 3 and 4. On the top of that, building the business. I was doing very well, but I wasn't taking care of myself. So I literally could not get out of bed. My one leg just refused to move. So I was told I was sitting too long driving. Maybe I hurt my disc. But because of that, I just felt like I don't want to work hard anymore. And every time I started getting busy and productive, I have this, don't go back there, don't go back there. It's not worth it. So it makes me not want to go hard anymore.
I think a lot of people came through 2019, 2020 with a different outlook on life. I think also, though, a lot of people came out of the 2007, 2008 crisis. I have a lot of clients that are short sold and foreclosures on homes, and it was a very difficult time for me to be an agent because I was a top producing agent doing short sales, and all of my clients are losing their job and not making any money and in a hardship situation and losing their home and in probably the worst state of their life. And here I am making a commission and they're in this place and I'm watching all of my clients go through this. So that was difficult. 2000, now COVID came and difficult, and people come out the other side and it changes society and it changes us. There are two kinds of people. They can take those situations and they can let them define and give them an ability to create excuses, or they can look for the opportunity in each one of those things and how they're going to use that to thrive, because nothing is going to get in the way of them finding success. And now you got your real estate license, you believe in yourself, you were here, you're accepting this information, you're taking it in, which tells me that you are willing and ready to take your career, your income, your position, and take it to the next level. You all deserve a life of abundance, but it takes a framework and a mindset of a life of abundance to get yourself there. And this isn't a lot of hype. I'm going to show you guys right now, agents who are making massive amounts of money every single year. Out of all the professions, out of all of them, out of all the jobs Dell was hiring, you got AI jobs everywhere. You've got jobs everywhere. And out of all the jobs, why real estate? Why real estate? And I ask people this question often, and sometimes it's because, well, I like to help people. Well, you can get a job at the food bank and help a heck of a lot more people than you can with somebody, because how are you helping people in real estate that really need the help? You only want to help people with a FICO score of 680 and above? I mean, let's be real about that. So let's just take that one off the table, because you did not get your real estate license because you like to help people. If you really like to help people, you would be doing something in life that's helping people. But this was you taking a chance on yourself. This was you becoming a salesperson. And what is the real estate agent? What is the perception of that career? Is it people who are out there just volunteering and giving their life away and giving back to everyone? Is that the perception of real estate agents that made you get your license? I'm listening. What is the perception?
That it's lavish, lovely. I'm going to drive this fancy car. make all this money, and it's beautiful. Get to go see all these lovely houses, and I can dress up and be cute.
Lebecca, thank you for owning it. And I'm impressed with that. You owned it. You know what? That's called unapologetically of owning it. How many of you
Yes,
are?
sir.
Thank you. And I hope that the other 42 people in this class are going to unapologetically own it too, because there is a little thing that we're going to talk about here in a moment, which is the second thing that holds salespeople back. Raise your hand. Did you get your license to make a lot of money? Jamar says no. Nope, not for me. But raise your hand if you did. Okay. All right. Is there anything wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with wanting to have a life of abundance and make lots of money? Is there anything wrong with that? Should you feel ashamed for that? Should you be embarrassed about that? I would hope not. Now, there's a difference between what we see here. But even here, should you be embarrassed about? I want you to put someone in your mind, a pastor, an influence in your life, someone that you really highly regard. This is really important exercise, and I really need you all on board on this, so please keep up with me here. Put someone in your mind that you know, that you talk to. It's not a movie star. It's not someone that you don't know. It's someone that knows you, and you highly regard them. Could be a family friend that's known you. It could be an uncle. It could be your dad. It could be your grandfather. It could be someone that you highly regard and highly respect from your personal life. Raise your hand when you have that person in mind. Okay, helpful. Now, picture yourself saying these 4 things to them. I want to be rich. I want to be wealthy. I want financial success. I want financial freedom. I want to be rich. Do you have a problem saying any of these things out loud to them unapologetically? Okay, I want to hear from Jamara and Lisbeth. Lisbeth first. Why?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I am.
Is it? If I have a problem, no, I don't have a problem. I can say it.
Okay. Does it make you feel a little cringeworthy? No. Good. Jamara?
It definitely makes me feel cringeworthy. Not because I don't believe it, but I feel like sometimes verbalizing it, even the people that I regard as like, that is my person. That's who that person makes me proud. I feel like saying it out loud makes me sound superficial, even though I don't necessarily believe that, but I think verbalizing it like that to the person that I had in my mind, that might be their first thought.
Okay, this is very important stuff we're on, guys, because remember I said the number 2 reason that agents have success blockers, and this is the second one. The first one is they don't believe that they can. That they got their license and they believe they could, they fell out, they got into the real estate business and they no longer believe it, and it's a success blocker because they no longer believe it. And if you don't believe you can, you're not going to. The second one is the one we're touching on now, and not everyone is afflicted by these things. So some of you are going to be afflicted by 1, 2, 3. Some of you are not afflicted by any of this. But remember, I told you, we're going to talk about the success blockers, and then we're going to be cognizant of those success blockers, and we're going to remove the success blockers. And this is the second success blocker that people find in their career. And Ever, you had your hand raised for a moment. I want to answer your question before, or hear your comment.
Oh no, I'm fine. I just want to listen now.
Okay. If you think you can maybe cringe a little, and I really appreciate the honesty, If you think you might cringe or be a little bit embarrassed by the thought of saying these things out loud to someone that you highly regard, which is very common, by the way, it might be a success blocker. I want to be rich. I want to be wealthy. I want more money. If you feel cringeworthy or embarrassed by saying these things, your success will rise to a certain level and stop before it gets there, because the combination of thought combined with negative emotion like fear or embarrassment sends a message to your inner self and simultaneously the universe, whether you want to believe that or not, that these things are not for you and you do not want them. When you have these things that are in your way, they become success blockers because you can't even say them out loud because you're embarrassed, but in your mind, you're perfectly okay, but saying it out loud doesn't feel right. That is the very nature of a success blocker that gets in our way. Now, the very best way to get rid of success blockers, first of all, is to recognize what it is, a success blocker. And that you have now in that success blocker a scarcity mindset where you're afraid to express it. You're afraid to even verbalize it. You're afraid to put that out there. And that's a very dangerous thing, because when you want something, you have to be unapologetic about it, because these people, do they want an abundant life for you? Of course they do. Do they want you to find success? Absolutely. But sometimes inside of us, we have the fear of being embarrassed or fear that they're going to judge us because maybe we don't feel like we're worthy of it. Maybe we don't feel like it doesn't come true, that we're going to look like a fool. Or maybe if we say it, that they're going to look down on us because somehow it's ungodly, that we should be somehow giving a vow of poverty, and a vow of poverty is going to put us at a higher level. By the way, our men of faith who are actual pastors, are they in a sales business? Are they salespeople just like us, those pastors out there? Interesting. All right. There's a book. It's called Money Mindset Shift, the top 9 myths that keep us financially stuck and how to get unstuck, by Torrin Crandall, one of the best books I've ever read. And I can tell you that those people who feel cringy going out there saying things like this come out the other side of this book saying, I want to be rich, and making a song and going out there and getting rich by singing into the off the rooftops, because it changes that success blocker. There's a thing, plutophobia. Everyone has it a little bit. We've always talked about it in Mega. It's when people have their self-worth tied to income, and an embarrassment when they talk about money. And it's actually something that's taught. We learn this from someone, and we usually can kind of figure out who taught us this at some point in our lives. What do the following statements have in common, other than biblical, because there's a little biblical element here, and it is what it is, but what is ask and it shall be given to you? Have you heard that statement before? Okay. Seek and ye shall find. You heard that statement? Okay. How about this one? Knock and it shall be opened unto you. You heard that one? Okay. But this one, everyone that asketh to receive it, and he that seeketh findeth, to him that knocketh it shall be opened. What are all 4 of these have in common?
They all have a biblical tone.
Other than, I literally said, other than being a biblical tone, what are
You can get what you ask for, you can get what you want, as long as you're willing to. Well, I mean,
You have to ask.
yeah.
Ask for the business. Ask for it.
It's exactly right. Each one of these are these passive? Are you being passive?
No.
Or are these taking action?
No, action.
There is no passiveness about this. And how many of you have been working your business from a passive mentality? Okay. Each one of them is a choice. Each one of them is an action. And each one of them is deliberate. Your actions and your thoughts and the emotions all must be in harmony. Your actions, thoughts, and emotions have to be in harmony. And if your action, your thought, and your emotion are not in harmony, you're never going to find success, because you have a success blocker. What is action? It's prospecting. What is thought? If others can do it, so can I. I got this. What is your emotion? Confidence, passion, and gratitude. Before you got your real estate license, did you believe that you have the ability to go out and make as much money in real estate as you possibly could? Do you believe that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you listening to him?
Okay. I also like to throw this one out there because this is my last biblical reference of all of Mega, but we're going to look at some of these fast pastors out there like Kenneth Copeland, who has $760 million, and Joel Osteen, who has $56 million, and Creflo Dollar, who has $27 million, and Kirk Cameron, who's got $20 million, and Billy Moyers, who got $20 million, and Paula White, who has $5 million. Franklin Graham has $2 million, and Richard Rossi has $1 million. They're all salespeople, right? You know what Kenneth Copeland says? You know who this guy down here is? You know, he got a video, and I used to show it in Mega, but I'm not going to show it anymore. It says, bad money. He said, bad person with money, bad person. Good person with money, good person. It's not about the money, it's about the person. Okay, so let's get that out of there. Money is not evil. We can do a lot of good things. Now let's look at some market slides here for a moment. I want to look at these two because I think they're very interesting. Now, first of all, this is just one metro in Austin, and I want you guys to really drive this home. This is the third quarter of 2023. That would be October, November, December of just Travis County. How many closed sales was that? Travis County. Now, this is just one metro. I'm going to show you other metros, but how many closed sales? What does it say right here where I'm circling?
3,000.
3,107 transactions. Business is happening. That's 3,000 transactions. It's not that there's 12 transactions in one agent. You're talking about 3,000 transactions. What do you think the number of transactions have increased or decreased in 2024?
Decreased.
$6,823 transactions in the first quarter.
Yeah.
6,823 transactions closed. Hello? That is a lot of business. Don't tell me that there's not a lot of business out there. Because what does that really look like? The number of sales are up 2.4% year over year. 6,823 homes sold from January 1st to 3/31. That is 13,000 sides, by the way, because transactions are homes. We have 13,646 sides, not including leasing. What does that look like in money? Oh, $3 billion in commissions.
Shit.
6,823 homes. That's just in the Austin metro. There's more in Houston, and there's more in Dallas. This is the smaller metro. 6,823 homes sold. Median sales price $423,000, and 6% commission because remember, it was both sides. It was 12,000. If it was 3,000, 13,000 sales. So it was transactions. $2.9 billion. Who wants a little piece of that in a quarter? You think you can get yourself $100,000 a month out of there somehow? Squeeze that in for yourself? The reality is that you have as much opportunity in this market as you possibly could ever want to go and grab. So don't tell me the opportunity exists. So thinking with a scarcity mindset, first of all, we have to see that the transactions are there and in actuality, and these are from Texas Realtors. These are your market viewer. You can run this report yourself by going to texasrealestate.com, which is our state association, clicking on the market viewer and running this report for yourself, for all yourself to see. That's not the Waco market. That's not New Braunfels. That's not San Antonio. That's not Houston. That's just Austin. Again, we're the best nation for selling real estate in the world, the best state in the nation for selling real estate. We're in the best 3 metros of the entire country for selling real estate. And you have your license in this moment, right here, right now, where you just stepped out of a quarter where over 6,000 homes sold. How many of you are angry at yourself that you did not apply yourself in January, February, March? Or how many did? How many of you worked at least 40 hours a week throughout this year so far? Thank you, Marcy. How many of you does this motivate you a little bit? Honestly, if this motivates you, I want to see your hand.
So can you repeat the author of that book of the shift that you
Gary
mentioned?
Keller. And Lisa put a link to it. It's $5, she said. So she put a link to it in the chat. You guys can buy it. But the rates are high right now, right? Isn't that going to like destroy our market? No. In the 1980s, the rates were in the 13%. Did you know that? 13% in the 80s? Did you know the rates in the 1990s were as high as 18%? Did you know that? The average rates in the US over time is 7.74, and today they're below 7%. Here is the actual stats. You can, this is in your slide deck. You can take a look at it from 1971 today, the 70s, the 80s, and what it's done now. October of 1980 was high as 18.2%. But I want to look at this die. This was Friday's rates. What does it say for 30-year FHA? What does it say for 30-year? What does it say for 30-year VA? These are our rates right now. These are lower than the 30-year average. Whenever people put these things in their way, you've got to figure out how to get the opportunity. More homes are selling than ever. It's not the other way around. The world is changing around us. And the middle class income in this country is changing. By 2035, the middle class will be no more. It's absolutely been proven that the middle class will be gone in the next 10 years. It's happening in front of our eyes. This is not something that is my slide. This is something that you can get online. By 2020, which in 1971, the middle class made up to 61% of Americans, and in 2020, it had already decreased by 11%. In 1971, the poverty class made up 25% of Americans. In 2020, that number increased by 40%. So what do you see? You see the middle class made up 61%. It was down by 11%. The poverty class increased and the wealthy class increased. But guess what? The wealthy class increased by 7%. The poverty class increased by 4%, which means the middle is getting squished and being compressed. So if the middle is being compressed, where do you fall in that? Which way are you going to allow yourself to go? Are you going to allow yourself to get pushed into the lower class, or are you going to take this opportunity right now, having a sales job and knowing you can make as much money as you can? You have a choice of which direction you're going to allow your income and your position in life to go. It is a choice. And this is what that choice looks like. The income from 1971 till now is where we are, and where it's headed is a little scary. Now let's talk about income producers. The top 1% overtook the middle class in 2020. The top 1% overtook the middle class, meaning that the top 1% is greater than the middle class, and that has never happened before. Real estate. The upper 1% controls 12.9% of real estate wealth in 2023, up from 8.1% in 1990. That's a US Today poll, and this is what that looks like. The top 1% of US earners now have more wealth than the middle class combined. The red was the middle class, and the purple is the top 1%. The middle class has now shrunk below as the top 1% has grown. And most real estate agents are somewhere in that middle class. Over the next 15 years, it is estimated that the current, what's 29% of people living in poverty will double to 60%. And the ultra rich will also double from 21 to 40, which means 60% will be in poverty and 40% will be rich. And there is truly what George W. Bush said, which is that you've got the haves and the have-nots, and there's nothing in between. And that's scary because most of us are somewhere in that middle class. So decisions have to be made on which one you're going to go. And again, do you believe it's a decision, or are you going to let circumstance dictate what you're going to do? Let's talk about real estate. Well, let's talk about income for a moment. 10% of America earns $175,000 a year. 5% earns $350,000 a year. 1% earns $825,000 a year, and 1/10 of 1% makes $3.2 million a year. Historically, in real estate for agents, 95% of agents shared in 5% of the business, and 5% of agents share in this huge lion's share of the business at 95%. So let's talk numbers. The top 5% of agents are selling between 30 and 60 homes a year. 550,000 times 3% for a number of 30 transactions is $500,000 a year. So 30 transactions is $500,000 a year. 60 transactions is $1 million a year, and this number is changing. We went from a 400,000 to a 500,000 to a 600,000, and now the numbers are going back up again. So we're just going to stick with this 500,000 number for now. We're not going to take it down. But suffice it to say, you close 30 transactions, and how much money are you going to make? You close 60 transactions, how much money are you going to make?
$1 million per year.
Okay. I've closed more than 60 transactions as a producing agent before, and so has Lisa. Both of our top year, we closed 60 transactions. It is not hard to close 60 transactions. It's just a lot of time. The difference. It's just a lot of time. Okay. Real estate by wealth distribution, 25 to 50 closings per year equates to, all right, 550,000 at 3%, 25 closings, $275,000. 550,000, 3%, 50 closings. So look, 25 closings, $275,000 a year. 50 closings, $825,000 a year. 75 closings is $1 million, and 100 closings is $1.6 million. I'm going to show you some slides, agents who have closed more than 100 transactions. The top 5% of agents have a gross annual income of $500,000. The top 5%. That's their minimum amount of money that they make. And we have agents here who have continually made more than $500,000 a year. 3 of them. So let's say you have an average sales price of $550,000. We know that that's an average commission of $16,500 per sale. That means just take it $16,500 in commissions. If your goal is to make $1 million, and we're going to talk about what these goals are. Marcy has a goal. We all have a goal. She said that she had a goal and she reduced it. You're going to pick this number and you need to go put it into your realtytexas.me of how much money that you're going to make. So if you want to make $1 million, you're going to divide it by the number, your commission dollars, to show you how many contracts you need. So again, we reverse engineer this number back to 60. 60 contracts is going to, 60 closings is going to make you $1 million. 60 contracts per year divided by 12 is 5 contracts a month. Roughly 1 a week. Just a little bit more than 1 a week. And if you were doing 1 a week, you're still going to make $800,000 a year. Those agents who are top producers are listing more properties than 1 a week right now, especially. So 5 contracts a month. How many leads do you need according to this book? So let's go and read it, because I think it's very interesting what it says. And then I'm going to take you on break. On average, this is page, well, I always have this problem. XXX, which I believe means 30, in the shift book. On average, for every 34 contacts an agent made with a prospective buyer and seller, they netted 1 closed transaction. Plainly put, that's a 34-to-1 contract to close ratio. It goes on to say, What makes this number notable is that past studies have shown an average contract to close ratio is around 24-1. And it goes in talking about why. In a shift market, you actually have to have more leads to have the same number of transactions, but also as agents become better converters, their conversion rate goes up. So if you are an experienced agent and you have your scripts well put together, you're going to have a higher conversion rate, which means that you're going to have a 24-1 conversion rate, which means out of every 100 transactions, you're going to, or out of every 100 leads, you're going to have 4 closed transactions. National Association of Realtors has said the exact same thing. Now, Gary Keller, this is the shift book. People absolutely have a lot of emphasis and a lot of study and money and energy has gone into these numbers. And so connecting with 10 people required an average of 25 additional calls a day all across the United States and Canada. It adds up to the same blueprint for achievement. When the market reinvents itself, you must reinvent yourself. You simply need to pick up the results. You want to match the efforts for those results. It will take extra effort, whoever you are and whoever you may be. They're saying, hey, whoever you are and whoever you may be, if you want to close more transactions, you have to pick up the phone and talk to more people. It's a numbers game. It's simply a numbers game. You want to make more money, you have to talk to more people. That's the name of the game for salespeople. You want to make more money, have more conversations about real estate, and get involved in their life and find out how you can insert yourself in their circle and get more referrals and more leads from that client. Every single time you talk to someone, who else do you know that could benefit from my services? Who do you know that could benefit from my services? Who do you know that could is looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? Every time you talk to someone, you should not be looking at that person primarily as a transaction. You should be looking at them as a referral source. We want to help them meet their goals. We're going to find out about them and what they're looking for. But we know that over the course of 5 years, they're going to transact how many times? Over the course of 5 years, how many on average are they going to transact with you?
At least one move.
That's right. So out of every single year, what is the propensity of them actually closing a transaction with you?
20%.
That's exactly right. So any given year, you have a 20% chance of them actually closing a transaction and you getting paid a commission from them being in your database. However, what do studies say that they're going to give you every single year?
One referral.
One referral that does what?
Transacts.
That's right. Exactly right. So then if you know that every single person in your database is going to give you a paycheck every year, but the person himself is only going to give you a paycheck every 5 years, then what is your primary source from every single person in your database? What are you looking at your database to do? Transact with you?
Refer.
No referrals.
Referrals. Okay, let me ask you the dumb question then. How many of you have asked your clients for referrals? When's the last time you asked someone for a referral? Raise your hand if, thank you, Dimitri. Thank you. Raise your hand if you've not asked someone for a referral in the last 2 weeks. Okay. Do you think that that's a mistake? If you don't have this fundamental shift in your head, you're never going to go for the goal. You're never going to get what it is that you want out of your career because you're looking in the wrong place. You're looking at the wrong person for the wrong thing. You're going to McDonald's and you're begging for a bean burrito with sour cream. You're at the wrong place. So if you have 200 people in your database, you should have 200 transactions from your database every year. How much is 200 transactions going to net you? We haven't even talked about that number. We talked about 100 transactions making you how much money? Do you remember? $1.6 million. So you got 200 people in your database and you're doing a really good job and you call them maybe 6 times during the year. And maybe the first 5 times they didn't give you a referral, but that 6th time, you're like, you know what, I was talking about someone. I was talking to someone the other day and they are looking, let me get you their number. And you call them, hey, Joe was talking about you the other day. By the way, he was talking you up. He says, you're such an amazing person. I was so excited to get your referral. Actually, he said, you maybe look to buy, sell, or lease a home. I would love to be able to have a conversation with you about that. Would you be willing to talk to me? And now you turn that into a transaction. And you do that with your database. Well, okay. That means if you've got 200 people in your database, you're spending all of your time making phone calls, getting those referrals. At some point, it's going to occur to you that you don't have time. You can't afford to be showing homes. You can't afford to be going out and putting lock boxes. You can't afford that because that was 10 more calls that you could make. And that one of those calls could have been $13,000. And are you going to pay someone $13,000 to put up a lockbox? I got a couple of people that you might want to talk to if you do. But how ridiculous does that sound? You become, your earning, your dollar per hour becomes so high that you can't afford being your own assistant.
Hey, it's Lisa. How are you?
Good, Lisa. Okay, so average sales price, we're going to reverse engineer these numbers so that you know how to do this math problem yourself. 60 contracts a year divided by 12 is 5 contracts a month. 5 contracts a month times 24. Well, that's, remember, 24 to 1 ratio we just learned. So out of 24 leads, you're going to get 1 transaction. So we're going to multiply this to figure out how many leads do we need for these 5 contracts. I want to know if I close 60 homes a year and I'm going to make $1 million, I want to know how many leads I need, because that's how many people I'm going to have to call. And that's how much work I have to go after, because I did my numbers and I put my goal in my goal tracker. And now I have to reverse engineer that and figure out how I'm going to make this happen. So I'm going to close 60 homes this year, which is 5 a month. How many leads do I need to close 5 transactions a month every single month? So I know that these 5 transactions, I need 24 leads to find 1 buyer. So I'm going to multiply my 5 contracts by 24 leads, and I'm going to get 125 leads. So now I know that I need 125 leads a month, which is, by the way, less than 3 a day. Well, 4 a day. I need between 3 and 6 leads a day to make between $500 and $1 million. Can you find 3 leads in your database? Means out of every 24 people, you're going to get a closed transaction, which means that in your database, you have to call 75 people a day. You call 75 people a day, you're going to get 3 leads. You get 3 leads, or you're going to get 3 closings. That is going to make you $1 million a year. How many of you are willing to make 75 phone calls a day to make $1 million a year? By the way, $1 million a year is $520 an hour. An assistant is roughly $16 an hour. Food for thought, right? If an assistant is $16 an hour and you have the propensity as a salesperson to make $1 million a year, which is a $520 an hour, can you afford to be your own assistant? For every hour that you're own assistant, you're blowing $520. You can't afford yourself. You see, what affords you to be a real estate agent is having conversations with people about buying, selling, leasing. And if you focus your time on that one thing, you have uncapped earning potential. The more calls you make, the more leads you generate, the more leads you generate, the more closings you have, the more closing you have, the more money you have, the more people in your database, the more phone calls you make. But the one thing that agents lack 100% of the time is the follow-up, and they keep running after people to transact. Are you looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? No? Okay, thank you. And they leave it at that. But that person has the gold. They have the piece of information you need. But I know someone who is, but you didn't ask that question. If I told you I had a toothache right now, what would you tell me? Marcy, and some of you have heard this before, but we're going to play this skit out. How many of you, if I told you I had a toothache, what would you tell me?
Call my husband.
Go to the dentist.
Go to the dentist.
Go to the dentist. Okay. Now,
Wait, I want to know whose husband is a dentist.
Jamara.
Oh, Jamara is. Okay, good.
All right. So this transaction is specifically not for Jamara, but it's very close. All right. So I heard lots of people say go to a dentist. Raise your hand if you would say go to a dentist. I mean, we've all heard the stories, right? You got a toothache and all of a sudden bad things can happen. Somehow you can have a heart attack because you get like this blood something or other, and it's a big serious deal. We've all heard grandma telling us about this. It's a big deal. Now, how many of you have an actual dentist that you said go to the dentist? So I have a question. You have a dentist and you know they're a really good dentist and you love and trust your dentist, but did you tell me to go see your dentist or did you tell me to go to a dentist? Or did you say, hey, I have a really good dentist and his name is Dentist Joe. You should go see him. Or did you just say, oh, go see a dentist? I'm going to tell you how our brains are wired, which is going to really help you have a little bit more capacity of empathy for your clients who chose somebody else. Yes, you're going to find that empathy and make room for them in your heart, even though they use somebody else, and you're going to hate them for life because they use somebody else as a real estate agent. But I'm going to show you and prove to you how it was your own fault in the first place. When that dentist that who we know, love, and trust, he had an obligation, or she had an obligation to look us in the face while we had this toothache situation going on. And tomorrow you can tell your husband this. You can tell him this whole story tonight and he'll triple his business. Oh my goodness, I can tell you're in so much pain. If you know anyone who's going through this, please give them my name so that I can help them. Because what the dentist just did was he associated the synapses in the brain of toothache and Dentist Joe, or whoever is the dentist, and put those two things together and hardwired it in the brain forever, which means you just inserted your will in their brain. Now, as long as you are someone that's trustworthy and they like you and want you, people want to help you. They just don't know how, and you just showed them how. This means that how many people do you want to fire in their brain when they hear people talking about buying, selling, and leasing real estate? Do you want you to fire in their brain when they're thinking about real estate? Do you expect your family and friends to think of you when they hear people talking about buying, selling, and leasing homes? It's not going to happen unless you can take those two synapses in their brain and wire those together and reinforce that message. It takes that over and over and over again. You see, if you want an army of raving fans, you can't send him an email and say, I'm a real estate agent, because you being a real estate agent and the synapses in their brain firing when someone talks about buying, selling, and leasing homes is two separate synapses that aren't connected. And they're not going to take that leap in their brain fire on another synapses, because that's not how our brain works unless you wire those two things together. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please call me, because your referral would mean the world to me. If you don't say that to every single person in your database and every single person that you know, if you're not saying that 24 times a day, remember, we're going to call 24 times a day and get one transaction. So if we want 3 transactions, we have to call 75 people a day, which means we have to tell all 75 people that exact same thing. If that's not coming off your tongue 75 times a day, you're not going to make $1 million a year. How many of you is this going to maybe change your approach on how you look at your database and the actions that you're taking every single day? Does this make you want to pick up your phone and start having conversations with people? Because guess what? They have a really important piece of information. They know people who are looking to buy, sell, or home. You just have to go extract that information out of their brain. Or you can pay Zillow for leads. You got an entire sphere of people who know you. And if you don't know anyone, you know more people than you think you know. You really do. And do they have to be in Texas? This is the biggest thing that agents have this big epiphany in Mega. Do you like checks coming in the mail? Okay. If your friend moved to New Jersey, can you help them find an agent in New Jersey? Is that a big fat referral check for 30% of $1 million transaction? $30,000, you're going to get 25% of that. You're going to get, oh my goodness, I'm going to get a $5,000 check. I'm going to get 30% of a $30,000 check. All right. So all of a sudden, it doesn't matter anymore if they're buying, selling, or leasing in Austin. I just opened up the world for you, didn't I? Because how many friends do you have in Florida, in California, and wherever you came from? Because none of us are from here except for the 2 of you that are. So go back and think about where you came from and how many people you went to school with, high school with. You are over 18 years old. So there's a lot of people that you know in your life, a lot more than you think that you know. And you have to call all of them and say, hey, I'm a real estate agent. I know what it takes to be a good agent. I know what it takes to find a good agent. If you're looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, or if you know anyone who is, no matter where they are, get me involved so I can find a good agent for them. I'm very well connected. And if you don't know where to find it, I have this book right here, which is a CRS book, which is the entire literally phone book of every agent who has their CRS designation in the country. This is online now, so you don't need to knock on my door and ask for it anymore. Certified Residential Specialist. That one thing in Mega will change your life, because now it's not about your marketplace. It's not about Houston. It's not about Austin. It's not about San Antonio. It's about everyone you know wherever they are, figuring out and getting referrals from them and having conversations with them about buying, selling, leasing property, and sending out referral fees and getting contracts for referral fees and having mailbox money coming in continually. There are agents who retire and all they do is that one thing. They call everyone and refer everything out, and they don't even leave their house. You could be a recluse, someone who's never left their house in 20 years and make $1 million a year from your phone. As ridiculous as that is, you don't ever have to put up a lockbox. You don't ever have to put up a sign. You can simply make a ton of money by connecting people with agents and getting referrals. By the way, there's a company that does that, Zillow. They're a multi-billion-dollar company from doing that one thing, selling leads to you guys and getting referral fees from it. I can promise you that each one of you know 100 people. If I go through your phones, I can promise you that there's 100 people in there. And maybe 75 of them are not from Austin. It doesn't matter. You need to call and this is a homework assignment that you have, is calling every single person in your phone. More importantly, getting everybody out of your phone into your CXM, and putting the smart plans, applying it to them, and start calling every single one of them and asking them a question. Hey, if you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please let me help. I'm in real estate now. This is my career. This is how I put food on my table. If there's anything I can do to help you, I'm 1,000,000%, but this is how you could really, really help me. Could you help me out with that? And those people who know you usually want to help you. Now, this is where the objections come in. This is where the relentless. Remember the video that said, while I am sleeping, I'm working, I am relentless. You can't stop me. Remember that video? I don't care about your degree. I don't care about your high-paid education. You can't get in my way because I'm not going to stop. This is what another success blocker agents have. Well, I haven't talked to that person in 5 years, and I'm going to feel really stupid. Really, really stupid calling them out of the blue. It's going to really feel like I'm really selfish and I haven't talked to them. Now I need something, and now I'm calling them. Call them and own it. You know what? I haven't talked to you forever, and I'm so sorry. But I'm not going to let that happen again. How are you? What's going on in your life? Reinsert yourself in your life, because as a salesperson, you have to and call it, say, you know what, I promised myself my New Year's resolution is that I'm going to give up this bad thing that I had happen to me out of COVID, which means I hibernated and I just withdrew from society, and now I'm getting myself back out there and I want to reconnect with everyone I know because COVID is over. Is that a reason to call them? It's a reason enough. Reconnect with every single person in your database, because is that worth $1 million?
Yes.
I hope so. All right, let's talk about some people who have done this. In your life, you can go out there and get a job that makes $40,000 a year right now. You can go make $100, $100,000 a year as well. But you are in an uncapped potential arena where you can make as much money as you possibly can. So the question is, you can either go out and put all of these things into practice and make as much money as you possibly want, or you can get a job and have a 40-hour work week and cap your potential and work 60 hours a week for them, get paid for 40, because that's what's going on right now in the world of employees. Life is short. Do you want to live to work or work to live? Let's talk about your dreams and your goals and what's important to you. that's where your goal board's going to come from. And Lisa's going to help you guys put that together. And we're going to teach you how to prospect, convert, close, and follow up and do these 4 things every single day that you work every morning. You wake up at 8:30, you wake up early in the morning, you start work at 8:30, get your coffee, do a little bit, get your yoga in, reset yourself, and get on the phones and start talking with people and start having conversations about real estate, coming in here, making phone calls. We've got at least 4 ISA2s that are closing transactions every single month from our leads program, and they're using that to launch themselves. And they know to ask for referrals. And I think you guys are going to really get a lot of benefit from tomorrow's class that you're going to jump into after Mega Mini, which is our cross-pollination. You're going to listen to the calls, you're going to listen to the success, and it's going to blow your mind that that amount of opportunity is, and it's going to make you want to go to work more so than the inspiration I'm departing to you right now about the opportunity that you guys have that maybe you're missing out on because you don't know how and where to focus your attention on to make the amount of money that you want. Knowing that the middle class is shrinking, and the only directions is poverty or ultra rich, which is the reality, and maybe it's not a good reality, but it is one. Right now, it's a choice for you to secure your family's future and all things you do consider the end. It's your ability for your legacy to leave behind of what that's going to be. How many of you want a nicer house or a nicer car or want to travel or need more money to be able to take care of your family? I don't want you to be embarrassed about that, because living a life of abundance is not something to be embarrassed about, because you can do a lot of good with that. And if we have that mindset of scarcity, or we have that mindset of being afraid or embarrassed to talk about that, when that comes to your mind, you need to acknowledge it, put it aside, and let your thought and your word and your emotion all come together harmoniously, and unapologetically want to earn the type of money that landed you with a real estate license in the first place. Okay. Henry Ford, whether you think you can or think you can't, you're right. So at this point, it's not a matter of thinking you can or can't. You got to believe that you can. And the truth is you can. All of you have the ability to make as much money as you want. You pick the number, not me. You pick it. You take that number and you put it in your .me, and you're going to reverse engineer that into the number of calls that you have to make every single day, and that becomes your job. A salesperson is supposed to be on the phone making calls every single day. But wait, Jack, can't I just run Instagram ads? No. Can't I run Facebook ads? No. That's not where you're going to find success. You're going to find success by calling everyone you already know and getting referrals from them. And then they will eventually transact with you, and you have a database. You take that database and turn it into a producing database by connecting with every single person in it. You're going to start sending out monthly newsletters. You're going to call them on a recurring basis, maybe even get into our ISA 1 and ISA 2 program, start making calls here and start connecting yourself with more people. Then you're going to start doing open houses and finding buyer leads there, and you're going to start having a goal every day of how many leads you need in order to make the amount of money that's on your goal board. And hopefully you smash through those goals board and make more money than you thought you could, which is the reality for a lot of these agents who are jumping into the business, who are hungry, who are working 40 hours a week and focusing on income producing tasks and letting all the distractions aside. But there has to be a plan for prospecting, and part of that plan has to be putting it on your calendar and giving yourself the time. Remember the 20-20-200 I talked about? You gotta be prepared to pick up the phone and call that person when they register on your website. That 20, you gotta make 20 phone calls outbound every single day. How many phone calls is 20 a day throughout the month? It's enough for the $1 million. It's one lead a day. 24-1. That's a ton of leads that's going to be coming in. It's a really profound number, actually. If I could show you how to make $1 million in the next 12 months, would you find value in that?
Yes.
Did I kind of just show you how to do it anyway?
You did. Yes.
Kind of did, didn't I? Does it seem impossible?
No.
It doesn't seem impossible anymore, does it? So let's look. There are brand new agents in 2023 and 2022 making $1 million a year. How does that make you feel? Honestly.
Like I'm missing out.
Okay. So here's MLS sheets. We're going to ignore Dave Clinton because Dave Clinton, we all know who he is. He happens to be Mr. D.R. Horton. He did listing 1,600 transactions, but Catherine Steidweck, 903 list transactions. She works for a team. So yeah, she did 300 million in volume. Robert Moore, 600 transactions. Ben Cabarello, also, we know who that is. Matt Menard. Matt Menard is a team. He's got a huge team, 540 transactions on that team. Bobby Alexander, also a team. 540 transactions. These are the ranking reports of the top agents who are closing hundreds of transactions. Hundreds of transactions in the ranking report. These agents are closing the transactions. So here they are. Ivan Ferrer, 91 transactions and an average sales price of 350 was his average sales price of 315. His production was 414. His income was $860,000. Alex Bryce, 88 transactions, average sales price of 467,000. Production was 613 million, 1.2 million. Got their license in 2019. Tanya Carr, 71 transactions, 700 million, 1.1 million in production, got her license in 2023. These people have been licensed in 2020, 2019, 2023. All of them are making 400,000, 700,000, 800,000, 900,000, 1.1 million, 1.2 million. What do they have that you don't? By the way, I know them. I know at least 4 of these people. New agents in this market, some of them not been licensed as long as you. So say it. Why not me? Now, this is breaking through the glass ceiling, and you need to say this out loud. You need to believe it. You need to say it. You need to feel it with emotion. Why not me? I did not see enough lips moving here. I want to hear you guys say this out loud. Thank you,
Why
Meg.
not me?
Ooh, okay. Liz, I want to hear it. I want to see it.
Why not me?
Why not me?
Why not me?
Why not me?
Amanda, Samantha, Mohammed, Rebecca, Nelly, Teresa, Ever,
Why not
Dimitri,
me?
Ling, Meg, Camille.
Yes.
Why not me?
Why not me?
Why not
Why
me?
not me?
Not me.
If
It
they
is
can
me.
do it, so can I.
Yes.
If they can do it, so can I. How much money do you want to make in the next 12 months? Get a piece of paper, write it down, go put it in your .me. We're going to reverse engineer that. But let's do the most. We know how many homes you have to sell to make $500,000 or $1 million. We know 550 sales price, 3% commission, 16.5 is your gross commission. $1 million is 60 homes. We have to close 60 homes. That means that's 5 homes a month, basically, or just over 1.25 homes a week. We know what the dollar amount is. You're going to have 1,440 minutes, 86,400 seconds a day. This is how many hours we have in a year, 24 hours a day, 1,440 minutes in a day, 86,000 seconds. We're going to have 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of working, and 8 hours of your personal life. In that 8 hours, you need to use that entire 8 hours to be able to use that for prospecting and pulling money into your business so that you have that income to be able to enjoy the other 8 hours of your waking before we're gone and dead off this planet, because of blink and it's gone. The typical realtor is making $41.80 a year, $21 an hour. That is less than what most of them could make at a job. And by the way, the job is helping them with their payroll taxes and helping them with their income taxes and maybe even getting some benefits. But you are making 41, most agents are making 41.8. And when they're making 41.8, they then have to pay income tax on that. And that is what we would consider a hardship. The average sales agent The 95% is essentially making $21 an hour. That's pre-income tax with no benefits, no 401k plan. Is that good enough for you? And that's where the slide comes in. At 41.8, their income is $21.70 an hour. A mega producer who's making $500,000 a year is making $260 an hour, and a mega top producer making $1 million is making $520 an hour. Take your last year gross. This is going to be a homework assignment for you just to bring light to this. What was your last year gross? What is this year's gross going to be for you? And what do you want next year to be? And divide that by 12 and by 160 and tell yourself what your per hour is. And is that okay? And what are you going to do to change it? We now know that it doesn't matter where you live or where you work. All of the people that you know across the country can get you checks being sent into the mail. And if you're making $500,000 or $1 million a year and you're doing 260 an hour or 520 an hour, you need someone to get these distractions out of your life and run your business like a business and really go after it because you have that capacity. So working 40 hours a week, picking up the phone and calling everyone you know and figuring out who they know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, taking those people and putting them in a database and either referring them out to an agent who can help them or actually help them and keep up with your database and send out a monthly newsletter and learn how to prospect, convert, close, and follow up and be able to make as money as you can possibly make. Are you in?
Yes.
Are you willing to be coachable and teachable through this, knowing that we had 6,000 homes close just in the last quarter? The amount of opportunity that's out there for you doing open houses. Now, how many of you are thinking, wow, this sounds like a lot of work? The question is it worth it? Because do you think this is more work than going and getting a job? Jamar says maybe.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I know a lot of people who are getting paid 40 hours working 60 hours right now. And their income is capped, not uncapped. This, you are at the driver's seat to make as much money as you possibly can in that same number of hours. If you can make 40,000 in 40 hours or 100,000 in 40 hours a week, what are you going to choose? You all got your real estate license for a reason. God's not making any more time or any more land. So we got to figure out what our plan's going to be. And if we're not making enough money in real estate right now, we know exactly what has to happen. We have to communicate with every single person that we've ever known and reestablish those relationships, reestablish those conversations, and really and truly start asking for referrals for every single person we talk to. Hey, by the way, while I got you, do you know anyone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home that could benefit from my services? And having that question, how many of you are going to have a hard time asking that question? Because that's the third one. That's the third success blocker that I was talking about. Is agents afraid to ask that question because they're embarrassed to ask for referrals. You can't afford to be embarrassed to ask for referrals because you're a salesperson. A salesperson who's embarrassed to ask for business, what would you call that? A recipe for disaster. That's like a doctor that's afraid of blood. Or
secret agent.
A secret agent who really wants to get their license and do a lot of good with it, but they're not going to close a lot of transactions, and they're going to look to their left and to their right, and they're going to see all these other people closing transactions, and they want to be a part of that success, but they're timid and shy, and they're embarrassed to ask for referrals, and so they've capped themselves. They've capped their income producing based on their own fear and embarrassment. Do you think that that's something that they can get over? Because in my mind, one of two things has to happen, and it's a sad reality. Either they need to get a job, most of them, and leave the business because they're not a salesperson and they're never going to be one, or they have to learn how to be a salesperson and rise to the occasion. And that is a personal choice that everyone has to make. And what a huge waste it would be for someone who has so much opportunity in front of them to leave the business in marketplaces where 6,000 homes are selling. And we are so well connected, and there are so many people that we know, and we just need to pick up the phone and reconnect with all of them. Because if you're not closing 50 transactions a year, it's not because it's impossible. It's not because it's hard. It's because you're not putting in the attention in the areas that's necessary to bring in the kind of money that enabled you to get your real estate license in the first place, which was either a promise to yourself or your family or your spouse to take this leap of faith for you to become an independent contractor and go out there. And how many of you made promises to spouses? How many of you made promises to yourself and to your kids that you are going to be a real estate agent and you're going to go out there and you're going to make money, and you have yet to fulfill that promise to yourself? You coming with this new information, because is some of this new information for some of you? Are we looking at real estate in maybe a different way?
Yes.
Are we looking at this as being a sales job now?
Yes.
It is. And what is it that we sell?
Ourselves, our knowledge,
Services.
our services.
Representation. We deal in representation. And that means that we need to find people who need representation. And that simply means that you need to connect yourself with the right people, having the right conversations at the right times. 1,000,000% yes. And all of the rest of Mega for this day is all about that one thing: picking up the phone, making those calls. Okay.
Can you text instead?
No, you can't. Just like you. Nope, you absolutely cannot. You absolutely cannot. You absolutely cannot. And thank you for asking. Thank you for asking, because that is one of the success blockers, is hiding behind text. It's one of the success blockers is hiding behind Instagram. It's one of the success blockers of hiding behind Facebook and putting
I can do
yourself
it.
out there. It's like throwing 1,000 hooks in the water and waiting for the fish to come to you, but there's no bait on your hook. Because guess what? There's 1,000,000 other hooks in the water. You've got 30,000 agents in the marketplace, and the reality is that text is not going to get the results that you want. This is a relationship business. Are you going to create a relationship with someone over text? It's not real. It means that. Go ahead. Ask
How
the
can
question.
you help someone who's not tech savvy, or maybe basically, because you earlier you mentioned something like there are a lot of agents who are motivated in the beginning, but then they don't have a good support system because they don't know how to control or take care of their database. Like, what can you do to help an agent like that who has a lot of potential but just feel overwhelmed when they have to do things like tech wise, or put a CRM together, things like that, database basically?
Could you imagine if there was a broker who was a past software engineer that took everything that he knew to build a free CRM and a website and an entire technology platform for every single agent, and then hire a whole bunch of people to personally walk every single one of those agents through how to use all of that tech, and my God, spend an entire month long teaching every single person about every single one of those opportunities? Wouldn't that be grand if that existed? And here we are. All of those things have been materialized. So thank you for asking the question. And yes, we built you a CRM. An agent built a CRM from the agent perspective. That was me, and it's CXM. And we have Miguel and Katie here to hold your hand and filming videos to show you exactly how to use it. We had an incredible amount of time and energy that Amy and Michael Potter and myself created all of the action plans with all of the scripts to backfill every single one of your pipelines with wholesome, good, automatic emails and text messages that are the drip campaigns that are going out to each one of your clients. And all you have to do is click one button. First, put your contacts in the CXM. Second, click the button to apply the smart plans. Now you just have to push a button that says call and your cell phone rings. Oh, look at that. Hello? Oh, hey, how are you? I haven't talked to you in a couple months. And keep doing that all day long. And every single time you have a conversation with them. And by the way, if you know anyone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. I took a leap of faith and got my real estate license. I am so blessed and excited to be in this profession, but I realize that I need to reach out to my village and I need my village's help. And if you could, every time you hear someone talking about buying, selling, and leasing a home, call me and let me know who they are. That would mean the world to me. And by the way, what could I do to help you? That's called being humble. And you have to humble yourself to pick up your phone and having all these conversations, because the gold that you're looking for at the end of the rainbow is going to have a lot of success blockers in the way, not believing in yourself, being embarrassed to ask and humble yourself. And of course, not believing that you can do it in the first place. So remove the obstacles, but all of the tech that you're seeking is already here under this roof right here for you. And no one pays for it. Jamara.
Sorry. So I get how to call the people in my sphere, right? Where what I haven't heard yet, and forgive me if you're going to cover this later. Once I get a referral, do I call the referral and say, "Hey, Lisa told me to call you," and I said, do you need to buy, sell, or lease? Do you know anyone who knows? Once I say that, at what point do I have to ask them for permission to add them to my database? I don't really know what happens after that step.
Yeah, so when you're going to pick up the phone, so your friend Sarah is going to refer you to her friend Tom, and she's going to give you Tom's phone number. And hopefully Sarah call Tom and let you know that they're calling, but you call Tom, "Hey Tom, I got your information from Sarah. She said you might be looking for a real estate agent to buy, sell, or lease a home." Or I heard I was talking with Sarah. "Hi Tom, this is Jamara. I was talking with Sarah and she said that you may be looking to buy a home and she gave me your number so that maybe I can help you out. How are you today? What's your time frame and when are you looking? Are you working with someone? Because I would really like to be able to help you out." You are looking for someone? That's awesome. What's your time frame? You're looking in the next month? Awesome. Where are you looking? You're looking in Austin? Okay, cool. What are you looking for? Do you know what area? You're looking for a 1-story, 2-story? Have you spoken with a lender? That's where your agent kicks in, and that's where you start servicing them as an agent. We have a program called Ready, Set, Sell, and that's designed to walk you guys through that. But we're also going to jump you guys on the phone in our next class. And guess what we're going to do? We're going to actually force you to call the people on your phone, and you're actually going to make at least 20 phone calls that day to random people in your phone that you haven't spoke to a while, and you're going to get a couple of referrals. And once this starts happening, it's a lot less scary than it seems right now, because how many of you are going to be scary to pick up the phone out of the blue and start calling people that you know? No one's scared? Good. This is going to be a great group. But it can be a little bit scary. But I can tell you, once you have those conversations and you realize that people are receptive and the conversation goes well, it's a lot less scary. I'll ask you the question: what happens if someone called you that you know and called you and asked you how you're doing and what's going on in your life, and that they got their real estate license and they took a leap of faith, and you would not be hateful to them or "how dare you call me"? Actually, people kind of want to help people, and you'll find out that these conversations go a heck of a lot better than you ever thought. Okay, so it is after class. We are going to finish up these last 8 slides on Tuesday's class, that are on Wednesday's class. You have an exam ahead of you. That exam, we've covered everything that's in the exam. I'm going to film a video about the exam, taking you through all 30 questions and answered. You have until midnight tonight to take the exam, so you have lots of time. But just remember, you have really until, I would say, 11:20, because the exam times out after 30 minutes. So that's actually not true. It doesn't time out after the next day. So as long as you take that exam by tomorrow morning when I send out the video, you're good. So sometime today, take the 30 questions. If you don't get them all right, that's okay. I will explain in the video the questions and the answers so that we all walk away with the same baseline. Tomorrow's Mega Mini. with Lisa at noon, from noon to 1:30. Directly after Mega Mini tomorrow, you're going to have our cross-pollination with Amy McAllister and Michael Potter. We're going to send you a link invitation so you can kind of be a fly on the wall and listen to our ISA 2s for at least the first half an hour. You don't need to stay for the full 3 hours, but I really want you guys to stay for at least the first hour and a half, only because you're going to hear from our best callers of people who have registered on our website. They picked up the phone and they called leads and got a hold of them, because each one of these is a conversation that they called, reverted, and most of these are a converted lead. And so you'll see how the call was approached, what script they were used, and again, kind of the approach that was taken. And then after you hear the whole call, what they could have done better, what they wish they had done better, what they're going to do better next time, whether they ask for the referral. And that's probably the best training you'll ever get, is watching that. Once you've got some experience there and you go through our Ready Set Sell program after Mega, then you'll be invited into our leads program, where you'll start calling the Realty Texas database. Okay, so we are officially at end of class today. I wish I had 10 hours with you guys, but I don't. And it all goes by so quickly. There's so much more information to share with you guys on all of these topics that really 86 hours is just not enough. I'm departing in you 20 years of experience, and 84 hours is impossible, but I will do my best. I'm going to open it up for the next 20 minutes for questions. So feel free to stick around and ask as questions as you have. And let's get through Laura and then Lisa. Laura's dying to ask, or Lisa's dying to ask her question. I can tell she's like,
You said these slides were sent to us?
yes, they were.
Okay, I can't find them.
I sent them out multiple times. And so there was an email last night at 1 o'clock. And then again this morning, it was sent out in a grid. And there's a link that talks about Mega 14-1 and the actual slide. And then I sent a video of how you get to your exam. And in that video, I also showed you guys where the slides are. Let's see if I can grab.
Is it the one that says excitement is in the air? It's Mega time. That's the one that has the credit card.
Well, actually, that has 4 attachments in it.
Well, actually, the slides are in Teams under Mega 14 under Files.
How do you get to that?
So are you able to see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. This was sent last night at 1:12 to every single one of you. And then I sent it again this morning in the attachment that I sent. And you see this grid right here? And also, if you click this this right here, this is a video that will explain this whole thing in great detail.
I didn't get that. Don't know why I didn't get it.
I logged it. I signed up late. I don't know if I was included in that.
Ever, I actually sent you. Let me show you, Ever. You see, Ever, I sent this to you today at 1:22. And this email has 4 attachments. And the email that I just sent was right here. So this was sent to you today.
Where's the one with the videos in it though? The slides.
It's this one right here.
Mega 14.
I sent it last night at 1 o'clock. And then this morning I sent all video, because there's about 9 people who late enrolled today. And so what I did was I sent this email this afternoon at 9, or this morning at 9:37, and I attached all 4 Mega emails that I sent before, so that everyone would have a copy of it. So I know that everybody has it. And the email that I sent last night at 1 o'clock has a video, and the video is me walking you through exactly all of it. Let me get it.
You should have it, Laura, because you're in the distribution.
Yeah, but I got the general session and the credit card, and the general session has the same attachment on it.
There's 4 attachments in there.
Okay, but yeah, the general session, the mindset of a successful agent.
That's just one attachment.
That's one of the 4.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Also,
I didn't get it either.
and also each of you have access to the Mega 14. And again, Lisa's going to go through all of this because what happens in Mega after Mega is we have the same thing. The emails, people are not accustomed to check in the emails that are being sent from me. So there's always this kind of confusion, which is why I filmed this video here. So if you go to your Teams group and you click the files, there's a video, Mega Learning Center. In this particular video, I walk you through showing you how to get to the Learning Center. And of course, it's muted at the moment because I'm already got a camera going. It shows you exactly how to get to the Learning Center. I walk you guys through the emails that we're going to be sending. So please watch this video. It's both an attachment and it's in our Mega Teams group right here. So all of you have access to Mega 14. Here is our Mega slides. Here's a copy of the PDF exam. I send you guys a copy of the PDF exam, but you're going to take it in the Learning Center. And if you watch that video, it'll show you exactly how to get to it in the Learning Center. So
That's all on Teams.
this is all in Teams under the files for your Mega 14. So if you click on Teams, you will see this Mega 14 group. And then you click on the group files, and the 14-1 is the slides from today. It's also in the email. And the 14-1 is the PDF of the exam, which I also put in the email. And then this is the video walkthrough of how to access. This 7-minute video is 3 things. It's how to access the Learning Center to take your exam, and then what my emails are going to look like before and after each class. And then the third thing the video goes over is the time frames to take your exams for Mega.
So where can I find Teams? Go into Teams.
Your Teams is what we use to communicate, Laura. You call me on it all the time.
Yeah, and I'd rather do it from my phone. I very rarely get on my computer.
You have to download that app onto your computer then.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
I just haven't explored it on my computer because I normally am on my phone.
Gotcha.
I'm a phone person.
Well, every feature that is on your computer is also on your phone. So they have a really good mobile app with the file structure there as well. So everything that you need is at your fingertips. And Lisa always helps you guys who are struggling with kind of that kind of stuff during the Mega Mini to make sure that no agent is left behind in Mega.
Right.
Assign, I see your hand up. What can I
Then
help?
come back to me when you're done with us, Hassan.
Yes, ma'am. I signed just earlier, around 11 or 12 earlier, so I haven't received anything. It's because I haven't done the onboarding, correct?
Right. We will email you everything. I know you're not set up yet, so
Actually,
we'll
he
give you
is.
everything you need for sure.
He already has an email address. I've added him to the Teams group, and I'm going to forward the email so he has it. He may not know how to access his email, but his email account is already set up and he's added to the group.
So when you get home tonight, make sure you check all your emails that we sent you, because that'll help you set up your email account and all of that you have access.
So I can I don't have to do I can wait to do the exam that we have to do tonight, because
you actually came in halfway through, so you don't have to do the exam for today, but I'd suggest you do, just to learn it, because some of it, you were here for the whole half of the later class, and everything you learn is going to help you be a better agent, even if you didn't make it for the whole class. So you don't have to pay for this class, and you don't have to, you don't have to take the exam, but I would try it. If it was me, I would try it.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
you have to make sure you can have access. So
Lisa, when I click on the learning tab, it just gives me the map and has all the little orange and green dots all over it.
That's because you're not logged in.
yeah, you have to be logged into your agent hub for any of that to
I thought
work.
I did log in. Okay.
Sometimes
the
it kicks you out if you've been out of it for a while.
Is the exam that we're doing today, is it the mindset of a successful agent?
Yep, it's a 14-1. It's the first one that's in the list.
Okay.
Exactly right.
And then I just want to remind you all that it's very important, if you did not send over the little form that said, yes, I want to be billed for this or whatever, for the classes that you want, then you will not get the credit, but you can still take the class. You don't have to pay for it. But if you want the credit, I need it 26 minutes ago. So if you have not sent it, please do. Most of you.
I'm working on that now.
Okay, send it over ASAP because Miguel's going to bill and I want to be respectful of his time as well. And then if you were in the class and you were asleep or driving or your video is off for more than 20 minutes, then you're not getting credit for the class unless were in it. If you were in it you can miss up to 2 hours basically. So I'm watching that. I'll take it. Thank you. But please remember that we are teaching this and we have to follow the Trek rules. And if you're sleeping or driving, I have to turn your video off and kick you out until you're not doing that. So
and if you're sleeping, I must be a really horrible instructor.
I did email Jack and he said if we're riding but not driving, that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine as long as you don't fall asleep when you're riding, because that already happened today. So anyway, and talking on the phone constantly, if I see that you're always on the phone for the whole class, you're not paying attention. So
this is and as what Lisa's trying to describe here is that Trek can at any moment ask us for the recordings, and if they go through and see that we did not properly administer the class, we can lose our ability to teach. Yep. So it's not that we are trying to police you, it's that we're all being policed by Trek, and there are certain rules that have to be followed. You cannot be driving in the car. It's actually against the law. And we are not allowed to give you credit if you're in violation of the law. So we got very strict rules placed on us by Trek for these types of things. So we are very liberal in our approach, but there are limits to what we can do. And if you push the limits so far, it really puts us in a really, really bad position. And I know that you wouldn't do that, but it does happen to us sometimes. And of course, Lisa is kind of thrown into that role. So thank you, Lisa, because I know it's a very difficult role.
But it is to protect our right to teach that. And also anything you learn in this class, if you can't make it the whole day, not a problem. Just let me know. I put that on there. Like some of you had your videos off all day, but you let me know that you're just in the background. Great. I mean, it's no problem. I want you, if you can hear it, you learn anything. That's what this whole dedication from Jack is, all day long for an entire month, just about 3 days a week. So anyway, so tomorrow I will see you those of you who can, I'll see you at Mega Mini. That's at noon till about 1:30-ish or so. And I do not go past the time for sure. And I hope to see some of you then. So have a great rest of your evening. Go into your teams. If you have issues, contact me or Miguel and we'll step you through.
Hey, Lisa, for
Yes.
the Mega Mini in person, will we just be in this classroom again or will we be somewhere else?
Yeah, you can go, you can sit anywhere you want for Mega Mini. Sometimes we'll do things in person and then there will be some in person in some of our other market areas as well, depending what we're doing. But it's pretty flexible. And as you can see, you kind of have to be on your computer for these classes. It works better than, it's still kind of a fusion, but it's less distracting. We don't have to say, oh, we have a question from the floor, right? So each one of you has that, like you're in your own little zone, but still together. So yeah, if you can be in person. In fact, on Wednesday, there will be lunch provided. So here at the corporate office, just so you know. So if you want to come in on Wednesday, we'll feed you.
Also, Tech Tuesday tomorrow at 1.
Tech Tuesday, so you can learn all the technology that we were
Yes.
just talking about.
There are so many moments that that are happening during class right now. We're referring a lot back to the .me, where to find things, how to blast. Jot down those questions that come up, and we're doing the same on our end, and we'll go over those things too. So you're learning all the course content here, but let's refer back to where the technology is and how to use it.
So get to know your teams, because we're definitely
Yes.
going to use that a lot. In fact, I put your flashcards in the teams for those of you who asked me to email. They are now in the teams for you to open, and you can print them, just do it double-sided. So then all you have to do is cut them, and then your flashcards are made for you. Or if you come into the office, I have some here as well for you. Okay. All right, go get some rest.
Lisa, I didn't understand. Are you there, Lisa?
Yeah, who's talking?
Oh, this is Ever.
Oh, hey, Albert.
Did you say that we could show up at the office tomorrow? Is that, or is it gonna be all Zoom?
You can do it however you'd like. You can come in person or you can be on Zoom.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else?
Yeah, sorry, I missed the part. Which email do we send CE Mega Forum?
To get the CE credit,
Mm-hmm.
Jack sent that in an email, but I can also drop that into Teams right now for you. It was also in the chat, but now it's probably lost. So let me drop it into Teams for you. So you want CE credit for all of the class, Dimitri? I'll drop it into Teams. I don't know if you can hear me now or not. Okay, Amelia.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because I cannot find where can I find the exams for tonight?
The exam is in your agent hub,
Agent
and then
hub?
you go to the learning center. I can probably share my screen. Let's see, do I have it open?
Yes.
Yes. So let me share. Okay. So this is your agent hub. Let me get to the dashboard. There we go. So up here where, oops. Okay, whatever. Fine. Here it is. The learning center is right under the big dashboard key. So you hit learning center, and then you go to exam.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know how to get there. Okay, thank you, Lisa.
Okay. You're welcome. Great, I'll take that. I'm gonna do it. I plan.
There we go. Look what I did.
Wow.
I don't know what to do.
Thank you so much.